Hello and welcome to day 3 of 4 of the Le Mans Esports Super Final. What an amazing 2 days we've had so far. We have seen so much drama. We've lost 8 teams. We've lost 4 pros. We've lost 4 pro-ams. And today we're going to lose 2 more pro teams, 2 more pro-am teams, leading into tomorrow's big final. And I tell you what, I cannot wait. And sitting next to me, Chris McCarthy, he can't wait either. Great to have you back. And what an event it's been so far.
We're halfway through, aren't we?
We are.
It's absolutely flown by so far. The racing's been absolutely fantastic. We've gone through so many decades of fantastic cars that have raced around Le Mans, and we've still got a load more to go through as well, including over 20 years, I think we're going through of Le Mans cars today, which is going to be great. But competition is really wide open. You know, the points once again get reset today, and we're going to have a lot of brilliant racing, I'm sure.
Yeah, we really are. Lots to get through over the next 6 hours. We've got 3 races for you, 2 sprint 1-hour races, and then we finish with a 2-hour endurance race. We'd love to hear from you and tell us what you think of the racing you've seen, the event, the competition, a whole lot more. Get in touch using the hashtag LMES on social media, and we'll have a quick look, see what you say, and maybe read a few of your tweets and posts out. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it, to actually hear from the people that are watching right now. But lots coming up, as Chris was saying, cars crossing nearly 20 years, 2 decades. We've got we had the pre-70s on day 1. Yesterday, 70s to 80s cars. Today, we're talking 90s and noughties, with the 2010s slipping in there as well. So it's such a great era of racing, today's cars. They all are, but today,
yeah.
You know.
I think the modern cars are the ones that the drivers really enjoy driving the most. You know, they've got so much downforce, so much grip. They can really push the cars through the tracks. We've got some great tracks coming up today as well, which will really give the drivers a chance to push the cars through really fast flowing corners. You know, sometimes I think the racing that we saw from the cars in the 50s was a lot different to what we're going to see with the racing in the cars that we're going to see today.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of leaning in those earlier cars. That leaning is pretty much gone now as they lower the cars down, they stiffen up the suspension, etc., etc. We'll have a look at the talking points in the cars in just a few moments, but if you're new to this, to the Le Mans Esports Super Final, and you don't really know what's going on, here's a bit of information to help you out.
The Le Mans Esports Series Super Final is split into 4 segments taking place on 4 separate days from Tuesday, September 15th to Friday, September 18th. There are 2 categories, Pro and Pro-Am, competing for separate $100,000 and $50,000 prize pools in different machinery. Points are earned by teams battling it out over 3 races per day. The 2 teams with the lowest points after segment 1 will be eliminated. The points are reset each day, and the bottom 2 teams in Segment 2 are removed from the competition by the end of the day. Segment 3, featuring the 5 remaining teams per category, will put forward 2 drivers per race, and again 2 teams are eliminated by the end of the show, leaving us with the final 3 teams to battle it out on the final day. All 3 drivers will compete in the final races, with the winning Pro-Am team receiving $17,500, but with the Pro Champions walking away with a huge $35,000 prize.
Not bad, is it? Quite decent sums of money. I've got a little chart here. I did some maths yesterday. I sat out in the corridor with my tongue out whilst doing some very, very complicated mathematics. And I worked out today, if you get eliminated today and you're in the Pro-Am class, if you come last in today's ladder, I'll explain it a bit more in a bit more detail actually, you walk away with $1,250 per team member. That's a $3,750 prize there, and $5,000 if you leave in 4th place. That's $1,667. You might have to give a bit of change back there, each team member. That's in the Pro-Ams. The Pro guys, if you leave today, well, $7,500 or $10,000 depending on where you fit in. And Chris, that is because we mentioned it in that bit of VT just there, how it works, but we lose drivers, we lose teams each day going into tomorrow's big final.
Yeah.
And it's high stakes, really high stakes financially, and of course you lose the opportunity to win the whole thing if you get eliminated.
Yeah, we're on an elimination format at the moment, you know, going through each day. Tomorrow is where the points really count, where we reset the points once again. But today it's all about the elimination format, and both days so far going into often the last few laps of the last race, we've been working out the points, me and Harry trying to do our best maths to work out, you know, sometimes there was only a point in it, and if someone finished, you know, 5th rather than 6th, 6, that will see them go through to the next day. So
Yeah.
it's often the teams lower down the field that we were concentrating on more than the teams higher up. However, as me and you spoke about last night, if you can qualify at the head of the field at the end of today, then that's going to give you a big advantage going into tomorrow.
Yeah, so tomorrow the grids for each day are set by the previous day's points. So if you lead the day or leave the day with the highest number of points, you will start on pole tomorrow. And it's really, really important actually when we look ahead to tomorrow, and also when we look a bit to today as well, because up until now we've had one driver per team per race. But in the format now, with 5 teams remaining in the pros, 5 teams remaining in the pro-ams, we've now got 2 drivers. Each team puts out 2 drivers, and if they're the highest point scorer from yesterday, they lock out the front row. If they're the second highest points, they now are in second row as well. So it has a lot of tactics will come into play. And I was talking to Tobin Lee last night. He did so well with Lazarus. We'll come to them in just a second. And I said to him, if you guys are now finished with the highest number of points, so tomorrow you're going to have a front row lockout. What's your strategy? You're going to send one person off and get as much distance as they can and use the second driver to hold up the traffic. And he said, that's exactly what we're going to do.
Yeah.
So it's just, I thought, okay, reveal your hand a bit early there, Tobin, but it is what you do, isn't it? It's the game.
Yeah, it's what everyone would do.
Yeah.
It's not even just in this competition, but in any race, if you're a team where you have the advantage of 2 drivers at the front, you're not going to say to those 2 drivers, right, battle as hard as you can and let's let everyone else join in the fight. You're going to say, well, let's use this to our advantage. Let's have that driver in second, not completely white line defend it everywhere, as you would say, but, just drive it, at 50%, 75%, and hold the rest of the field up. Create a battle for second place. That will allow the leaders to get away. And with the competition as high standard as it is in Le Mans Esports, you give a driver 2 or 3 seconds advantage, it's game over.
Although, if the plan is I'm going to disappear off and you have to hold the rest of them up, if the person who goes out ahead and leads makes a mistake, that plan will quickly unravel.
Yeah, there's definitely some ways around it. These are very fast drivers. You could almost say that to the driver in third, if you have a team that are third and fourth, the driver in third could just miss their braking point, so to speak, at one area and then get round. The one thing we have to take into consideration is it's about scoring points. So even if you don't win a race, if you have 2 drivers that score a lot of points and the second driver in your team risks that defensive strategy and then finishes 5th, then you won't be the team that walks away and starts the next race on the front row. Yeah,
that is very true. Now, if we look back to yesterday briefly, I mentioned Tobin Lee. I did chat to Tobin Lee straight after his endurance race. The first time we saw Tobin Lee out from Lazarus. So they played a very interesting game. When it comes down to seat time with the drivers, with the teams, they're allowed 10 hours maximum over the 12 races. So it's quite interesting to see how they're going to play it. And we didn't see Tobin on day 1 at all.
No.
We didn't see Tobin on the first 2 sprint races of day 2. So it was the 6th race of this event that we saw Tobin make his appearance. And what an appearance that was. And it's such a good strategy for Lazarus, because now, as we know, Tobin is going to be in every single race because he has to for the number of hours they have available to them.
Yeah, Lazarus have played the perfect strategy so far. It's a strategy that we talked about. It can be risky, because if you then don't go and qualify in pole position when you do bring in that fast driver and you say finish 3rd in the points, then the strategy is not going to quite work as you want it to. But Lazarus have 3 very strong drivers. They scored the most points out of anyone across both days, so they have been consistently the best team. Their lowest finish so far has been 2nd, so incredibly consistent performance from them. Tobin then came in and took the win and took it fairly comfortably. In the end, he's now only done 2 hours, which means he's going to do every single race now for the rest of the competition, and they're looking in a very strong position. Yeah,
I was just looking down here, glancing down at how they have done, how all the teams have done, really. Lazarus there, 3 seconds on day 1, first, second, first yesterday. The other teams, well, when we look at who the most likely rivals to them are, I think we've been fairly surprised, because going into this event, we thought Veloce, who were last year's champions, the inaugural Le Mans Esports champions, we thought they might be up there, but they've not performed as we expected, and actually we thought we were going to lose them yesterday.
Yeah, you know, they're in the danger zone
Yeah,
today.
they really
they're
are,
one
aren't
of the two teams that are in danger of going down. They're coming into this the lowest scoring team, actually, from the 5 we have remaining. And you look at some of the rest of the teams. Red Bull have won races, but they've made mistakes. They've made mistakes under pressure. Then you have the likes of Williams, who, again, have been some slight inconsistencies there. Total Performance seem to have got better and better, but they've been getting caught up in other people's incidents. So they've been, I guess you could call, the unlucky team. And Red Bull have, you know, they've made some big mistakes, including the race at Monza we had yesterday, where they were cruising round in the lead and then made a mistake passing a back marker, and it was their own fault rather than the back marker's fault.
Although looking at that, Total Performance Racing, just here they had a 6th, a 5th, a 4th, a 4th, a 4th, a 3rd. They're a bit like the Italians when it comes to football World Cups. You know, they start a bit slowly and they start to get better progressively. The Germans do it as well, you know. Start a bit slowly, then they start to find form and they peak right at the important moments. And maybe looking at their trajectory, they're starting to go on an upward curve.
Yeah, they're you know, playing the game of, you know, let's get through to the next day. What they've done very well is any time that they've been on the bad end of some luck and they found themselves at the back of the field, they've always come back through. So they've always done what they need to do. They haven't been coming back through the field and made a mistake to take themselves out of the running. They've got themselves into the points and kept themselves in the fight. And yesterday in that last race, if they didn't run out of fuel towards the end of the race, they would have finished up in 2nd place.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I know we've got a graphic to show how the eliminations have happened over the last 2 days as we go into the day 3 and then we look ahead to day 4. If we bring up the pro teams, because obviously we've been chatting about the pro teams at this stage, you can see there that we've gone down from 9 to 7, from 7 to 5, and tomorrow we're left with 3 teams, and they will have all 3 of their drivers racing in every single race. Now, yesterday in the pro team, we lost Rise. They are the only team at this stage to have earned any penalty points, and they got the most. They got 10 penalty points over the 2 days, 5 a day, so they were consistent. We did lose them yesterday. I'm not sure we were hugely surprised. I don't think they were either, but they did really well to get to that point. But then you look at the other team, Solar Vision, and they went, and that was an interesting one, wasn't it? Because Solar Vision, I wasn't sure what to expect from them. They seemed to put in some good performances.
I mean, they were, considering where they finished in the Pro Series, they were always a team that we looked at and said, you know, day 2 is where they're going to potentially struggle to get through. For them, if they got into day 3, that would have been a brilliant result.
But they weren't far off, because Veloce
no.
was struggling, and I think actually Solar Vision needed to gain 1 place, and they would have gone through, or Rise had to just overtake Veloce, and Rise did have an attempt at overtaking Veloce. They sent it down the inside, ended up stopping in the middle of the track and taking out a Pro-Am team as well. So, you know, it was an interesting manoeuvre.
Yeah, it was. I mean, if you could call that an attempted overtake, then I don't know what it is. But
ambitious,
it was. You know, they came flying down the inside. I don't think they meant to do it, but then they stopped in the middle of the track for some reason. So it was a bit of a strange one. It was them basically holding their hands up to say, you know, we didn't mean to do that. And, then we had one of the Pro-Am teams with literally nowhere to go. It was one of those where you see someone storming through a red light, like, what on earth is going on here? So
0 to 0 moment, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, it was. So you don't expect someone at turn 1 at Nürburgring to just park the car and you know get out the rig and walk off. So it was kind of what they did, really. But
the ice cream van was over there. They were a bit hungry. Maybe that's what was going on. If we have a look at the Pro-Am teams, then the Pro-Ams, well, yesterday the Pro-Ams, Hot Lappers, my word, they came good at exactly the right time. We thought that they may be disappearing off, but they really seemed to sort themselves out, didn't they?
Yeah, Hot Lappers did really, really well. They won that enduro race yesterday, and now they are definitely overall contenders.
Yeah.
You know, it was something. I think the Pro-Am class has been one of the classes where we haven't really been able to pin down a favourite. At first, it was the LM squad who we saw. You know, they got that first win on the first day, came out the blocks really quick. We thought, you know, these guys probably are going to be one of the favourites. The Hairpin Heroes overall have been the highest scorers. They've been the most consistent team overall. They've been very, very quick. Le Mans Legends actually won the first race yesterday, and we thought, well, Le Mans Legends, they're now coming into play, but then they had a disconnect in the second race, also known as a mechanical failure, if you like, and then that put them down the grid for race 3, and you know, all of a sudden in race 3 they didn't really seem to do well. As for the Tetrud Rangers, they're the lowest scorer of the teams remaining, so we'd have to say that they're a team that have nothing to lose today.
Yeah, absolutely. And on that graphic as well, we saw Apex Hunters. Now, Apex Hunters, well, that was incredible, because if you tally up the number of points they accumulated over the 2 days of racing, they were the 4th highest point scorers in Pro-Am. And they didn't make it through to day 3.
No,
it's brutal, isn't it? Because at the end of each day, the points get wiped and they start again.
Yeah, they were so fast on the first day. They did scored a lot of points on that first day, but then that just goes to show this format. The points get wiped, so it really doesn't matter how well you do on day 1. In day 2, it's irrelevant. So it might be good for your confidence and your form, but Apex Hunters just didn't really perform as we would have expected them to at times.
Maybe it was a speciality of the older cars, and as soon as they started getting a bit of new metal underneath them, they got a little bit tetchy. Who knows?
Yeah, they had a bit of bad luck along the way as well, I think. So it was a bit unfortunate for them, but. Apex Hunters sadly just missing out. It
is real battle, real competition. And the first race that we're going to today is at COTA. We're going to come to the circus in just a few minutes, actually. It's COTA, and we've got the Peugeot Talbot, the 905 Evo 1C in that race. A brilliant car, fantastic car. And Yannick Dalmas drove that car. He knows all about it, and Louise caught up with him.
Well, one of the cars that the competitors will be racing in is the Peugeot 905 Evo from 1993. But Yannick Dalmas won in a 905 in 1992 at Le Mans. Yannick, the 93 Evo was a real turning point for Peugeot, for sports car racing, and really made its mark in history, didn't it?
Yes, Louise. For me, it was in the period in my life in motor racing. It was fantastic. And the Evo, we had the sequential gearbox. The year before we have the H gearbox. It's a big difference. The engine was a little bit stronger, the rev stronger. The general evolution in the car was fantastic. Also, one thing's very, very important, and never forget, Michelin made a really good job for our car also. We came today depends the period, during the race. Sometimes double stints, sometimes during the night 3 stints with the tires. But at this time we make it double stints easily.
Right.
The car was really fast, really fast and straight. Not very easy to drive. But the racing car never easy to drive, but comfortable. The sensation, the handling of the car on a fast car. Le Mans, between the Porsche curve until the finish line. This part of the circuit is very difficult, very fast. You need a strong car. This part, and the car was not easy to drive, but very, very efficient.
Not easy to drive, but very, very efficient. There you go. That's what I'm not sure that's what you want in the car, is it? In a racing car, you want something that's fast and easy to drive. That's what I want. I don't want anything tricky in there. Let's not put any hurdles in my way. I struggle at best anyway. But there you go. Yannick giving the insight really on that Porsche, on the Peugeot Talbot, and it's such a beautiful car, such an iconic car really when you think of Le Mans. And actually, the cars we have out today, I love them. I think we've got some really good ones. We've got DBR9 out in race 2, the 007. Nonetheless,
yes.
That was quite exciting. If you like your Astons, you're going to like that one. We also have the Porsche, the Spider. That's coming out in race 2 as well. The RS Spider, very nice bit of kit. And then in 2010, we've got a bit of a BMW as well. We've got an M3, we've got a GT2 car. So that's in the naughty / 2010 creeping in there. If we take a look at today's races, where they're going to be held, it's our first trip over to America, really, to COTA. And to Sebring, and we've got Le Mans in the middle, so we're straddling the pond somewhat. We've both done our stretches, aren't we, to make sure we can span that gap. But talk us through the different circuits then. COTA, the differences between COTA and Sebring.
2 very different tracks, 2 tracks that feature on the World Endurance Championship calendar, and that's a theme that we're trying to roll through. I mean, we have had the likes of Monza and Nürburgring come in, which everyone loves those tracks, don't they? But these are 2 very different circuits. Sebring, very flat circuit, old circuit as well, isn't it? You know, the tarmac there hasn't been relaid for a while.
I think they might have lifted a bit to do some pipe work or something. They've relayed a bit over the top, but they haven't packed it in properly, and it's a bit bumpy.
Kept it in a pile somewhere and just bring it back on again. It's, you know, it's a very flat circuit. You know, it's quite tight and twisty as well. Very bumpy circuit. So it's a really, really tough one to actually physically drive. I imagine it's not one I enjoy racing around on games, to be honest. But COTA completely different. You know, lots of elevation changes.
That borrows off of so many other circuits around the world. It's got an element of Silverstone in it, really, when you think about the sweeping, flowing curves there, similar to Silverstone. And there are loads of other areas, and I know that when they put that circuit together, that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to borrow from circuits around the world and try to put together the greatest circuit on Earth. Not sure they've achieved that, but it is a very good circuit, isn't it?
Yeah. The thing about COTA is there's lots of places to overtake. You know, Sebring doesn't really have that. It's really, really difficult to overtake around there. I think that's going to be a race where strategy is going to come into play, because we're going to see strategy in every single race. You know, these cars drink through fuel. That's a hard sentence to say, isn't it?
Certainly for you, yeah. I don't struggle with that one
at all. They get few. You know what I'm trying to say.
I struggle with other ones. Don't worry. I've got my own list of words I struggle with.
Well, they get through that very quickly. So strategy is going to be coming into play in every single race, these sprint races included. But COTA, it's a lot of places you can overtake around there. You know, they got the hairpin at turn 1, and then the hairpin down the other end of the circuit as well. The last section, lots of places to overtake around there. So we're going to be able to see the drivers race around there on track rather than just on strategy as well.
Of course, the hairpin at turn 1 is on an uphill as well. So you've got a lot. You can use that uphill for braking, which is quite nice. So you can go up the hill, and it really is who's bravest going into that one, because you can actually get the car on the inside and park it and prevent the other cars from getting round, but you've got to try and prevent the undercut as well. So you're using it's amazing when you talk motorsport, your hands come out and you've got two cars going on here, and it's, for me, that makes sense, but for you, I appreciate you can't really see what my hands are doing. It looks like I'm at a disco.
Yeah.
I haven't been to a disco many years, I tell you.
They're a bit different these days, you know that. But you know, you watch any race into COTA and all the cars that go into turn 1, you think, how are they all going to get through there at one piece? And often they all don't. But there's going to be a lot of places to overtake around there. That's probably the race I'm looking forward to the most, actually. I mean, going to Le Mans, that's given us great races every day so far, so there's no doubt that we're going to get a good race around there again, and in the cars that we're going to be in, it's going to be a proper Le Mans style race, isn't it? But I'm glad to see both trips to the States. You know, 3 very different circuits, you have to say. So what we are doing is giving the 3 drivers 3 very different challenges, and I think that's what this competition is all about. And then at the end of it, 2 teams are going to get eliminated.
Yeah, absolutely. So 3 very different circuits and 3 very different challenges along the way. We've got 6 different cars going to be out on track as well. Remember, each team out on track has 2 drivers to make up the grid for today. Tomorrow, each team will have 3 drivers out on track, but we are losing 2 pro teams and 2 pro-am teams by the end of today. We'll be down to 3 of each. It's very exciting, a lot to get through. Chris is going to be back with the first race of the day. Harry Jacks is going to be in this seat, calling the shots as well. But if you've never seen any action from an esports series, here's what happened yesterday.
Well, day 2, let's kick off the racing, shall we? We start at Monza. Cars are ready, we are ready, and the green lights are on. We're off away and racing. Oh no, someone has spun already.
We expect, as they do seem to be getting a bit wide with the Rise car.
Can still just about make this, and you're in the gravel. And there we go, there's someone else now off. You can see Red Bull going around the outside. Spin! Well, Red Bull have gone round. Red Bull have been turned round. They're trying to lap the Tetra Rouge Rangers.
Going in Red Bull up the inside into the Parabolica corner. Lazarus will be crossing the line to take a superb victory at the Monza circuit.
And there we go, as quickly as that, we are off away and racing. It's running wide, although 2 leaders are off in the pro class already.
The inside and then the outside of the corner as they go through. There's a little bit of contact between that, but he just about held on to that. I don't know how he saved that. We're on board with the Veloce car, aren't we? That's the Williams ahead, getting completely sideways by themselves. They've just about held on to it. There's no point finishing the race just behind someone. There's a little bit of contact in before the curve. They both get away with it just about. Gone a little bit wide on the curb, which has then taken them almost into the barrier. Fortunately, Rise having quite going up the inside.
Oh no, that's Williams almost going round. Lazarus may be held up here. Almost contact there with Red Bull, and indeed the Lazarus car making contact. Through the chicanes they go to the final time, and it looks like Red Bull Racing have done just enough to hold on, and Robin Bechter celebrating as he comes across the line there. getting ready to go. You can see the tyres smoking already, and off we go. We're away and racing then in the endurance race on day 2 of the Le Mans Esports Series. And Hairpin Heroes have just dived down the inside. That's Tetrud Rangers. They've dived down the inside to take 4th place on the inside of the LM squad, and here go the Apex Hunters now, drawing alongside the LM squad, and through they go. We'll come back to that.
Battle going on.
Yep, Lazarus down the inside of Total Performance Racing, and they're going to be on the outside now, going through turn number 2. Overtake, that's all Solar Vision go ahead.
Yep, so this is into the chicane at the end of the lap. So going in deep was the Red Bull, wasn't it? And Solar Vision Racing judging it to perfection.
This is Tetrud Rangers, and at this point, halfway round the corner, they're going to go, actually, we'll come in.
Is he on the back of another car? Good run alongside.
But alongside here go the Tetrud Rangers, and that should be moved on.
So they're just going up. It's not even up this. I think they just outbrake themselves. They've just tapped the rear quarter panel block. They've stopped obviously to try and hard.
But out front, Lazarus Racing are going to take the win, their 2nd win of the competition. Well, welcome back, everyone. We're getting very close to the first race of the day now. This segment 3 of the competition, the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. And joining me in the studio is Harry Jacks. Harry, welcome back. Halfway through the competition now, we're getting to the business end of things, aren't we? 5 teams left in each class, and at the end of the day, we're only going to have 3 left.
Yeah, we've seen some great racing so far, and obviously today we're introducing the 2 drivers per team format. So although we're down to 5 teams per class, we're actually going to have 10 cars on track per class. So the most we're going to see at any point during the Super Final. It'll be interesting to see how the team dynamic works, how the drivers work together with their teammates to try and maximise their results in each of the 3 races.
And talk us through the tracks that we're going to be racing at today.
Yeah, so the first one up, we've got the Circuit of the Americas now, a track that's really split into sort of 3 main sectors. So the first one, you're going up the hill, nice wide apex into turn 1, so a good one for the opportunist with their moves that they want to make. And you then go down the hill, and you've got the fast-flowing S's section, always getting slower as you go through them, so you've got to have the car on a knife edge through there to be fast. You then got the nice long back straight to set up any kind of overtaking moves into a turn 12 hairpin. And then the end of that lap on the Circuit of the Americas is quite sort of tight and twisty. You're really working the tyres quite hard. So it's going to be interesting to see if they've got the setup dialed in to maybe look after those tyres, and that we might even be seeing some pit stops around the track as well in the sprint races, let alone the endurance races.
And we saw some highlights there from yesterday. You know, we saw some great racing, some car surfing as well, which was an odd one. But overall, some good racing as well.
Yeah, it's been the case for the last 2 days. Day 1 and day 2, pretty much every single race we've had good racing up and down the field, which is what we like to see. And I'm going to be pretty sure today's going to feature more of the same, if not even more than what we have had.
And strategy came more into play yesterday, didn't it? It's particularly in that endurance race, we had more pit stops than we have all week. Today, that's going to become even more present, isn't it? Yeah,
it's a great opportunity for teams to make up any lost time, or maybe get an undercut on somebody if they find themselves stuck behind a car and they can't quite make an overtaking move happen. So yeah, we had that in the endurance race yesterday, and then today we're expecting, I think, in the sprint races to have pit stops as well as the endurance race. We're probably going to see multiple pit stops at that point. So it's going to be interesting to see how they adapt on the fly. They can't just go into every race thinking, well, we're going to pit on this lap because we know it's the fastest. You have to adapt to what's happening in the race and your competitors around you. So they've got a lot to think about.
And this era of cars we're going into now, is this an era of car that you enjoy?
Yeah, 2 very different cars now on display for the first race. We've got the 93 Peugeot 905. So you look at that car and you think that is a Le Mans racer. You've got a lot of horsepower, 640 horsepower, 750 kilos there. So it's really going to be a joy to drive. And the Pro-Am guys have got the 94 Nissan Cunningham 300 ZX. So that, I think they're going to enjoy mostly down the straights with the 780 horsepower in that thing, 600 torques. But the downside is over 1,200 kilos. So I think if going through the corners, it might replicate somewhat of a cross-channel ferry for them, unfortunately, but I think they'll enjoy it down the straights, probably just not so much into the braking zones at the end of them.
And Le Mans, we're going to Le Mans once again, as always, but we're the modern layout as well.
Yeah, so that's always going to provide opportunities for just a couple more overtaking, opportunities for the drivers. Don't get quite much of a slipstream run down into the mile-stand corner that we've seen over the last few days. With that big long back straight that they've got there, introducing the chicanes means that you're going to potentially see 2 more attempts to make an overtake if you can get close enough out of Tetra Rouge.
Right, let's have a look at the first track again in a bit more detail. So we're going to be starting at the Circuit of the Americas. We'll have a quick look at that now.
Yeah, so there's the SS section that we were talking about, and then you've got the long back straight into the tight corner. That's going to really make it interesting in terms of overtaking opportunities. Turn 1, as I said, a nice wide apex up there, so lap 1 is going to be a real hot spot for those guys to try and make up any moves that they can. But obviously with the team aspect of essentially looking like Noah's Ark, 2x2, they've got to make sure that if you're the guy behind, you've got to get past your teammate if you want to be looking at overtaking other teams as well. So they're going to have to play that carefully and decide who they want to be leading their team off the first race.
And as Harry said, we're going to have 2 drivers out now from each team. So let's have a look at the grid for the first race. We'll bring that up for you now. So here is the grid. Lazarus have a front row lockout. As we said, it goes by teams. 5 teams out there. 10 drivers, and the front row for Lazarus Racing, Dan Neiman and Tobin Lee. Row number 2 then, Red Bull Racing. They've got Robin Bechter and Aurelian Mallet out on track. Row number 3 will be filled by Williams Esports with Isaac Price and Kuba Brzezinski. Row number 4 will be Total Performance Racing with Jacob Bokit and Aaron Martin Pilkington. And then on the back row with some work to do, Tom Lartalou and Isaac Gilson. Now into the Pro-Am, the Hot Lappers have the front row. Ended with a win yesterday. Zach Taylor and Wesley Augusto will be out on row number 1 for them. Row number 2 is the LM squad with Gary Mitchell and Alex Harrison. Row number 3 behind the LM squad next along, we have the Hairpin Heroes with Stormski and Van Altenried. Then on row number 4, it will be the Le Mans legends, Iori Oki and Daniel McLeod. And on the back row, the Tech Rouge Rangers, Guillaume de Silva and Richard Mills.
Yeah, so those teams at the back of their classes really need to be looking at trying to make their way forward as quickly as possible. We've seen how important it can be to get a good start to the day to make sure you're not putting the pressure on yourselves later on into the endurance race, especially as we've seen a few disconnects happen, and it's something you cannot obviously plan for. You need to try and build yourselves up so if you run into any misfortune, you've always got yourselves prepared.
Well, the way it's going to work is they're going to be scoring points. The point system for this, 25 for the win, 18 for second, 15 for third, then 12 for fourth, 10 for fifth, and we work down in twos. The team with the most points at the end of this race will start on the front row for race number 2. So even if you don't win, it's just about scoring points.
Absolutely. It's what they want to be aiming for. That's the name of the game. Get the points on the board as soon as you can.
Right, here we go. Let's go straight to the race now. We are going to get race number 1 of day 3 underway. And to remind you, the first race will be at the Circuit of the Americas. Will be in cars from 93 and 94. Cars in vision for you now. Lazarus Racing is the team on row number 1. Any second now, the green flag will wave and they will be off, away and racing. It's Red Bull Racing on row number 2, Williams behind that, then Total Performance Racing and Veloce. The Pro class are set off. 30 seconds later, the Pro-Am class will be set off. Lazarus now, let's see what tactically they are going to do. Are they going to swap positions? Yes, they are, but Red Bull Racing look like they're going to get the pair of them, and Red Bull Racing have gone through to take victory. Lazarus too concerned about each other, and Red Bull have gone through to take through. It looks like one of the cars had a bit of a spin. We'll pick that up in just a second. What a start there though, Harry. Red Bull go through into the lead.
Yeah, great start for the Red Bull car. I think Tobin Lee perhaps in the second. Lazarus just went too deep, almost blocked off his teammate, and that allowed the Red Bull to get up the insides. The Pro-Am guys now set off. We'll see how they handle the wide apex of turn 1 for the first time.
Yeah, here go the Hot Lappers. I'm here in one of the Williams cars. It was that spun. We'll pick that up in just a second. Oh no, one of the Hot Lappers cars has gotten round. Gets back going again. I think the other Hot Lappers car was involved in that. So from the front row, Hot Lappers have gone down to about 5th and 7th place. It's a disaster for both teams starting on the front row of the grid in both classes. The Hot Lappers dropping all the way down to the back of the field there, Harry.
Yeah, disaster for both front row starters in both classes. Even worse for the Hot Lappers compared to Lazarus. They just are so unexpected. We knew it was a good overtaking opportunity for the guys to have, but you think if you locked out the front row, you wouldn't expect the guys behind you to be able to get that much of a run to then overtake both of your cars into that corner. But unfortunately, that's what's happened for those guys.
You just go, innit? I don't know what they were thinking there. You just got to try and get on with it. So Lazarus have now got some work to do. They're sat there in second place, it appears. Red Bull Racing leading the way. So that is the Lazarus car in vision ahead of one of the Veloce cars. They are in 4th and 5th, it appears, on track. And then behind that, the first of the Total Performance Racing cars. Though a good start this by the Veloce team. They've got themselves up into 5th place. Yeah,
capitalising on the errors and crashes from the other teams. I think it was the Aurelian Mallet Red Bull down in 9th, and the Williams of Isaac Price got turned around. It was down in 10th place. So disastrous first lap for them. Only a 1 hour race, so not too much time for them to make the moves happen as we've got the Veloce car in between the Total Performance Racing cars. That's a dodgy place to be at the best of times.
Yeah, it is. We're looking at the Red Bull car leading the way. Looks like one of the hot lappers cars in Pro-Am has just got up to 3rd place, so they are quickly recovering. But Red Bull would have not expected to be in the lead so early on. For Lazarus, that tactic of that they said yesterday, which Tobin was telling us about trying to defend and the other car trying to clear off it. It looked to me as if the Lazarus car on the outside was just trying to let the car on the inside go through. But brilliant driving from the Red Bull racing car to get up the inside. They're now leading early doors. It's a long race though, 34 laps. How many pit stops do you reckon we could be expecting in this one?
Likely one pit stop, I'd imagine, depending on how they've got the car set up with fuel saving. Also, we heard Tobin talking about that yesterday about, he's got a notepad next to him about how much percentage he needs per lap to get to at a certain point in the race. Yesterday, they'll have a similar thing for these cars today as well. But just a great opportunistic move by Betka there in the Red Bull to see the Lazarus cars having their own sort of incident, as we've now got side-by-side action through the end of the S's section on the first sector, lap 2, and that looks like a move possibly for the lead in Pro-Am.
Yeah, I think that's the LM squad going past Hairpin Heroes, so a change of lead in the Pro-Am class, and indeed that's confirmation. LM squad ahead of Hairpin Heroes here, so just like they did on the first day, the LM squad now leading the way, and the most consistent team, the high scorers overall, the Hairpin Heroes. They're doing a great job in 2nd place, but we've got an off in the background, 2 cars off in the back of picture. We'll pick up who that is in just a second, but 2 cars off. The LM squad there side by side with each other, I think, as they now make their way out of the hairpin and down the back straight.
Yeah, that turn 10 left-hander, it's so easy flat in most cars, but you come to these kind of areas and you have to have a lift through there, and sometimes if you make a bit of contact you find yourself getting dragged off out into the gravel, and that is what's happened.
Le Mans Legends and Hot Lappers were the 2 cars that went off, it looks like, and the Hot Lappers the ones coming off the worst. So this is really not going well for the Hot Lappers at all, as although they've got a car towards the front, Harry, one at the back, their points aren't going to be so good.
No, they need to be looking at forward at this point. That's the only way they can look at it. As these lot are getting very close together. They need to be careful to make sure they're not going to be running into each other, as we've got cars dragging each other off on the exit once again. It's so easy to do in these cars. They need to be careful, because they do that too many times. They're going to keep losing time, keep losing positions. They might end up in the steward's room as well.
Yeah, they've got to be careful out there. They are being watched as well. As ever in the Morning Esports series, we've got eyes in all places. The LM squad, you can see, just trying to get themselves back into play here. So all teams with 2 drivers out there trying to score points. And although some of the teams are doing well up the front, they've also got drivers down the back of the field. We haven't really got a hugely consistent team out there at the moment.
No, you're absolutely right. And I say it's one of those aspects of this format where if you're one driver in the team and you're having a poor race, you can almost rely on your teammate to try and maybe pick up the points at the front. But if you're both struggling, it could be twice as bad as we've seen over the first 2 days, where a team you're fighting against have got 2 front positions. They're going to be getting so many points.
Right, we're going to have a look at the replay of the start. So let's watch what happened to the Lazarus team, Harry.
Yes, you can see the race leader starts on the outside, essentially, of turn 1, and this is the car we're looking at now. Up the inside goes the other Lazarus car, going in deep. The Red Bull's already there, and then in the midfield you can see is that the Veloce car.
No,
it's the Williams car being turned around, isn't it? So we'll have to try and pick up who it was who made contact with them. But unfortunately, we've got Williams still up in 3rd, so that's not too bad. But it's Isaac Price, race winner from yesterday, or sorry, day 1, wasn't it? He's now down in 7th place. So we've got the Total Performance Racing cars down in 8th and 10th at the moment, split by the Veloce.
It was that car on the inside, the car that started 2nd for Lazarus, just got it all wrong. It looked like the other Lazarus car was going to let them through, but just misjudging the braking point, and the Red Bull car certainly didn't do that, and was rewarded for that, as that car now leads the way. So it's Williams still in 3rd, despite that other car being turned round. Kuba Brzezinski in 3rd for them. So it's Red Bull leading from Lazarus, from Williams in 3rd place. 3 different teams in the top 3 positions, and then I think the next car along is the 2nd of the Lazarus cars.
Yeah, so it's not really gone to the form book that we would have thought. We had Tobin Lee yesterday speaking about how you're expecting teams maybe to try and use one car to back another team up and let your lead driver get away, but at the moment they're not actually next to each other on track, pretty much no team at all, so they can't use that tactic. They're pretty much in a battle for themselves until they can find themselves with their teammates.
We're on board with one of the Veloce cars. This is Tom Lartalou that we are on board with, currently in 5th place, which is good performance so far, because Veloce coming into this perhaps the lowest ranked team, and the Lazarus car pulling over and just allowing the Veloce car through that.
I think he lost the rear end perhaps on the exit curb of that tight left-hander. They're side by side through coming into the penultimate corner. The Lazarus car on the inside, just about running the Veloce car off the track, again losing the back end once more. And I think the Veloce car might be through on the exit, and he is up into 4th place.
Yep, good stuff there. It just looked like these cars can get out of shape in weird scenarios sometimes, can't they? And it just looked like he pulled over to let him through, but indeed just losing the rear end. But we're going to go back to the battle at the head of the field in the Pro-Am class, briefly on board with the hairpin heroes there. They are at the back of this lead trio. I can see one of the other Hot Lappers cars has just moved up into 7th place. That's the other car trying to recover. Of course, they had their own incident at the start of the race, but look at this. Big battle going on down in the midfield in Pro-Am.
Yeah, we're in that dangerous part of the circuit, almost coming up to the back straight as well. So they're going 3 wide into the hairpin. That's not advised. The turn 11 hairpin, that's a car running wide now, being shuffled to the back of that train. That's so easily done. Now, if you find yourself on the outside of a hairpin and there's 3 cars up your inside, then you're always going to be shuffled towards the back, and unfortunately that's where they are now.
Yeah, the Le Mans Legends filled the last 2 places, sadly. That is one of the Le Mans Legends cars, the one that is further up the field. I think it's the 2 LM Squad cars and a Hot Lappers car ahead of them as they come up to the right-hander here. So the Le Mans Legends cars just trying to work their way through the order. Towards the left we go. This is the real tight and twisty section that ends the lap.
They're already being lapped, aren't they?
Aren't they? Wow.
That's the difference in lap time and performance of these cars, and that's terrible timing for these pro class cars to come and try and lap them. We've got contact, the Veloce car round.
Yep, Veloce being turned round there. I think that was one of the Red Bull cars that was involved in that. And that is, let's see which Veloce driver. That was Tom Lartalou that was turned round, sadly. He's going to have to try and get going again. Wow, what a race to pick to start in terms of car and track combination. It's already caused a few incidents here. Now, one of the Tetrud Rangers cars has dropped to the back of the field, but just looked like the Veloce car stuck on the outside, trying to make a move around the outside and didn't quite work out. Behind that, Total Performance Racing and the other Veloce car briefly side by side as they now go up towards turn number 1 on lap 6.
Yeah, this circuit really does lend itself to saying nose to tail, and it's so easy to just tap the rear end of another car. We see it happening again, another Veloce car involved in an incident, this time turning around the Total Performance Racing car on the exit of turn 1.
They're going to have a talking to at the end of this race, aren't they? Not leaving each other alone at all here. And you can really tell that we're getting into the second half of the competition now. There's a lot at stake here. If you can get yourself into the top 3, then you're taking home some pretty big cash. And I think you can see just what is at stake as we are in the first 10 laps of this first race.
Yeah, this race is going to be busy from start to finish for pretty much every driver. Even if they're on their own in class, they're going to find themselves either being lapped or doing the lapping. It looks like every 5 laps or so at this point that they're going to be coming up on cars to do that. So you're never going to get a chance to have a breather, even though you might have a bit of a gap in your class. But a perfect place to actually catch these cars and overtake them is down the back straight.
And I think not having a breather, I think that's going to be the case for us as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's going to be a race that's going to be almost impossible to follow, as here one of the Veloce cars trying to get past what looks like the Hot Lappers car, and through it goes. This is one of the LM Squad cars, I think, as it comes around the right-hander. Might be one of the Tetrud Rangers cars, sorry, that is just ahead of the LM Squad car as it comes into the left. So leading this gaggle of cars in it is one of the Total Performance Racing cars with one of the Veloce cars as well. We'll get a rundown of the order shortly, but busy in both classes, as you said, either with cars trying to lap cars or the Pro-Am cars being lapped themselves.
Yeah, it looks like a nightmare, quite frankly, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You're going through that tight and twisty section from turn 13 through to turn 16. You've got 2 pro class cars trying to go round about 3 Pro-Am class cars at the same time. It's just carnage at the moment. They're just about finding the way through. Hopefully they'll settle down a little bit and stop turning each other around at some point and just focus on their own driving and see what they can do lap time wise, because they need to start pushing on now. The laps tick by quite quickly in these sprint races, and the more accidents you find yourself getting involved in, the more time you're going to be cost and the less laps you're going to have to make up what you have lost in those instants.
Right, so let's get a run through of the order then, as we are on to lap number 7 of 34. So only a few laps in. So it's Red Bull from Lazarus, from Williams from Lazarus. So Lazarus currently holding the most points, and it's Williams, Red Bull, Total Performance Racing, Veloce are in 8th place. Then it is Veloce and Total Performance Racing after that. In terms of your Pro-Am, it is the LM squad from Hot Lappers, Hairpin Heroes, Tetrud Rangers in 4th, then Hairpin Heroes, Hot Lappers, Tetrud Rangers, who we look at on screen, LM squad, Le Mans Legends on the back 2 positions at this stage. This is Red Bull Racing, and this looks like our lead car.
Yeah, a race of, well, 2 races going off of Red Bull at the moment, isn't it? They've got a car out front and looking pretty comfortable with Robin Becker, the car on screen that you can see. And we've seen it with Becker before, haven't we? Now, I think he's done a couple of races, well, he's won a couple of races at this point already, halfway through the super final, and this one's looking like it might be going in a similar vein. Obviously, early days still, but he's putting in a solid opening 7 laps to build that buffer to second place. But his teammate, of course, struggling with instance, down in, I think, 7th place for Aurelien Mallet.
Yeah, this is actually the 6th place car. Surprisingly, the 2 Red Bull cars look exactly the same, believe it or not. But this is Aurelien Mallet in 6th place. So up ahead, that looks like the Williams car of Isaac Price. So not far ahead, not far away from 5th place. So still time to recover. You know, lots of laps still remaining. So this is the battle for the lead in Pro-Am. We go on board with Wesley Augusto just behind that LM squad car ahead.
Yeah, you can see it squirming under traction as they try and get the power out the final corner, up the hill into turn 1. He's not going to be close enough to make anything happen on the brakes, but you can see the wide variety of lines you can take into this corner. It then pinches on the sort of the apex and on the exit of the corner, which is where we see so many of the incidents happening so far. As that corner pinches up, as you then head into the S's, you've got to find the perfect line through here, because if you get slightly offline at any point here, you're just going to keep compromising yourself as the corners come at you quick and fast.
Hot Lap is doing a good job so far, considering how the race started for them. They've done well to just keep their cool, and that's a situation that can be very hard to be in if you've done the hard work to get yourself onto pole and then you lose that in one corner. How difficult is that to recover from?
It is difficult, as we've got some side-by-side action here. This is the Top Performance race car and the Veloce car. So it's Jacob Boker, isn't it? And that's him passing Tom last. Or was he just passed Isaac Gillison out of last place? So that's Veloce down into 10th out of 10th. And Jacob Boker having a struggle so far. I think he might have been involved in perhaps an incident which we've seen so often from him and the team in general. Unfortunately, not usually their fault, it must be said, but they just seem to be an accident magnet at the moment.
Well, that was the car that turned him round, wasn't it? They were turned round by the Veloce car, so they've now caught and really passed them. And this is this battle for the lead in Pro-Am. Wow, look at that.
That's concentration if I've ever seen it, haven't I?
Concentration.
And some. Well, you can see why the car is an absolute animal to try and hang on to.
I would not want to be that car ahead at all. Look at that. Yeah, that is absolutely terrifying.
Focused. Maximum focus.
If you want to call it that, then fair enough, but I wouldn't. Going back to what we were saying before, you lose the lead after a day of hard work.
So it's one of those where, especially with it being a new day today in terms of the championship being reset, you've done hard work yesterday, like you say, to get yourselves onto the front row, to put yourself in a good position, and on the very first corner, the very first lap, the very first race, you find yourself facing the wrong way through no fault of your own. It can be disheartening, but we've seen these 3 races can chuck up so many surprises, and you can't let it get to you. Just got to get on with the job at hand, and that's exactly what they are doing, trying to reclaim what was theirs.
I'm sure we'll get a shot of Wesley if he takes the lead and see if there's a bit more of a relaxed Wesley, or if that's just a concentration face. We'll find out. This is the Pro class. It's going to be really hard. It's going to be a hard race to know where to look, but that's what we want, isn't it? A busy race out there and plenty of battles to choose from. So this is a battle further up in the Pro class. This is one of the Williams cars. This is the battle for 4th place. The Red Bull car not far behind. Lazarus in that 4th place. They're 4th and 2nd. Points-wise, they do lead the way. However, this is a really important battle, because Williams are 3rd and 5th, and Lazarus are 2nd and 4th. So currently, this is a battle for the front row in race 2.
Yeah, the Lazarus car fighting that battle by himself, whereas obviously it's the 2 Williams trying to work together to get ahead of that Lazarus car. They've got 1 car ahead at the moment. That's been the case. That Isaac going up the inside potentially into turn 1. He's trying it across the apex of the corner, can't quite get alongside enough to make that move stick, but he is close enough to be in a position to try a lunge and see if he can catch anyone off guard in front.
Now, at the moment, Williams are scoring. They're scoring 25 points. Lazarus are scoring 30 points, so there's 5 points difference between them as we now make our way down towards that bottom backstage of the circuit. This is the downhill hairpin, isn't it?
Yeah, we're looking
Big
to try and,
opportunity.
yeah, try and set up a move down the back straight into the turn 12 hairpin. This is a potential overtaking opportunity into 11 itself, but of course any move you do potentially pull is going to leave you vulnerable going down the as I was just having to think about what he might want to do. He's just missing the beard to make that really come to life, isn't he? But you can see, just thinking ahead as to how he wants to make the move happen, because I think he probably feels, and I think we would probably feel as well, that he tends to be a little bit quicker, the quickest Williams driver, I think, arguably, but at the moment he's stuck behind not only the Lazarus head, but maybe his teammate. So it'd be interesting to know if he's asking his teammate to back the Lazarus car up, or if he wants his teammate to go up the road and just let him have a one-on-one fight.
He looks absolutely petrified out there, doesn't he? So in terms of the battle now, if this Williams car gets ahead of Lazarus, a second and a fifth would leave them on 28, and it would be 27 points for the Williams team. So there'd only be a point in it in terms of a front row lockout or a second row lockout. And there we go. That's a move down the inside. Good move that happened. Oh no! I spoke too soon. Oh dear. Red Bull are now going to catch, and the Red Bull car is going to go through.
Yeah, it's a fact that we've seen so many times where a car goes up the inside, and if the car that's being overtaken on the outside doesn't give it up and they make a bit of contact, they just end up sort of glued together almost, and they can't separate. And, well, the Lazarus car pretty much had to stop to let Isaac go through, and obviously the Red Bull of Aurelien Mallet has capitalised on that, and he now splits them. So the Lazarus car going from bad to worse now.
Real shame that, because it looked like the move was really on, but just didn't quite work out in the end. Now, this is the same battle here. So the Red Bull car now in a position to jump up into third place. So good driving from the Red Bull car to be in the right place to capitalise at the right time as they go down towards turn 11. Battle for second place going on. Let's check in with our Pro-Am leaders. We haven't checked in with them for a while, and I think it's getting even closer now. There's more teams, more cars coming into play. So this is the battle at the head of the field for Pro-Am. Coming up towards the final corner. The LM squad lead from the Hot Lappers. Then it's the Hairpin Heroes and the Tetrud Rangers, only 2 seconds back. And I've got to say, pre-show, I was, when myself and Bryn in the build-up talking about the Tetrud Rangers, I was almost writing them off, given the points that they'd scored so far. But doing a great job here so far. They're kind of ripping up the form book, the Tetrud Rangers, and bringing themselves into the fight for the lead. There they are. The car at the back coming into screen, just at the back of view there. So doing a good job, Tetrud Rangers. Yeah,
and the beauty of the format of this series is that every day is new. The form book is useful to some degree, but of course when we come into each new day, we've got a new era of cars to be jumping into. They handle completely differently, drive completely differently to what they would have done the day before and what they were using. So a good example of that is the Apex Hunters. Now they're not featuring here today. Day one they were joint top scorers in the Pro-Am class, and then yesterday they were nowhere and eliminated. It can change as quickly as that. So Tetrud Rangers maybe going on the opposite side of things, of just about scraping through, and now today might be their day to show us what they can do.
Well, Rich Mills, we've seen him twice. He's done 3 hours. He's the car in fourth. He's had a fourth and a fifth place. That's their lowest finish, fifth. It's not bad at all, is it? But when you're in the last day and there's 5 teams and 3 have to go, finishing fourth and fifth through every race bar one would suggest that you're in danger to go out. But if they can score consistently, then they'll give themselves a good shot. But we're about a third of the way through this race now. First pit stops, or the pit stops, not going to be a huge amount away now, we'd expect.
Yeah, I think they'll be maybe towards lap 25 or so, I'd reckon. They're not sort of pushing 2 fuel loads, I don't think. Right. Obviously, they'll have to look at the tyre situation as well, because this track is very demanding on tyres. We've seen that from what we had in the Pro Series qualifying event at this track. They were struggling with tyres towards the end of the race, trying to do no stops in the cars they had back then. These ones will need fuel, but it's whether the tyres run out before that point or not. But if it's purely on fuel, around lap 25 is when we might see the trigger pulled.
Lap 12 of 34. Our leaders are on now in the Pro class. Red Bull Racing leading by 5 seconds over the Lazarus car. This is the second Lazarus car in view, and it's coming into pit lane. So
they're
there we
pitting
go.
early,
Yes.
so they're obviously going for the undercut. The opposite side of things are pitting early to then run almost dry on the tank towards the end of the race, rather than running it dry through the middle of the race. So a similar strategy to what Red Bull have normally deployed over the last few days. You can see in the pit lane they'll be getting new tyres, a full tank of fuel to take them to the end, and obviously they need to be working out where they're going to play in terms of traffic and where they're going to come out. So obviously we can see at the moment there's a lot of traffic coming up ahead, so maybe this is a tactical decision to get them out of that battle and get some clean air.
With two cars out there, you've got the beauty of using completely two different strategies and seeing which ones work, right?
Absolutely. So they would have done a lot of practice to work out which strategy is going to be the quickest. But of course you need to just there's a bit of contact there between that's the leaders of Pro-Am, is that not? Just being lapped by the Red Bull, but they're now going side by side. So the leader, or the Red Bull of the Pro class coming through the Pro-Am lot, has now shuffled up their order. They're side by side down towards the turn 12 hairpin.
Yep, here we go. LM Squad leading the hot lappers here. This is a battle in the Pro-Am class. We are looking at the battle at the head of the field, and the hot lappers looking to go to the outside. LM Squad defending on the inside, and good defensive driving. So Wesley Augusto in that hot lappers car stays back in second for the time being, but trying to find another opportunity to get through as they come up towards turn number 16. Through the left-hander at turn 16, not quite able to get through. Now, that car in third place with the Lazarus car ahead has a chance to potentially close in, as we see the Lazarus car here lapping the hot lappers car. Oh, look at that, sneaking through both in one hit. Hairpin Heroes, the car in third place, trying to catch, but it's getting a bit busy out there, isn't it, with all the pro field coming through the Pro-Am field. We go on board with the hot lappers. There you can see one of the Williams cars trying to make their way through. The two Williams cars find themselves together on track now. And the battle for the lead in Pro-Am it's been going for a number of laps. I think since the very start of the race, these two have been fighting with each other, but the hot lappers just unable to find a way through.
Yeah, and that's pretty much been the story for most racers that we've seen so far the last 2 days. They're always nose to tail, and it's just working out how you can get ahead. Because I'm sure this will be a cork in the bottle situation where once they get through, they might be able to stretch their legs away at the front, but they just got to try and find that gap in the first place.
Now, Hairpin Heroes came in. The car in third place has come into the pits. So we've had at least one from each class come in, and two cars that were at, well, I'd say that the Lazarus car wasn't really at the head of the field, was it? But this one certainly is. So at least one from each class now in.
Yeah, so they're obviously looked at the strategy beforehand, weighed up their options during this race to see how it would have been playing out. A big number 11 being left on the circuit by the 300ZX, all that power being put through the new tyres. That's going to warm them up nice and quick, isn't it?
Yeah.
As they then go through the S's, which now warm up the fronts as well. So it's pretty easy to get the tyre temperature into the tyres, as we're now on board with or looking at the second Williams just behind his teammate.
Yeah. Now this is where you could have team tactics come into play. You could put the Williams car ahead is just going to move out the way if caught. If not, they're just going to follow each other, or perhaps even push each other around down the straights.
Yeah, they'll need to be having a discussion between who's fastest at this point of the race and whether it's worth letting the second car go through or not, or whether they just follow suit and just work together to try and drive as quickly as they can. But they need to be careful with Aurelien Mallet behind them. Obviously, a very quick driver. We know that we've seen many times in this super final already how good he can be, but they look reasonably comfortable to the Williams duo at the moment, although they're not quite able to make an impression on Tobin Lee's Lazarus ahead of them.
Up to the hairpin. We're looking at this second Williams car in view. Now, it's very close in terms of points, isn't it? The other Lazarus car came in, which was indeed one of the front runners as well. It was up there in the top 5. That car came in, so we don't really know the battle between these two teams. This is the main battle in terms of team points so far, but don't forget we've got one of the Red Bull cars leading and another one there in 5th place. So again, we have to consider them as well. It's a three-way fight in Pro. That's the situation. To remind you of the format, the two drivers out there are scoring points for their team. It's the same point system as we ran yesterday, and then the team with the highest points at the end of the race will be on pole, will be on the front row for race 2. And race 2, let's remind ourselves where that is. That is the Le Mans race, isn't it?
It is, yes. So they'll be using the 2008 Porsche Racing RS Spider and the 2006 Aston Martin DBR 9 for that. That's an overtake for the lead in Pro-Am, isn't it?
Yeah, Pro-Am leaders swapping places. Hot lappers go through into the race lead. Now really have to try and put their foot down here and try and break the toe. The LM squad, what are they going to do? Are they going to try and fight straight back? You'd have to assume that they will as they go down towards turn number 12. Defending the inside there is the Hot Lappers car, but running deep on the brakes, and LM squad say thank you very much, and through they go.
Yeah, they've done the hard work, making the move down the straight and then outbrake themselves into the turn 12 hairpin and given the position straight back. That's going to be so frustrating. As you see at the top of the screen as well, Williams Isaacs, that's Isaac Price just overtaking his teammate there, although I think Cuba might be in the pit lane potentially. So, disappointing for Augusto. They got the move done finally and then gave it away one corner later.
Well, Wesley Augusto is wouldn't like to see him now. Wesley Augusto is not going to be too pleased at all, is he? But this goes back to the Williams car. Now the Red Bull car, the Red Bull team in the lead, they're going to be scoring 25 points and 10, so they're going to be right up there in terms of points as well. They may even be our points leaders. We'll work it out after we do our pit stops, but coming up the hill, Hot Lappers trying to get through. Oh no, they're going to be delayed there by the Williams car. Williams car will go through past LM squad round the outside. Now we've had someone go off. You could see a cloud of gravel there, so someone must have taken a brief trip off into the gravel, you'd assume, as they'd come out the pits on cold tyres. But whatever car it was, it got itself going again before we were able to see it. Oh, that's a hard track to negotiate with traffic, this, isn't it?
It really is. So there's so many tight, twisty corners, especially that first third of the track. You know, you're constantly going left to right, left to right. And if you've got a car that's trying to pass you or you're trying to lap someone, it can get real difficult. But the Hot Lappers car once again trying its best to overtake for the lead as they're going into the back of the race leader and then trying to pick up the slipstream down the pits, or the back straight, sorry, but they just don't seem to have the straight line speed to be able to make anything happen into the left-hander up ahead.
That's a setup thing, surely.
Potentially, yeah.
Down the back straight, it looked to me as if Wesley Augusto had decided, I'm going to wait for the back straight this time and see. You know, he'd done the hard work getting through, and then the back straight, he ended up breaking too deep. So I think on this occasion he decided, let's try something different, let's wait for the back straight. But as Harry says, they just don't seem to have the speed. Up into turn 16, are we going to see a move here? No, so staying behind for the time being. I mean, if the pit stops happen around this time, surely you'd come in now if you're Wesley Augusto and just give yourself a bit of clear air. Potentially,
unless of course the overcut is the better strategy. But even if it is, you might want to try your hand, because at the moment we've spent the best part of 16, 17 laps behind this car, pretty much in this exact position. As he's looking up the inside of the final corner, late on the brakes. Can he get it stopped this time? No, he can't. He's deep again. He's still holding it round the outside, but he cannot hold on to that race lead as quickly as he took it. He's lost it.
Yep. Once again, a failed attempt to get through. Up and towards turn number 1 we go. Here comes the Veloce car, and the Veloce car going down the inside there to get through. So in the background we have one of the Total Performance cars. Now I'm being told in my ear that what the Total Performance Racing team have been given a 3-point penalty, Harry, and they're not the only team to have been given a 3-point penalty.
I think Red Bull have been getting one as well for the turn 15 incident, where I think they turned around the Veloce car, didn't they? And then TPR, I think it was the Williams car at the start of the race, they turned around at the first corner.
Right.
So that's something to bear in mind going forward. The teams will now know that information during the race. It won't necessarily change what they want to do. They'll also be driving as quickly as they can. But it's something to bear in mind for us as we look towards the end of the race and how it's going to impact things.
We've got another maths class today, haven't we?
Oh, good.
We'll be working.
It's always my favourite subject, I must admit.
We'll be working it all out for you as we go along with the race. This a battle in the Pro class. So this is Williams do not have any points penalties, and that's going to put them at an advantage. Likewise, Lazarus. But sadly for the Total Performance Racing team and the Red Bull team, that is things you really don't want to be doing. It's not time penalties you get, it's points penalties, and that's something that the organisers decided to do, and it's something I am a fan of, because you are going to be more affected by mistakes. And up the inside, this is for the lead, I believe, as Williams go down the inside of Lazarus, and a good move there, getting their elbows out and barging their way through. So good driving there from Williams, who now take the lead in the Pro class.
Yeah, so Becker in the Red Bull has pitted earlier before these guys, and then Price has seized the opportunity on Lee, I believe that is, in the Lazarus car. And there's contact into the hairpin just a little bit too late. The lap traffic may be playing a part there. They've managed to get through without too many issues, but it just looked a bit ugly going through there as they're now through the infield section, just the worst place you can catch a bit of traffic, other than the first sector, of course. There doesn't really seem to be a good place on this track to catch traffic, apart from the back straight perhaps. But yeah, they managed to make their way through just about. But yeah, Isaac Price into the lead of the race. Obviously, a net second in reality, as Becker should maintain that lead after the pit stops have played out. But a bit of an elbows out move. I think it was just about fair. He was up the inside, maybe a little bit hot on the brakes, but there was still room for Tobin Lee in that Lazarus car. But I'm not a steward, so I'm not going to call it.
No, it was a good move to me. I'd say it was fair enough. It was, it was a get your elbows out move, but that's what you got to do in a competition like this. And Isaac Price, he's had a first and a second so far. He's been out once each day, got first on day one, second yesterday in that endurance race, and now he leads the first race today. And Isaac Price is going to be out in most of the races today. We do have the races that he'll be going out in, Isaac Price, and he is going to be out in this and the last race, Harry.
Yeah, so similar to what we saw yesterday's endurance race in these types of cars. The front tyres are the ones taking a pounding, especially around this circuit. There's so many NOS sections that it features. The fuel, about a quarter of a tank left, so that will obviously dictate one pit stop in this race, which they'll be looking to probably run as long as possible at this stage. But just to come back to the Lazarus and Williams battle, outside of these two at the front, it was Brzezinski who did manage to come out of the pits ahead of Neiman in the other Lazarus that we saw pitting earlier on. So at the moment we've got both Williams cars ahead of both Lazarus cars. The Red Bulls are the unknowns at the moment. They've got that points penalty to take into account, but they are ultimately leading the race overall once the pit stops are played out, unless the Williams of Price on its low fuel can make the difference in this mid part of the race. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, we're into the second half of the race now, so we will do a full run through, and it's such a busy lap. Hopefully we'll get to have a real close look at it in one of the Pro class. So it's Williams from Lazarus, from Red Bull from Veloce. Don't forget, some of the teams have stopped, some haven't. Williams, Red Bull, Lazarus, Total Performance Racing, and then rounding out the field in Pro, Veloce and Total Performance Racing. We haven't completed the pit stops yet though. LM Squad, Hot Lappers, Hairpin Heroes, Hot Lappers in Pro-Am. Then we have LM Squad, Le Mans Legends, and then behind that Hairpin Heroes and the Tetra Rouge Rangers. Now, we did have one of the Hot Lappers cars just come in there. I did see them dropping down the field, which would say that they are coming into the pits.
Yeah, and I think Tobin Lee might have pitted in the Lazarus as well, which is why we're not seeing it in the background anymore. So he's obviously gone for a lap earlier than the Williams car. As we saw them play the strategy perfectly yesterday, both of these guys. No, Price was, the Williams car was pressuring the Total Performance Racing car at the end of yesterday's endurance race. We're literally talking about 1% of fuel being enough between making it with the extra lap or not, and obviously they're looking to run it as dry as they can on this circuit today as well. That's Becker going up into second place, obviously, as the pit stops start to filter out, and it's just the Price Williams ahead of him.
This is the stage of the race where everything is just starting to take its toll now. Once we get to it, there can be stages of the race like this where it's hard to know exactly what the order is for a while. It's you got to get everyone in and back out again, and it's how they're dealing with traffic. There you can see that one of the Lazarus cars, I think that was really struggling to get through some traffic. It's the Red Bull car, in fact, that sits in second place, and I think this is the car that should retake the lead. This was our leader before the stops, coming out of turn 11, and now onto the back straight. And Red Bull Racing having capitalised after that incident at the start. And the Red Bull Racing car, now they've got themselves in a good position. However, they are carrying that points penalty as well.
Yeah, the biggest challenge they're going to find at the moment, I think they're okay on ultimate pace, but it's just making sure they get through the traffic without either having an incident. Also, we saw that cost them yesterday in the first race of the day, where they were leading around Monza and just had an accident pretty much by themselves trying to get around the Pro-Am class traffic, and ended up costing themselves a win there. Hopefully, for their case, nothing similar happens today, but with this circuit and the cars combination that we have, it's a potential to happen that they've got to be on their toes about.
Now they've got one of the Veloce cars behind them. So Veloce, is that that's
I don't think that car's made a pit stop, as I think it's Gilson.
It's gone in.
There you go.
It's gone in. Isaac's just gone in now.
Yeah, Veloci's struggling a little bit. Obviously, they had the incident early on with the Red Bull car, which is what warranted them their penalty. But in terms of total performance racing, another one in terms of on the similar boat where they're just struggling with this car and track combination, languishing down the order. So not a great start to the proceedings for those guys. So they're going to have a lot of work to do as the day goes on.
The other Le Mans Legends car is in, by the way. That's another car that is in the pit stops. So Lazarus go back up to third now that cars are starting to come in. This is Jacob Bokit, who is in 8th after pit stops. This is Jacob Bokit trying to recover after being turned around at the start, and that Total Performance Racing team also carrying a penalty.
Yeah, I think he might have passed Gilson in the pit lane, the Veloce car that we saw coming just beyond the Red Bull car about half a minute or so ago. So those two are sort of squabbling amongst themselves for the lower ends of the points, while it's Red Bull sort of at the front of the field and the midfield, sandwiching the Williams and the Lazarus cars.
I think this is Hairpin Heroes and the LM squad together coming down to the hairpin, and indeed it is. Out of the hairpin they go. This is the battle in the Pro-Am class, this for 5th and 6th is Tetrad Rangers that are just behind the Hairpin Heroes. And again, the Pro-Am still waiting for, I believe, just a couple of the teams in the Pro-Am class to come in. In the Pro-Am class, we're coming in today with no real clear favourite in the Pro-Am class. And I think that's being shown here. The Hot Lap is clearly coming in with a lot of confidence. They've had a real good start to this race. The Tetrad Rangers, the team that came in the lowest down, but they're up in 6th place, and that is their 2nd car. So they're having a really good start to the day.
Yeah, and that is so key to how the proceedings will go. Now they can not take their foot off the pedal, so to speak, but they can relax a little bit more than otherwise they might have been if they were languishing down in, let's say, 9th and 10th, of course. But yeah, like you say, not necessarily ones we're looking at as being one of the better teams so far that we've seen. They've just about sort of got through both days, but obviously a new day, new era of cars, and it seems to be suiting them maybe a little bit better than what we've had so far in this super final.
Now they have a car leading the Tetrad Rangers that is yet to come in. This the 2nd car for them. I believe this one has come in, and this is Richard Mills who has the lead. That's the one thing we saw yesterday as well.
It works for him, though, doesn't it? That's one thing, it must be said.
It does. Oh, there we go. There's Total Performance Racing coming past. So 6th place, but there is a car at the head of the field yet to come in.
You can see how difficult it is for these guys driving the Pro-Am 300ZX. You're minding your own business, and then in the blink of an eye, there's a Pro class just sliding itself in between you and the car right in front of you. The performance difference is so vast, and the speed difference is also vast there as well. So it's quite frightening to sometimes try to be navigating the first section. You think, well, this is an S's section. There's no real overtaking opportunities, but you've got a Pro class car right behind you who's going to want to make that move.
It's hard to get out of the way as well.
It really is. You go offline there and you cost yourself about 4 or 5 sequence of corners, so you can cost that much time in itself just trying to be complicit.
Sadly, it looks like we've lost one of the Le Mans Legends cars. DNF for one of the Le Mans Legends cars, so I'm going to take it that they've been hit yet again.
So they've had enough. They've already had a disconnect, haven't they?
Yeah.
That's disastrous for them.
Mistake for the car just ahead of us at the Tetrad Rangers. That's one of the Hairpin Heroes cars. Really struggling. I don't know if that car's yet to come in or something, but they really are struggling on this lap. It's the 2nd time they've got themselves out of shape. They've just got to try and calm down here, but that's a real shame. Le Mans Legends, that team won yesterday in the first race.
Yeah, there's
now they're 9th and 10th.
There's a lot of potential for them, isn't there? But they just don't seem to be able to get any good luck or good fortune going for them at the moment. But that Hairpin Heroes car seems to enjoy having another car in its wing mirrors. We saw it pretty much for the entirety of the endurance race yesterday, didn't we? They had a variety of different cars filling their mirrors, and they've carried on where they left off, basically.
Yeah, we'll start. We're pretty much there in terms of pit stops now. Let's have a look in our pro class. Yes, everyone's come in now in pro. So we've had everyone in to the pits, and in Pro-Am we were waiting for one car to come in. This is what the Veloce cars, who out of nowhere find themselves struggling, and the last of the Veloce cars is last of the Pro-Am class is in. So we can work out exactly where we are. This is our battle for the lead resumes, Harry, in Pro-Am, on board with hot lappers who are once again in second, but look at third and fourth. They are closing in. So first and second are in view there, and then there's the just out of picture behind us is where we see third and fourth. In the back of shot you can see them, third, fourth. They're not far behind at all. And in terms of seconds, 2 seconds back is third, 3 seconds back is fourth.
Yeah, they're lurking.
And 5 seconds back is fifth. It's really, really close in Pro-Am, and it's very close for the lead as we now come down the back straight, down towards turn 12. There is the hot lappers behind the LM squad who lead the way. Down to the tight left-hander, the 90 left, and there goes the hot lappers down the inside. And is that them going through? Right, it's just exactly the same we saw, going in too deep on the brakes, taking the lead for a brief second, and the LM squad retake the lead.
Yes, one of the things that we explained yesterday, wasn't it? When the cars are following this closely, and you think, well, why don't you just brake 5 meters later and make the move? That's exactly what happens. You brake 5 meters later, and you cannot make the apex of the corner, and the car you're overtaking just swings back underneath you and retakes the position. They're already on the limit as they can be, and pushing it beyond that is normally going to see them off into the marbles, or at worst into the runoff area.
Around the final couple of corners we go now, and this is going to be a battle that could go all the way to the end here.
Well, leader's a little bit wide out of that final corner. I don't think it's going to give them enough of a run to the hot lappers, but they weren't quite saying hello to the apex as they head up to turn 1 now. You can see the 2 cars ahead are the 2 leaders, but nothing doing as they go over the crest into turn 1, then down the hill into turn 2.
So not far behind, are they? Not far behind at all as we come through the SS section, and the hot lappers. You've got to say the leaders doing, the LM squad doing a real good job to hold off this constant pressure. Oh, but there we go. This is a move down the inside.
That's a Veloce car.
Yep, down the inside of Total Performance Racing, and it looks like they've allowed them back through. Either that or they're side by side with us and we are on board. But Total Performance Racing, is that 2 teammates? No, it isn't. That's Total Performance Racing and Veloce now swapping places into turn 12. We're going to be side by side, and through go Veloce running Total Performance wide. But again, it looks like they've allowed them back through.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're letting them back through, or Aaron Martin Pilkington was just sort of using the runoff area to get the position back. Yeah. An interesting one. Obviously, it was a bold move, to say the least, into turn 11 before that back straight, wasn't it? A bit of contact and lots of tyre smoke. And then they resumed it into the left-hander of turn 12 as well. And they're sorting themselves out by the looks of it. Hopefully, they won't be seeing the stewards to see who's out wrong. But they're getting pretty close towards the end of what is lap 24 for these guys. They'll be going on to lap 25 in just a few seconds. But it's looking pretty feisty. These 2 teams seem to be struggling with this track and car combination. There's a little bit of pride, as well as you're trying to get as many points as you can, as you maybe look forward to the other 2 races that might suit you a little bit better.
Through turn number 1, and we're side by side once again, and a mistake there from Total Performance Racing. Veloce trying to get through. Veloce just unable to capitalise. We've got a car behind us, a car also in the background now closing in as well. So this is about to become a 3-way fight. As through the left-hander, we go making our way now back uphill. Who is that in the background?
It's the other Veloce car, I think, isn't it? So it's about to be 2 Veloces against 1 Total Performance Racing car.
That's not what you want, is it? As they come downhill now, down to turn number 11. This is what for the last 3 positions on track, and that is a lock-up from Total Performance Racing, but they just about managed to get away with it.
Yeah, a difficult place to lock up there, because if you do, you're likely to compromise yourself down this long back straight. It looks like they might just have enough of an edge in straight line performance as the Veloce car looks to the inside, just showing the headlights as they're going late on the brakes into the apex of the corner. Can they make this one stick? Doesn't look like it's going to work out. Total Performance Racing with the traction on the outside to maintain position.
Yep, just about holding on to position, but just like we expected, it's now a 3-way fight. Veloce, they can take it in turns to try and fight this Total Performance racing car as they now come through the final few corners. Are we going to see any further changes? Veloce, we might see them swapping round here. It's looking down at the points, very close in our Pro-Am class. 31 for LM Squad, 28 for the Hot Lappers. It's close.
Yeah, it's what we like to see, isn't it? Early on, they make sure the teams are nice and close together in the championships. It looks like LM Squad and Hot Lappers just changing positions constantly. I think that might have been another move.
Back. Yeah, that was a change and a change back.
Yeah,
basically.
We've seen that's the third time that's happened now that we know of, if not any more behind the scenes. They just cannot get that move done and then stuck. It's a difficult track to try and make it happen. All the braking zones are obviously very hard and long in terms of getting the car from high speed down to low speed. And if you're trying to make that move at that point in the circuit, running wide is such an easy thing to do, and it seems to be what's catching them out. They cannot get the move up the inside and then stopped in time to hold it on the exit.
No, not at all. Back on board we go in this battle for the lead, and running a little bit wide, the LM Squad. Hot Lapper's going to draw closer, so this could be an attempt at least as they go down towards turn number 1, and there you can see the Hot Lappers pulling out of the slipstream, but the straight line speed the LM Squad have over the Hot Lappers, and that seems to be helping them just about hold on.
Yeah, I wonder if they've, there's no good putting a setup on the car that might be good for qualifying, because obviously we don't have qualifying for this format, so it's interesting that they've gone for maybe a little bit more downforce for this part of the circuit, but of course they can't use it because they're buried underneath the rear wing of the car in front, and when it comes to the straight line, they've got nothing to fight with. Maybe if it was roles reversed, they'd be able to pull a bit of a gap through this part of the track, which would then allow them to defend a little bit easier down the straights, but they cannot get track position to see if that's how it would play out.
Downhill into turn 11 for the 27th time now. Well, it should be the 27th time. Here we go down the inside. Hot Lapper's about to make yet another attempt. They draw alongside on the exit. It's going to be down to a straight line speed. Who has the advantage? And more battling going on behind this. Is this the other Hot Lapper's car and the other LM Squad car as they now go down the back straight? Yeah,
so both Hot Lappers look like they're on the move, trying to see where they are. They're behind.
On the same straight, aren't they?
They've lost the position. See, they drew side by side on the exit, didn't they? And they'd lost the track position by the time they got to the braking zone. They just don't have the straight line performance to make it count.
Yeah, in the background it was the Hot Lappers car trying to get past the hairpin heroes as they now come up to the left-hander. This is the battle for lead on screen, and still unable to get through. They've got to try something different here. They've got to try and use maybe one of the pro cars to their advantage when they're going through. But the Red Bull car, you can see how quickly they got past. As we come to the penultimate corner, are we going to see a change? The last corner, we've seen a few attempts into there. Are we going to see them try another attempt into there? Not this time, but you can see just how close they draw under braking. And out of the final corner, Hot Lappers as close as ever. Brilliant race to watch this. If these were the only two cars on track, it would be a brilliant race to watch still, wouldn't it? As they come up to the first corner.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. These two giving us plenty of entertainment. And speaking of entertainment, now the three-way fight. It's the two Veloce cars still trying to gang up on the Total Performance race car. A little bit of contact through the infield section. This double left-hander now slowing it down through the apex. Veloce trying to get the switch back. They're going to have the drive, but they're going to be on the outside of this sort of three-part right-hander with a bit of a lap traffic in there as well. They're off the circuit. The other Veloce car trying to make their way through as well, side by side into the penultimate corner. The Veloce car trying to go around the outside. Total Performance Racing holding the inside, running them wide onto the curb. The other Veloce car going three wide into the final corner. Total Performance Racing in the middle, and they somehow managed to come out on top.
Brilliant racing there. Total Performance Racing just about managing to hold off two Veloce cars at the same time. Veloce cars have got to sort out which one's going to do the attacking. Oh, well, a big lunge, and Veloce going sideways there. And that move was just never going to work, was it? Getting it all wrong into the first corner, and the Veloce car dropping back. So it's now over to the other one to try and get past Jacob Bokit.
Yeah, getting a bit excited from that final corner. Just carried it on into turn one and got a bit over-ambitious on the brakes, I think. I think it looked like they died to maybe go up the inside, but as they done that, that was the line the Total Performance Racing car was taking anyway, and it sort of backfired a little bit, and thankfully they didn't make too much contact in terms of ruining anyone's race, but they have obviously dropped to the back of the field, but at least they've got their teammate there to carry on where they left off.
In terms of pro, by the way, looking down at the points, I think Red Bull, despite that penalty, will with the results as they are, will still be pole position. Well, will take pole position for the next race. Despite that penalty of 5 points, they still lead by 5 points at this time. There is Jacob Bokert. He's been having to look behind him more than look ahead of him. He has a quick breather now before 5 more laps of Veloce cars attacking him. Tyres just look completely shot.
It's not going to be easy. So when you're driving like this, you wear through your tyres obviously a bit quicker than you would do just driving your normal racing line, isn't it? So yeah, they're really going to be pushing the boundaries of what those tyres can do. It's not just wear-wise, but temperature-wise, of course, through this section of circuit. More lap traffic ahead. Hopefully it's not going to cause them too many issues into the penultimate corner. A little bit dicey, but they've managed to survive.
Change of lead in Pro-Am. Hot lappers have gone through.
They finally got the move done, have they?
They've gone through, for now, I say. So the Hot lappers car has taken the lead in Pro-Am, which would mean that they would now be the cars starting on the front row for race 2. I'm sure we'll pick them up in just a second.
Yeah, you can see
at the top of the screen.
Yes, they've got it done and made it stick. Finally, practice makes perfect. They've managed to do it.
Here we go. Look, this is it. This is going to be the main battle to watch now. It's the battle for the lead in Pro-Am, and whoever finishes ahead out of these two will be the team that starts on the front row for the next race as they make their way down to the hairpin. Now, the 90 left. Now, this is where the LM Squad car has the advantage. Down towards the left-hand, they're under braking. Hot lappers having to defend. Oh, and we've got a Total Performance Racing car trying to lap them as well. That's the Hairpin Heroes car that was running wide. Cloud of smoke coming from them as they lit up the rears. And this is going to, well, this could lend an advantage here to the LM Squad as Total Performance Racing going to dive down the inside of the Hot lappers. And there go the LM Squad. They're going to be side by side, but not quite able to get through. The Hairpin Heroes are going to be loving this. In the background, that's the other of the Hot lappers car and the Tech Rouge Rangers car. So 4 different teams all battling away within the top 5 positions.
Yeah, great to see that kind of action. We've got on board with the Lazarus car now into turn 1 there on the back of the Williams. Both Lazarus cars on the back of the Williams. So that's, I think, Brzezinski, isn't it, in the Williams, who's fallen back into the clutches of both Lazarus cars, unless he's closed the gap and maybe ever taken one of them. We'll have to try and work out whether that's the Lazarus car working their way up to the Williams or the Williams car falling back towards the Lazarus cars, but either way, it's a 3-way fight.
I'd say it's probably the latter, isn't it? Because the Lazarus cars look pretty quick. You know, it looks like they're on form here. The fact that they're together as well would suggest to me that they're working together rather than one of them dropping into the clutches of the other. So this is going to be a busy few laps now. Well, basically, if you want to know what it's been like to be Jacob Bokert for a few laps, then the Williams car is doing a good job at finding out what that's going to be like, because here you can see Total Performance Racing is having to deal with the same thing, Harry, and this is the beauty of this format of having 2 cars from every team out on track, is that we're seeing drivers have to deal with 2 cars at the same time, and Total Performance Racing once again, those tyres are absolutely gone underneath that car, but somehow Jacob Bokert just about managing to hold off the Veloce car, but the Veloce car's found a space on the inside and through they go. Oh no, and one of the Pro-Am cars in there as well, and an incident. Veloce car going round, Total Performance Racing car also going with it, and that was one of the Pro-Am cars who was an innocent bystander in all of that. And that's, so we have one of the Veloce cars now off into the distance, the other car still in last place, and Total Performance Racing dropping to 9th.
Yeah, another incident for Total Performance Racing. They just cannot get away from them, can they? I mean, using the traffic is always a good opportunity to try and make something happen, but they're going side by side into a hairpin whilst then going 3 wide with the lapped car. It was never going to work. Unfortunately, there has been an incident. They've sort of sorted themselves out, I think, in terms of the positions that they should be in, but at the moment it's the Lazarus cars who are putting pressure on the Williams that we need to be looking at.
Well, this is the battle then, as Harry says, between Williams having to hold off 2 Lazarus cars. It's for top 5 positions this as well, as they come through the end of this first third of this COTA circuit. Very busy lap now, which takes us now back downhill towards the hairpin. These Lazarus cars in 5th and 6th, trying to get through into 4th place, and there goes the first of the Lazarus cars down the inside. Let's hope we see a clean move this time, and the Lazarus car making a clean move could now do with a push to get past the Williams car. Let's see if the Lazarus cars will do that and work together. down the back straight. You can see the Lazarus team trying to do that. We're going to be side by side now in towards turn number 12. Lazarus trying to get this move done, and through they go. Can they get both cars through as they come into the right hand of the other Lazarus car? Will be trying to do that now, but the first of them goes through to take 4th place.
Yeah, I think that's Neiman in the first of the Lazarus cars making that move stick. Tobin Lee and the other one couldn't quite follow his teammate through. The Williams getting it all back together on the exit turn 12 to make sure he didn't lose both of those positions to the Lazarus car. But it looks like it's going to be a tough ask for Brzezinski to keep the other Lazarus car behind him before the checkered flag.
Let's have a look then at what happened at this crash with the Veloce car, Harry.
Yeah, so this is the Veloce car coming down the back straight, isn't it? So we'll see what's going to happen up ahead as they head into the braking zone of turn 12. This is live, actually, isn't it? So this is the hot lappers spinning the Veloce car around.
What a time to go to it. That's the Pro-Am leader taking out the Veloce car. Well, they do have 3 cars chasing them down. So the Veloce car, that's the second time they've been involved in an incident.
But these are the leaders of the Pro-Am class, isn't it? They're meddling with. So that's why they're not given an inch.
Yeah, so this is what 1, 2, 3, 4 Pro-Am cars involved in this. 5 make that, battling for the lead going into the final 3 laps of the race. So there we go. Well, we said we were going to go and see an incident, and we caught one live for you. There you go.
Don't suppose anyone's got the lottery numbers, have they, for us to have as well?
Right, let's have a look at what happened then down at turn 11.
Yeah, so we've got the Veloce car on the inside of Total Performance Racing. There's the Pro-Am car on the outside. He leaves enough space, but they just all sort of blend into one sort of car, essentially, don't they? So they just sort of get stuck on each other. The car on the inside can't turn in because he's being dragged out wide by the cars on the outside. And unfortunately, around she went, and Total Performance Racing sort of carried on as they were. But yeah, just a bit of a mess, really, unfortunately, for those 3 involved.
It's just not been good for Isaac at times so far this week, is it? He's just constantly found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. But this is the Lazarus-Williams battle. So Williams in a Lazarus sandwich here, and the second Tobin Lee, who won yesterday, is now doing every single race for the rest of the week. So he's got a busy 2 days coming up of there to make it through today.
It's interesting for Lazarus, isn't it? We were talking earlier about how their best results were going to be, or they have had first and seconds, isn't it? All throughout the first 2 days so far, they haven't finished lower than second. And then the first race they've had, they're looking at, failing to get maybe even a top 4.
Up to the first hairpin, and here we go. The Lazarus car, Tobin Lee's going to try to the outside. That's Dan Neiman, we can see just ahead. Just about managing to hold on, and Tobin Lee's going to try and go all the way around the outside, goes off the circuit to do it, and Tobin Lee looks like he's gone through. So Tobin Lee indeed just behind this car through. So Lazarus now 4th and 5th. Williams dropping to 6th place. Yeah,
good job by the Lazarus boys to dispatch that Williams car. They look to be quicker than it. It's obviously just making the move work, which we've seen so difficult for other cars to get that to happen. I'm sure the Williams guys will be on to the stewards to ask if he had 4 wheels outside the white line on the exit turn 1 to make it happen. But at the moment, he's still in a position, is Brzezinski, to try and fight back at Lee into turn 11. Looking up the inside, we'll see in the background there's a little bit of contact, barging Lee off the racing line and running wide, and he's got the position just about back as they head down the back straight.
Good battling going on this in the Pro class. Pro-Am class still very close as well. We'll have to keep an eye on that because the top 4 in that class incredibly close together. And just like that, we go to the battle for Pro-Am, and this is the second of the Hot Lappers car, which is in 4th place.
Good recovery by those guys, isn't it, after the start they had?
Look, you can see, look, 1, 2, 3, we're 4th in queue. Very good battling this. We said the Pro-Am class was wide open, and you can see we weren't lying, basically. It's very close between 3, 4 of the teams up at the front here. We've got the LM squad leading the way. Behind that, you've got the Hot Lappers leading the way, then the LM squad, then the Hairpin Heroes behind that, then another Hot Lappers car, and then the Tetrud Rangers.
Yeah, so it's a Hot Lappers sandwich, which sounds quite tasty at the best of times, doesn't it? But yeah, they're really pinching the 2 between them. I don't think really that the lead car can help his teammate out, considering there's 2 cars between them. That's where it gets difficult to try and help your teammate out. You might be asking for a bit of assistance. They're running out of time to make any progress to get both of them onto the podium, if that's what their aim is. I'm sure it would have been before the race. Obviously, seeing how the first lap went for them, it's a bit of a miracle that they're up here, but obviously stellar performances for both drivers to put them in this kind of position.
Well, we're on to the final lap, just like that. in the Pro class, we're on to the final lap of the race. As we can see there, the LM squad car in second place now, still right behind this Hot Lappers car as they come down to the left-hander. This is where the Hot Lappers car had tried plenty of times to get back through, and now the LM squad car trying to get back past him as they come through the right-hander. Up towards the left we now go. Got LM squad in behind the Hot Lappers car here. This battle for the lead in the Pro-Am class, and whoever finishes ahead out of these two, Harry, is going to be the team that then goes to start on pole position on the next race. So this is a really crucial battle.
Yeah, it's worth more than just points at this stage, isn't it? Because obviously the points then mean grid position for the races that you then go on to do. I've got the Red Bull class leader. I think that is just about sneaking through. These guys are probably wondering, can you just let us race, please, without interfering? But say the Red Bull car now through and will disappear off into the distance. Doesn't change anything of the running order or the opportunities for these guys that we're looking at the Pro-Am class, but they're running out of time to make it work.
Well, that's the Red Bull car actually taking the checkered flag now. So Red Bull get off segment 3 with a race win. Williams second, Red Bull third, so they're going to be on the front row for race 2. Lazarus next along, Williams fifth, Lazarus sixth, fourth and sixth from the front row. Total performance for Veloce, total performance and Veloce. That is how the field finished. Then in Pro-Am, it's going to be Hot Lappers. The LM squad, Hot Lappers come up to third as well. Then the Hairpin Heroes behind that, so it's going to be the Hot Lappers who retain the front row in the Pro-Am class. And we have a change in the Pro class, quite a big change as well, because Lazarus dropping down. I think they're going to be about third in class there, but Red Bull, despite that penalty, are going to be on the front row. Yeah,
a bit of a surprise, Lazarus, wasn't it, to see them struggling so much? Obviously a front row lockout that they had. We expected them after their endurance race performance yesterday to sort of, at least hold their own for a little bit into that race. They didn't have a great start, of course, but then they just fell backwards through the field, and Red Bull made it count for themselves.
And I mean, this strategy that we have, this format that we have, it's when you're out on track, it's hard as you're a driver, isn't it, to work. You just need to be as high up as you can be. But how is it? I don't know if you've been in this situation yourself, Harry, but as much as you can go and win a race, that doesn't mean you're going to be starting on pole position the next race, because your teammate has to do well as well. It's the points you score as a team, not as a driver. So if you win a race, that doesn't mean you're going to be starting on pole. If your teammate finishes at the back, then you could be starting fifth on the grid, for example.
Yeah, I mean, it's the core of Le Mans, isn't it? You got to work as a team, and you got to make sure all your drivers are pulling their weight, essentially. We said it before we came on air that you'd have maybe one driver who gets a good result. If another driver has a bad result, at least it's not the end of the world, because you've got the second driver pulling in the points. But ultimately, you want both drivers at the front of the field. We've seen it from Red Bull. They had a first and a third, so that really helps them out. In terms of Lazarus compared to them, who had both drivers in the midfield, that's going to not be too good for them in terms of the points and then starting order for the races as we go on through the day.
And Red Bull, they took advantage of Lazarus kind of, I wouldn't say tripping over each other, but almost just too concerned about each other and who's going to lead the way at the start there. And the car in second out braking itself and going wide. The Red Bull car sneaked through to take the win, and they took advantage. It was no fluke that they went and won that race, was it?
No, they had great pace. We've seen it many times from Red Bull where they get out front early on and they just dominate the race from start to finish. We've seen a few mistakes from them though over the last couple of days. None of them seem to creep in for Betka at least. Obviously Aurelio Mele getting caught up in a few incidents, but still came home in third, so it was a good recovery drive essentially from him. But yeah, the start of the race was quite messy. They're all a bit desperate to get as high up the field as they could early on, but thankfully they all sort of just about settled into a rhythm as the race went on.
Well, Brim will be in shortly to confirm the points for us, but I believe it's going to be Red Bull, Williams, Lazarus, roughly in that order. Let's talk very quickly about the Pro-Am before we go to a break. What a race, the top 5 within about 2 or 3 seconds of each other there. Fantastic racing from the start all the way to the finish. It was about an hour long as well, and it never broke up, did it?
Yeah, so that's what the beauty of Pro-Am is. Now, we've seen it from pretty much, I think, every race that they've taken part in. There's always been something going on through the field, and when it's at the front of the field especially, now that's when it means the most to us, to the drivers, and to the spectators watching as well. So yeah, hats off to those guys. They played it nice and fair. Obviously, the opening lap was a bit spicy, shall we say, for a few of them, especially the Hot Lappers, who had a great recovery drive from both drivers to end up where they did. But yeah, ultimately, some great racing throughout the field, but especially at the front.
Well, I think that's about 3 minutes. So we've given Bryn enough time to work out at least who's going to be first and second. Another 5, and then he might work out the whole field. But we're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, we're going to hear from some of our drivers, and Bryn will be talking us through what the points are going to be and the grid for the next race.
Mans boutique. If you want to get any of the merch that you can see around here, either send me a message and beg me and I'll try and put it in a bag for you, or go to the Mans boutique where you'll be able to find it, including these shirts. Also, you saw the discount, 15% off Thrustmaster racing equipment. Use the promo code TM-LMES. It's as simple as that. You could really fill up your room, couldn't you, with great racing equipment from Thrustmaster using that discount code just there. So what a race that was. We got so many things to pick through, but it was mayhem, wasn't it? Mayhem from the off. 2 cars out on track for the pros and the pro-ams, and so vastly different in power and performance. And they were lapping, the pros were lapping the pro-ams around 6 laps into that race. So it was a lot of activity going on, and quite a lot of time the pro-ams were getting in the way of the pros, and the pros getting in the way of the pro-ams as well. So a lot to talk through, and we're going to be speaking to a couple of the drivers as well from that action. I'll tell you who in just a second. Having a look at the points too, and picking up on a few of the points as we head into the very next race, which is coming thick and fast. Our next race, over to Le Mans. We are taking a long run and a jump over the ponds to Le Mans, where we'll be racing in the 2008 Porsche the Penske Racing RS Spider Evo. What a car. Quite a lot of power in that one. And then the Aston Martin DBR9 007. I think, you know, that's probably equal in power, actually. If not, when you look at the brake horsepower, a bit more powerful. So it's going to be an interesting race just there, because the Porsche is very, very light indeed. Yes, indeed. So I've got lined up our pro winning team from Red Bull. Let's bring him into vision. Congratulations once again, Red Bull.
Hello.
What a performance.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It was an absolute insane and intense race.
Yeah.
For example, I did not expect it at all that the first corner would play out like that. But both Lazarus, they left like a huge gap, and I just sent it.
You certainly did send it, Robin. It was one of those, you had the inside line, and because you were able to get up on the inside, it is such a steep uphill into that first left-hander.
Yeah.
If you can position your car on that left, then almost you force everyone to let you through. But you had to fight your way through it, and it was such a great start. You got from that position into the lead, and from there, well, talk us through it.
Yeah, after that, I basically only had to manage the gap, but especially when I was stepping the Pro-Am drivers, it was quite difficult because the speed difference between both classes was so much.
Yeah, it really was. And you were lapping after six laps in. You were overtaking those because the Nissan 300, the ZX, is so, from 94. It's so much down on power compared to that incredible 905 Evo. What is that car like to drive? I mean, you've got to weave your way through. You've got to get past a much slower car, but that thing looks fast.
The Porsche?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I think the Porsche is very easy to drive on fast corners. What the slow corners that are difficult because you need to be careful with the acceleration.
Right.
I think I was a bit careful on the acceleration all race because when we practiced, it happened quite often that we gave too much throttle and then spun the car.
And so for you, it kind of went to plan. It wasn't the plan you thought you were going to get, but it went to plan. And points-wise, we'll have a look at how your team got on, but it is so important for you and Red Bull Racing Esports that you make it into tomorrow. And so getting points between you and your teammate in each race is crucial. Did you have a conversation with your team, or were you just focused on what you had to do?
We had a conversation all the race, like we planned our tactic, we planned when to pit. We were talking about the points, how the points will be at the end of the race. Like, I think Leitch was only in 4th place during the middle of the race, but then there was an incident in front of him, I believe, which pushed him up to 3rd, which really gives us lots of points after this round.
Yeah, it does. It's a really nice point, so I'll bring the points up in just a bit. But you then, for the next race, what's the driver lineup? What's the strategy for the next round?
The driver lineup will be me and Essex, and we are going to try to secure a win again, because we really want to win this segment, because it will put us on pole for the next segment, which will give us a huge advantage for the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, it's having that aim, just looking down at the drivers around you, having Alexandra Arnoux next to you or with you anyway, actually next to you on the grid necessarily too. It's so vital that you two work as a team from the start of the race, because we saw in that race there, if you can position your car and keep that position on track and actually force others around you to make mistakes, the race can easily come to you.
Oh yeah, like it's like I personally was really afraid of the first corner in this race because I knew everything can happen. I knew that if we are unlucky, we just get involved in a collision and that's it.
Absolutely. And you didn't. You got yourself through.
Yeah.
You made yourself quite wide.
Yeah, it's like it was unbelievable, and in all of our scenarios
Yeah.
we went through, like we did not really see that as a possibility.
Oh, really? So that was something unexpected entirely.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like we thought maybe it's possible to pass one car, but both in that first corner, that was really absolutely amazing.
But you have to control your emotions as well. That happens, and you still have to remain focused and calm. Was there a moment where your heart was jumping through your chest?
I had problems to find the proper braking point for the back straight because you're like counting signs and you need to brake before the 100-meter board.
Right.
But I think at least 4 or 5 times in the race I missed it and I was braking one board too early.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's safe. Being safe is not a bad thing. You definitely stop the car with plenty of time. Hey, look, Robin, go and rest up very briefly because we'll be back for another race very, very soon. Robin, thank you for sticking by. I wonder how many times over the next day and a bit that we'll see inside Robin's bedroom. I do wonder, but it's great to chat to you, Robin. Thank you very much. Go and rest up now for about 15 minutes, hopefully something around there. Great stuff there, Robin. Robin Bettger from Red Bull Racing Esports winning that first race of the day. Brilliant to hear from him. It's great to get the insight from these drivers. As he said there, they had done so much practice and so much preparation. They talked through in different scenarios with the team, and that was something that they didn't expect to see. We were talking about the start of the race. I wonder if we can bring up the start of that race as well and have a quick look at what Robin was telling us about how he managed to get the car up to the inside. Quite a lot of incident in that race to get through, and Chris will be back in very, very soon to do so. We'll be getting the next race underway quite soon. But Robin talking through that start of the race, I think we can show it as well. And it was a heck of a start. He got up on the inside. If we have a look at it, we can see just exactly what he was talking through, the scenario they hadn't really ever worked out. And as they head off the line, you can see the two Lazarus cars in the lead. Robin Bettger's car on the left-hand side, just there. The Lazarus car goes high on the right-hand side, low on the inside, and there he is, Red Bull just through. The other Red Bull takes a little nibble out the Williams car, but the Red Bull through, Lazarus in second, and Williams through into third. So Robin Bettger getting his nose out in front. The other Red Bull car just making up the field at that point. And Robin just sat there, didn't he? And the next real trouble for him was when he started to weave through the back of the pack. A lot of incident, in fact, a lot of lapping happened. 6 laps in was the first lapping happening, easy for me to say. And every 6 laps after that, it was a lap. And the Pro-Am cars really did play into the field as well. And on the lap, around lap 13, Lazarus, I think it was Tobin actually, Lazarus weaving their way through the traffic. It was a brilliant overtake, and it was just so good to see the difference in pace between the Pro and the Pro-Am car. I believe we're going to have a look at that one as well in just a few seconds. We're trying to bring another interview to you as well. Hopefully we can catch up with Wesley from Hot Lappers from Pro-Ams as well. But here is that incident. You can just see how Lazarus' car goes round the left-hander, the very tight left-hander, opening out into a really long straight at Kota. There's a curve there straight away. Thanks, Bryn. But yes, there you go. Here we go, weaving round through the two. It just dices with death there, but he gets himself through. No real damage. There's the left-hander onto the straight. But you could just see how brilliant that overtake happened and how much pace he had in the car and how much faster they were than the Pro-Am cars in the Nissan. Incredible stuff. Let's have a look at the standings, and shall we, from the pros, from the Pro-Ams as well, and see what it means to the overalls. Well, Red Bull Racing sitting very pretty on 37 points. Will that be enough for them? Absolutely not, but it's a great start. They're not far off of being safe at this stage. Williams Esports 28 points, Lazarus on 20. Total Performance Racing on 5 and Veloce as well on 5. There were some penalty points handed out as well during that race because of driving standards and that sort of thing, track limits, that kind of stuff happening, and they're really keeping race control on their toes. But you can see the points after one round. I know Chris and Harry will go back through that in just a second. Talking Pro-Am, well, Pro-Am were looking great. We saw Wesley picture in picture at one point. He was looking so focused, wasn't he? And you could see just how much it meant. And it's so tricky. Not only are you racing your own race, you know you've got pro cars coming up on you at any moment. And being the fact it's a class race, when you have somebody coming to lap you, you're meant to let them pass. But of course, letting somebody pass gives the others the opportunity to race alongside and maybe even overtake you. And the race start from Pro-Am was just as exciting as the pros. And we're going to bring that to you as well so we can have a look at the difference, the Pro-Am start on this one. And Hot Lappers doing such a great job in that race. So here is the start from the Pro-Ams. Gives you an idea of the differences between the two. Straight into the wall on the left-hand side. Didn't see that first time off. But yeah, Hot Lappers, up they go. Up to that very tight left-hander, up the hill. You can use the hill to brake, but there you go, spinning or not spinning, having a little nudge actually, nibbling away at each other, and then they all get through slowly but surely. It gives you an idea of how competitive they are. The first corner at COTA is so important when it comes to this form of racing. They're so closely tied up really in the field that it's so important to get out of turn 1 ahead. And so they're all fighting for turn 1. So we heard from Robin Bedker. He was giving us an idea of what it was like to be in that race. I'm not sure if we can bring you the Pro-Am driver at this stage, but let's have a quick look at the Pro-Am points, shall we? We've seen the Pro points. The Pro-Am standings look like this. Hot Lappers, 37 points. LM Squad, 24. Tetra Rouge Racers, 18. Hairpin Heroes, 17. And Le Mans Legends on 5. So a more even split there. As you can see with the pros, they had 2 teams on 5 points, but not the Pro-Ams. Very, very competitive. We're going to pick through the bones of that one, I'm sure, when Chris comes back in as we lead up to the next race at Le Mans. As I say, we're taking a long run and a jump over to Le Mans. 6 races being held at Le Mans, the other 6 across different circuits. Spa, COTA, which we've been to, Sebring coming up later on today as well, Nürburgring yesterday. And we have our final race today, the 2-hour endurance race from Sebring. So we're doing one race in America, a huge run and a jump over to France to Le Mans, and then we'll be taking a quick hop, skip and a jump back to the States to Sebring tonight for the endurance race with the Peugeot team. The 908 is going to be out from 2011. Ho, ho, ho. Very nice indeed. And the Pro-Am's racing the 2009 BMW, the Rahal Letterman Racing M3, the GT car, and that's a great thing to see too. Now, I believe we're trying to get Wesley from the Hot Lappers into an interview. They've got, of course, to get ready for their next race as well, so it's understandable that people are using these moments to collect their thoughts. I'm just trying to find out at the moment whether or not Wesley is going to be racing in the next race too, just having a quick look down the list. Yes, indeed he is. He's going to be staying in the next race, so that means he raced the first one, and he's staying in the car for the second race. Very different cars that they will be racing in, with the Pro-Ams going into the Aston Martin, the DBR9. And we did catch up with Darren Turner. We'll be coming to that in a little bit before the week, actually. And we caught up with him about what it's like to race in that Aston Martin car. So we'll find out from him. But Wesley, I believe, is around from the Pro-Ams. We're going to chat to him. Let's go to Wesley then and see what the race was like from his point of view. It's a little bit tricky because we've got people all around the globe. We've got people on the west coast of America, 6 hours behind. We've got people in Australia racing 9 hours ahead of us here in the UK. So let's go down to Wesley then. Wesley, what a race that was. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. The race was my best race in my life.
Your best race in your life so far?
Yeah.
Talk us through it from your point of view. It was a brilliant start, wasn't it? Hot Lappers, great for your team to get so many points.
Yeah, we started the racing first and second, but in the first lap I was like in the 5th.
Yeah.
So I need to recover all the positions, and I did.
What was the key? What was the turning point? Where did you find that pace to get yourself from 5th to 1st?
I practiced a lot, so I was in the pace, so I did just what I practiced.
Yeah. And when we look at your team in the Pro-Am class, at the moment, if you make it through to tomorrow, you will guarantee yourselves at least $7,500, which is $2,500 each driver, if you make it through. What does the money mean to you? And is the money as important as winning the entire event, or is winning the most important thing?
I think winning is the most important thing, but the money is important too.
What would you, if say for example, say you won tomorrow's event, you won the entire thing, and you yourself got around $6,000 in prize money, what would you spend that $6,000 on?
Oh, that's a lot. I don't know what I do with that money.
You don't know what you do with it?
No.
It's a huge amount of money, especially for 4 days worth of competition.
Yeah.
So
That's a lot.
It is a lot. Looking ahead then to the next race, and then tonight's endurance race, tonight in UK time obviously, the endurance race, what are you and your team doing? How are you talking through the different races and who's going to race and the plan?
We practice a lot together. The next race, me and Venom go race, and we are confident.
So you're going to be going into the next race, which will be starting fairly soon. So what I'm going to do, Wesley, is I'm going to let you go away for a few minutes and just, relax a bit, have a drink, calm yourself down.
Yeah.
But I wish you all the best for race 2 today, and thank you for chatting to us.
Thank you.
Great stuff. It's really nice to hear from the drivers, isn't it? They've just been in the real depths of competition, and they take time to talk to us when they're preparing for the next race. Can you imagine trying to do that in any other form of racing? Talking to a racer between races, they're like, do you know what? Leave me alone. I need to focus. So some great stuff there from Wesley and the Hot Lappers. Brilliant stuff from Pro-Ams. Now, I mentioned that we have got for you an interview with Darren Turner. The reason we have an interview with Darren Turner is he's an Aston Martin Works driver. He's also a 3-time Le Mans winner in the GT class, so he knows a fair bit about racing around Le Mans and racing in endurance style and in these sorts of cars. And Louise caught up with him to find out his thoughts on esports and, in fact, everything to do with motorsport.
Well, Aston Martin have always had a strong heritage at Le Mans, and although he wasn't born back in 1958, Darren Turner, you have actually driven the DBR1, so just tell us a bit about that car.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real pleasure to have had the chance of driving a car that won overall at Le Mans. Obviously in 1959 when Salvadori and Carroll Shelby crossed the line. But as a driver, you sort of get spoilt with modern day cars, and you sort of think that, oh, this is what all cars must have felt like. But having the chance of done and driven the DBR1 on a few occasions for demonstrations, it really highlighted how difficult they were to drive and how much the driver was involved with the physical sort of strength of driving a car. We get spoilt now with paddle shifts and only having to use the clutch when we pull away from the pit stops, etc. So in terms of the physical effort required in driving, G-force is higher. Well, it is higher, but and that has an effect on you. But in terms of actually just turning the wheel and changing gear, it was a lot of work, and that was one of the things that really surprised me with the fact there was only 2 drivers as well. Now we're spoilt again with 3 drivers in the 24 hours. There was just 2 of them. God knows how long the stints were. They're probably in the car for 3 or 4 hours, and no power steering and a heavy gear down the gearbox. So they're incredible cars, but actually for me it made me realize how good the drivers must have been back in the day to pedal those cars around for that amount of time and only having 2 drivers to do the race. So yeah, incredible bits of kit, but also the drivers were fantastic then.
There you go, Darren Turner really talking about the old school drivers really when it comes to endurance racing, and they have some phenomenal names over the years really in endurance racing. It's brilliant, and in fact every era you look at when it comes to WEC, Le Mans, etc., it's just got the best racing drivers across the planet, and they're all fighting against each other. And Chris is back here with me, and not only have we got the very best drivers in esports fighting against each other with Forza at the moment, but we're heading into the Le Mans weekend as well.
Yes, you know, biggest weekend in motorsport, isn't it? Everyone loves Le Mans. You know, it was a real pleasure to go there for the first time last year, and it was, you know, the first time for me, which you could really appreciate what the fuss was all about, if you like. You know, it's just absolutely fantastic to be able to be there and witness, you know, the drivers going to speed for 24 hours. You know, it was a whole festival, isn't it? It's really a festival of motorsport. It's not just about the race; it's about everything else that goes on off the circuit as well, away from the circuit. It was, it was really good fun.
Yeah, I'd never been to Le Mans either, and actually we were so lucky to both go over there. We went over there on, I think, the Tuesday or the Wednesday on the leading up, because the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final last year ran Friday from like 11 in the morning through to Saturday 11 in the morning, a full 24 hours worth of broadcast. And we were there on the build up to Le Mans. And what was so interesting about the place is Le Mans as a town is deathly quiet on the lead up days until the Friday, when I think the entire globe descends upon this small French town called Le Mans.
Yeah, I mean, I remember during the race last year when I was off I had about 6 hours break, I think it was, and I went back through the town to go back to where we were staying. And usually that trip was so quiet for us, and I was actually going back during the drivers' parade, and it was just a massive carnival going on, you know, a real big party, and it was a real shame because I just wanted to go and join the party, but really, you know, you can't go to a party and then go back later and do 12 more hours of broadcasting or whatever.
Not
it was.
really, no,
so,
even you wouldn't try that.
No, you have to be sensible in this occasion, but yeah, I you know, when we were leaving on the Monday, it was back to the quiet Le Mans that I think it is for, you know, 360 days a year or whatever. So yeah, a real fantastic experience. And this year, you know, the World Endurance Championship, although it's been broken up, it's been a really good season so far. So it's going to be, particularly in the GT class, it's going to be very exciting.
It certainly is, and we're talking Le Mans as well, because the next round, the next race that we're going to be featuring for you here is at Le Mans, the modern circuit Le Mans, so the one you would see most times when you tune in now over the last few years. When you tune into the Le Mans 24 hour, we're going to be seeing two fantastic cars going side by side with the pros and the pro-ams, when we're divided into those two different cars. And if we have a look at the points, you'll see exactly where we stand with the pro teams. Remember, the grid is set up by this table. So Red Bull Racing Esports will be numbers 1 and 2 on grid. They'll be locking that front row out. Williams Esports in the second row, 28 points at the moment. Lazarus on 20, their third row. Fourth row, Total Performance Racing, 5 points, equal with Veloce Esports. Now, we were talking on the lead up to this how we almost lost Veloce yesterday. And looking at the table today, only one race in, of course, a lot can happen, but not only are they on 5 points, equal second lowest, but they start from the back of the pack.
Yes, you know, they start down in 9th and 10th, so it's not like they're, you know, down in 5th and 10th. They're on the back row, so they're in a really, really difficult position. Not only that, it's, you know, they really haven't got a lot of points at all, have they? You know, 5 points. They're already around 30 points or 32 points, I think it is, back from the leaders, and that's a big deficit to make up. You know, for them to now get into the top 3, they're going to have to hope that the teams behind, the teams ahead, have some really bad results, and that's quite unlikely from what we've seen with the pace these guys are showing. It takes the pressure off the teams up ahead now. All they need to do is just bring home consistent results. They no longer have to take any risks, so they're in a really, really difficult position.
Now, arguably, this is almost impossible for these teams at the back to make it through. They've just got to kind of hang on to the coattails and try and get some points and take an advantage at the very, very best, really, leading into the endurance race later on, which is worth more points. But if you were those top 2 or top 3 teams, if you're Williams, if you're Lazarus and you're Red Bull, are you going onto a private messenger chat and saying to each other, let's just not force each other off, let's get our heads down and let's just be nice to each other? Because ultimately the prize is to get to tomorrow's major event, the final.
Yeah, you know, it doesn't matter whether you go through first or third. It does really.
Yeah,
that's
has a bearing.
That's another point we can talk about, at a later stage. But yes, you probably are. I think they would have already chatted about this last night. They would have said, look, if we're in a position where we're looking good in the points after the first race, here's how we're going to attack the next two. And that could be a different strategy, for example, or that could just be simply, let's just try and keep out of trouble. But as Harry has said to me many a times, you're a driver. When you're out there, you don't want anything else other than a win, do you? So it's actually, in racing, it's harder to go slow than it is to go fast in a way. The moment you start trying not to make mistakes, that's when you often do.
Yeah, absolutely. Your focus changes, and then you're more susceptible to making that missed gear, hitting the red limiter, and all of a sudden someone goes flying past you, you then miss an apex, and it all plays into everyone else's hands. But I do wonder whether Red Bull will be talking to Williams and saying to them, we are both now quite a significant chunk away from the drop zone. So let's not do anything stupid. Let's not punt each other off. Let's just race fairly and just get through this one, pretty much secure our place tomorrow, and let whatever happen in the endurance race tonight happen. Let the chips fall wherever.
It would be, that's the way you could look at it, the two teams talking to each other. However, I don't think they're going to be talking to each other too much, because let's remember, whoever goes through in the lead starts 1, 2, and 3 for tomorrow's first race, which is, that's a big advantage to have. So as much as they might both say, okay, let's play fairly, the moment you say that, the moment the other team's playing fairly, that's when you're going to go out and actually attack the most you can, because you know that they're just going to not move out the way and let you through, but then they're not going to fight you too hard. So
that is true. Everyone's got to race sensibly, haven't you? Now, I've just been told that the grid is being set now so we can get ready for the next race, the second race of the day, the second of 3, in fact, before we move to the endurance one. And I was going to chat a bit about Pro-Am, but we haven't got time. We're going to bring Harry back in and get the second race underway. Before that, though, let's have a quick reminder of what just happened in race 1.
Well, as you can see, the competition really heating up. It was really hard to actually narrow that down to just a couple of minutes of highlights. And joining me back in the studio now is Harry Jacks to quickly talk about it. Harry, what a chaotic race that was.
Yeah, chaos is probably the right word, wasn't it? Especially that opening lap. They seem all so desperate to make up positions early on. They know what's at stake, of course. They want to get a good, put the best foot forward first. And unfortunately, it caught a few of them out with some penalties.
Well, we don't have much time to reflect on it because, of course, the competition has to quickly move on. So let's remind ourselves what cars we're going to be in this one.
Yeah, so pro guys, they're in 2008 Porsche Racing RS Spider Evo. So a real legendary car. It won the ALMS LMP2 Championship in 06, 07 and 08, the model we're using. Also went on to have class honours at Le Mans in 2008 and 2009. So the drivers are going to really enjoy that one. And one of my personal favourites, the Aston Martin DBR9, purely for the noise it makes. I mean, it's glorious to look at. The drivers are going to have a lot of fun, but that V12 naturally aspirated engine, over 600 horsepower, it's a real screamer.
Some really, really good cars, and of course a great track to go racing on. Let's have a look at the track now. It's the Le Mans circuit, the modern one. The first time we're actually going to be racing on this layout of Le Mans, Harry.
Yeah, so you can see the chicanes down the Mulsanne, the rest of the track as we've had over the last few days, but some good opportunities, some slipstreaming. We'll see some dive bombs, I'm sure, into the couple of the corners, especially the Mulsanne corner. Hopefully, we've seen some instance at turn 1 and turn 2 and 3, especially on the opening laps. Hopefully these guys will be able to keep it clean for at least that part of the race, but if last race ended to go by, I don't imagine we'll be seeing too much of that. But yeah, plenty of opportunities. 17 laps, I believe, isn't it, that we've got coming up. So quite a few opportunities. They're going to have to make some overtaking manoeuvres, and hopefully we'll see some good ones without too many incidents.
And traffic and pit stops is going to be another thing we're going to have to take into account.
Yeah, so although it's only 17 laps, it's obviously a very long circuit with it being Le Mans, so we might be looking at around possibly one pit stop, I'd imagine. I'd be surprised if we see any more than that. And yeah, we'll have to see who's going for the undercut, who's going for the overcut, and who's going to have called it perfect on strategy at the end of the race.
Well, we saw the points. The points is what forms the grid, and let's get ourselves to the grid and have a look at the drivers that are going to be out on circuit. So here we go, Ron Bechter, and we welcome in Alexandra Arnoux for this one. Red Bull on the front row after a fantastic first race. Row 2, Williams Esports, and we've got Wisniewski coming in for this. Kuba Brzezinski remaining out on track. Row number 3, Lazarus Racing. A disappointing result considering they locked out the front row for race 1. Tobin Lee is back, as he will be in every race, and Ross May coming in for this one. Row number 4 behind them, Total Performance Racing with Sean Arnold and Aaron Martin Pilkington. And then on row number 5, of course, it's Veloce Esports with a lot of work to do, Tom Lartalou and Isaac Gillison. As for Pro-Am, Hot Lap has managed to hold on to that front row. Zach Taylor, and we heard from Wesley Augusto, they're going to be on the front row. Wesley talking about how that was one of his best performances and really was an impressive drive from Wesley. One to watch in this. LM Squad gave him a good run for their money, though. Gary Mitchell and Alex Harrison will be hoping to jump ahead of them in this one. As for row number 3, the Tetra Rouge Rangers climbing up from row 5 to row 3, so they could be ones to watch with Guillaume De Silva and Kian Butler. And then we go to row number 4, the Hairpin Heroes. Well, we disappointed with that. Stormski and Jung will be out for them, hoping to climb them back up the points. And rounding out the field, the Le Mans legends, a real disappointing start for them, Yori Oki and Daniel McLeod. We're about to go racing, but before we do, Harry, thoughts ahead of this one? Yeah,
interesting to see how the Red Bull guys get off of the front row, their first time there, and obviously Hot Lappers in the Pro-Am get a second bite at the cherry. Hopefully they'll get a cleaner start than what they achieved in the first race. But a long race ahead of them, they just need to play nicely to begin with and let the race fall how it will.
Let's go straight to the circuit then and see how it unfolds. Red Bull are going to be on the front row for Pro-Am. The Pro cars are going to be set off first. 30 seconds later, the Pro-Am drivers will be set off. The grid, as we said, it goes by teams, so each team has its own row. Red Bull starting at the head of the field in the Pro class, and at the head of the field in the Pro-Am class is the Hot Lappers. The top 5 in Pro-Am last time, incredibly close, so that one in particular is going to be a real good one to watch. All teams in exactly the same car as it has been all week. It's an exactly level playing field for every single team. So may the best man win as they now get ready to go racing. You can see the cars getting ready to go, and off we go then. Lights have gone green, and the Red Bull teammates leading us down towards turn number 1. Williams sat there in second place as they come through Dunlop Curve. for the first time. Williams coming under pressure a little bit there in third place from the Lazarus drivers, who will be keen to make a good start into the Dunlop chicane. We go for the first time, and the two Red Bull teammates working together nicely there to already establish himself a little bit of a lead. Williams trying their best to hold off the Lazarus cars in 5th and 6th, and just behind the Pro-Am cars now set off. The hot lappers leading us down towards turn number 1 for the first time, with Hairpin Heroes in just behind them as they now come through turn number 1 for the first time.
Yeah, they'll be hoping to get through here as cleanly as the Pro class seemed to do so themselves, bunching up under the braking zone, turns 2 and 3. We've got some accident in the background. We've got cars half spinning. I don't think anyone's quite gone all the way around, but not ideal start there for the Pro-Am class.
Yeah, we saw the LM squad in just behind them, the Le Mans Legends team. I think it was could have even been one of the Le Mans Legend cars that spun round. In fact, it was one of the Tech Rouge Rangers, perhaps, as we go up towards Tech Rouge for the first time. We are on board with one of the Hairpin Heroes cars there down the field, so a lot of work to do for the Hairpin Heroes cars as they come onto the Mulsanne straight for the first time. And just looking up, one of the Le Mans Legend cars was one of the cars that spun round, the other one down in 8th place, so a difficult start to the race for them. As we head down to the first of the Mulsanne chicanes, our pro drivers will probably be down towards Mulsanne corner by now, but this a close start in the pro class. There you can see they're coming out of this second chicane are the pro drivers, and look at that lead already, Harry, for the Red Bull cars. The two teammates split apart from each other as well.
Yeah, it's Robin Becker behind the wheel of that Red Bull again. We saw him with a dominant performance in the first race a little while ago, and it looks like he's setting off in the same vein ahead of his teammate Arno, who's maybe going to act as a cork in the bottle for the teams behind. Red Bull hoping that Becker can just stride off into the distance, and if anything happens behind, although it looks like both Red Bulls pulling away nicely, a little bit of side-by-side action into the Mulsanne corner, but at the moment Red Bull streaking ahead.
Yep, great job so far from Red Bull, but it is early into the race. 17 laps in total, 16 and a half remaining for them. Tech Rouge Rangers has just gone past the Hairpin Heroes, one of the cars for them having a difficult start to the race. They've dropped down to 9th place. This is the LM squad we can see in vision, fighting very closely with the hot lappers as we go in towards Mulsanne corner. This battle, Harry, has resumed. We left it as close as this in the first race, and we pick it up again. Battle resumed. Round number 2, isn't it, between hot lappers and LM squad? It
really is, and the setup of the cars already looks like it's following a similar vein in terms of the straight line performance of the LM squad. Looks to be that superior of the hot lappers, already splitting the two hot lappers off the front row down the Mulsanne straight. They're now looking to see if they can do anything about the lead as they head now down towards Indianapolis for the first time.
Yep, this is the Hairpin Heroes now we go on board with behind the Le Mans Legends through Indianapolis for the first time, and the LM squad will be keen to get past quickly. The hot lappers 1st and 3rd, the LM squad 2nd and 4th place. In 5th place is the Tech Rouge Rangers, so 3 different teams occupying the top 5 positions there. Good driving this from the Tech Rouge Rangers. They are currently in 3rd place. They have that 3rd and final qualifying spot, and that looked like one of the Veloce cars going off as we came through the 4 chicanes. Didn't quite see if they were able to get going again, but definitely a big lockup going into the chicanes. This is one of the Lazarus cars we can see as they go through Dunlop Curve for the 2nd time. This a little bit lower down the pro class field in the background. That is a Veloce car with the Total Performance Racing car, so that battle resuming as well. It's out of the chicane. That is the Veloce car getting a run there on the Total Performance Racing car as they come down the S's now for the 2nd time.
Yeah, that's Isaac Gillison getting up ahead of Sean Arnold, I believe, through the turn 2-3 chicane, just setting up that one nicely, getting the switchback move, and as they went down the hill, he's managed to get track position and overall race position from that Total Performance Racing car.
Down Mulsanne straight for the 2nd time. This is the battle down the lower half of the field, isn't it? The Lazarus team, it just isn't working out for them so far.
Seems strange to say that about the Lazarus team, isn't it? Fighting for the bottom half of the field,
Yeah, they're 6th. This is the 6th place car, the 5th place car, just a few seconds up the road, but you can see the Veloce car here trying to hold off 2 Total Performance Racing cars. So basically roles reverses, hitting the barriers there was the 2nd of the Total Performance Racing cars, will be delayed all the way down towards the 2nd chicane, and that's going to allow the 2nd Total Performance Racing car to close in. And these two, there may be 4 drivers, but these 2 teams essentially fighting for the bottom 2 places. They really need to score big points, so they could do with almost working together here as 2 teams to try and go after that Lazarus team ahead of them.
Yeah, they do. They really do need to start working together, because the more they fight each other, the more the rest of the teams, the other 3 teams, are going to get ahead of them, and then essentially they're fighting over who finishes 4th and 5th, and both of them will be eliminated at the end of the day if things carry on as they are. But still a long way to go. We'll see if any tactics form as we look at the Pro-Am guys now heading through the exit of the first chicane back onto the Mulsanne, using that slipstream that we see oh so often. And we'll see if anyone's in an overtaken opportunity position come the second chicane.
And you might be thinking at home, what's the point battling over 4th if you're both going to go out? Well, if you finish 4th, you get $10,000. If you finish 5th, you get $7,500 in the pro class. So $2,500, I'd be fighting pretty hard for that as well.
That's the beauty of the Super Fun. There's always something to be fighting for, whether it's last place or second last place. It's always worth fighting for it. So we're going to see them going hammer and tong no matter where they are in the field. It's just a case of, at this stage of the day, looking ahead and thinking, do we lose the battle and win the war? Essentially, you take a bit of harm in this race as long as it keeps you in contention in the endurance race. But at the moment, they don't seem to be thinking that way.
Tetrud Rangers on the inside here. Le Mans Legends to the outside as we come in towards Mulsanne corner, and Tetrud Rangers go through. So that is them into 7th place. Le Mans Legends down to 8th as they now make their way towards Indianapolis for the 2nd time. And these cars that we have, these Aston Martins, do provide close racing, don't they?
They do. They're not the easiest cars to drive, of course, but they're because they're GT1 class. They do have a lot of downforce, and the power they deliver. You get a little bit of wheel spin early on, but they don't like to light up the rear wheels, as we've seen over the last few days, for example, with some of the cars on offer. So you're able to drive them like a proper race car. It's only from 2006, isn't it? So we're talking still 14 years ago, mine, but they still drive as you would expect and you'd like.
It wasn't long. Well, going off there, the Tetrud Rangers car, and that was a strange exit to the corner. One going off the outside, one going off to the inside, and trying to come through the middle there was the Hairpin Heroes. Wasn't quite successful in their attempt to do that, but we stay side by side as we go up towards the Porsche curves.
Yeah, I don't think there's any contact there, but there's certainly contact on the way into the right-hander, sweeping around the outside. Tetrud Rangers and Hairpin Heroes trying to follow them through, although it's going to be line astern through here, as it's very difficult to get 2 cars side by side. As this is the 2 top performance racing cars going wide and gifting a position to what is the Veloce car. So that is the Veloce car up in front of Top Performance Racing, and they're down to essentially 10th place now, aren't they?
Yep, down to last place, so 8th and 10th. Really not good going for them so far, and considering how they were performing in that endurance race yesterday, it's just a real surprise. But there's only 5 teams left, isn't there? So it's not like there's their last out of 20-odd teams. There's only 5 teams, but we're on board with Tom Lartalou. He's trying to get himself up into 8th place to get himself behind his Veloce teammate. Not quite able to get through. Now they are catching the Lazarus car. I don't know if they have been working together or not. There you can see what the Toyota Performance Racing car did to those tyre barriers a lap ago. Didn't do a bad job there.
No, that would be a strike in bowling terms, wouldn't it? I think with the damage they've done to that tyre. Well, thankfully it's not costing any of them anything as they try and exit that chicane. But yeah, Lazarus not streaking away from these 2 teams that we obviously saw these 2 struggle in the first race. Lazarus were a little bit further up the field, but this race they don't seem to be able to pull that kind of gap, and maybe that's just the slipstream effect. Working its magic, as we've got the LM squad now looking to go through on the hot lappers. These 2 still carrying on from where they left off.
Yeah, this is it. The battle resumes, and the LM squad are going to draw to what will be the inside.
Yes, the inside.
It's the left. It's the right hand.
It's that straight line performance again on the LM squad, pulling them alongside the hot lappers under brakes into the right hander. They're side by side going through. Now goes left, so inside for the hot lappers. They have to get on the power. Bit of contact, just about surviving. Thankfully, that wall isn't there anymore for them to hit. So kind of got to get out of jail free card for them as they now head down the Mulsanne as they were, but it is the LM squad who look to be ahead of the hot lappers.
Yep, that's a change of lead. The LM squad go ahead. They could really do with getting one back over the hot lappers, and currently that is what they would do. But the hot lappers, they don't just have one hot lappers car for company. They now have 2, and these hot lappers cars can just push each other along down the Mulsanne straight, can't they? There'll be 2 engines working against one effectively. This is our race leader in Pro. And off in the distance already. This is only lap 3, and that Red Bull car has a few seconds already over the second of the Red Bull car. So the Red Bull team in a really strong position in the opening stages of this second race. Third is the Lazarus car, so that is good news for Lazarus. They really need to put a good result on the board. But as for the other Lazarus car, it's about to become the lead of a 5-car train that goes all the way back down to 10th place.
Yes, the entire bottom half of the Pro class field in view, essentially, for you there. So and they need to play nicely, of course. This track can bite if you are a bit aggressive with each other. We've already seen one of the Veloci cars, I think it was, getting a bit out of shape into the final chicanes, wasn't it, earlier on the end of lap 1. So they've already got a little bit friendly with each other. But at the moment, the Lazarus car's struggling. And that's going to be Isaac Gilson maybe lining up a move potentially on this lap.
Isaac Gilson there trying to get through now, trying to get a move set up. May wait for the Mulsanne straight here, but already the Lazarus car not taking any chances in defence going into the Dunlop chicane. And under the bridge we go, and the Lazarus car having to try and make himself as wide as possible. Isaac Gillison desperate to get through because we've got the Total Performance Racing car in behind that, and that's Sean Arnold. Everyone in this battle, at the back of it is the second of the Total Performance Racing cars. Frutex Rugen now onto the back straight, and it's going to be any one of these 4 cars who will make it down to the chicane first. We could be 3-4 wide here. To the outside there is Isaac Gillison. Behind is the second of the Veloce cars. And this a look at the speed that we're going to get down the straight.
Yeah, over 200 miles an hour, then down towards the first of the chicanes. Great run through Touch Rouge for the TPR car ahead of us, managing to get ahead of the Veloce car, now in prime position to have a look at the back of Lazarus, going a bit wide into the final part of the chicane, giving a bit of a run to Gillison now. We're heading for the slipstream of the Lazarus car ahead if we can, and the Total Performance Race car just holding to the right hand side there, just eking ahead, and now we've got the Veloce cars going side by side rather than bump drafting each other, so interesting to see.
Yeah, they should really be pushing each other along here rather than they're not helping each other out at all at the moment, are they? But maybe this is a strategy thing. Maybe they're
wide from the Lazarus car into the second chicane. They've been overtaken by Total Performance Racing. Veloce looking to capitalise as well, as it looks like one of them's got through. We'll see if the other one has as well. Not quite, as they're now side by side battling to stay out of last place from the other Total Performance Racing cars. It's just all swapping right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, Lazarus in danger of dropping to the back of the field now as they make their way down to Mulsanne corner. So just a mistake costing them 2 positions, but potentially could be 4, and a dive down the outside there from the other Total Performance Racing car. A mistake it was in the end, really, from Sean Arnold. I think that might have, in fact, it was the other car, wasn't it, that made the mistake there. The other Total Performance car, which is Pilkington, and drops to the back of the field now.
Yeah, so it looks like any one of these 5 could be either be at the front or the back of this train. They seem to be swapping positions left, right and centre almost every corner of every lap at the moment. They need to sort of settle down, and ultimately for Total Performance Racing and Veloce, it's not necessarily helping them try and catch up to the guys in front, but it's almost like 2 classes of battle within 1 class at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And the Veloce car and the Total Performance Race car, there must have been a bit of contact there because both of them have been delayed out of Indianapolis. And now we go from 5 to 3 in this group, but the cars up ahead actually not that far away. You know, if these guys did work together, and they would be able to potentially catch that queue of cars just up ahead. And I know we're only early into the race, so it should effectively be the race, but we are very much split up into 2 in this class, albeit with 1 leader clear out front.
Yeah, about just under 3 seconds the gap by the looks of it from in front of that Total Performance Racing car, so they're out of slipstream range from the guys ahead of them, so they need to work together, which it doesn't look like they want to do at all at the moment, as they're just squabbling constantly. That's a very slow car as we head towards the final chicane. Try and work out what car that is. Is that the Lazarus car going into? Someone's in the pit lane, aren't they?
Yep, someone into the pits. So that's our first.
So Red Bull car, isn't it? That's gone into the pits.
Wow, that must have been a mistake made from Red Bull, and they've had to come into the pits. Yes, it is. So
it's Arnu, isn't it, in the Red Bull?
Arnu is in.
He was comfortable in second from what we could see, but obviously he's pitted, but he was only just ahead of these guys, so he must have made some kind of mistake through the Porsche curves. Perhaps it's maybe damaged the car or something, but interesting to see what happens when these guys think about making a pit stop if they have to.
Yeah, I mean, well, here we go. Can we see any visible damage to that car? The front left potentially looks a little bit, looks like it's taken a bit of a knock.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Here we go, coming out of the pits. Yeah, there's definitely
damage on the left-hand side of the car, isn't there? We haven't seen them have any contact early on in the race, so that must have come from potentially a barrier of some kind towards the end of the lap. So just shows how easy it is to make a mistake, not necessarily under any pressure. It looked like they were cruising around in second, just acting as a backstop to their number one car essentially in this race, and now we find themselves down in the back of the field, and that opens up opportunities obviously for all the other teams moving forward.
Well, this is the Hairpin Heroes we are now looking at. I think that's them battling away with the Tetrarud Rangers. Confirmation that it is. Tetrarud Rangers and Hairpin Heroes battling away, and Tetrarud Rangers have been very impressive so far today, but they're about to lose a place here to the Hairpin Heroes, as Hairpin Heroes draw alongside, going down towards turn number 1, and that should be the move complete, unless the Tetrarud Rangers can hold on and have the inside going into Dunlop chicane. That's exactly what they'll do. So Tetrarud Rangers hold position, but on the exit of the Dunlop chicane, the Hairpin Heroes trying to get their foot down. We go on board now with the Hairpin Heroes, and that looks like them through.
Yeah, there's a mistake from the Tetrarud Rangers car coming out the final corner, just got all over the exit curb and the AstroTurf, couldn't get the power down. That cost them the run into turn 1, bravely held onto it, ran the outside of turn 1, as off goes Hairpin Heroes. They've just about somehow kept that position ahead of Tetrarud Rangers coming onto the Mulsanne. I don't know how they managed that, but a bit of a scary moment for sure, that one.
Yeah, impressive, wasn't it? The only problem for Tetrarud Rangers is Kean Butler is at the back of the field. I'm not too sure what's happened to him, but he's about 6 seconds back from anyone else. But he really is struggling. Is Kean Butler, and that's going to affect their points as a team. So this is Kean Butler's going to really have to get on the recovery. But here we go. This is Tetrarud Rangers trying to take that place back into the first Mulsanne. Can't quite get through though. Hairpin Heroes will hold on.
Yeah, good defensive driving to hold on to that one, but it's only going to be a matter of time before that slipstream kicks in again, and they can have another attempt through the second chicane.
Well, we look at the Hairpin Heroes. They're in 5th place there. This is the battle for 5th. Now, just behind this, that is the Le Mans Legends, the next car behind. You can see that is the car back in 7th place. Lap number 5 of 17, so we're already getting towards a third race distance here. 4 cars sort of starting to come into this battle here. You've got the Le Mans Legends next along, and then behind that, the other of the Hairpin Heroes cars.
Yeah, these are the crucial positions in these races, aren't they, where they could make or break your attempt to come back tomorrow at the end of the day by picking up a 5th place or a 6th place early on in the day or in the middle of the day in the second race, and that might improve your chances rather than relying on the endurance race, where we've seen so many teams just scrape through with a good result through endurance races, but we can't always expect that.
Looking at the battle between Veloce and Lazarus. This is the battle further down the field. That Lazarus car, after that mistake, losing 2 places, losing a place to a Veloce and a Total Performance Racing car, and they're going to have to basically deal with exactly the same thing again. Another Veloce car and another Total Performance Racing car.
Yeah, it's strange to see 2 cars run by the same team struggling, or one car struggling compared to the other. You've got the other Lazarus car up in 2nd place at the moment, holding its own, doing a very solid job, and the other one languishing down in 7th place and struggling to really keep up with the field around it and keep out of essentially what is 9th place, because obviously Arnu's mistake or pit stop that we've seen from him has put him way off the back of the field in 10th. But yeah, the Lazarus car coming under pressure from the Veloce car down the Mulsanne. Yep,
Lazarus defending. Veloce looked to the outside, and Lazarus had just enough there to hold on as we come out of the first chicane. Now catching in is Total Performance Racing. We go on board with the Veloce car. Out for Veloce, Tom Lartalou. He's doing both the sprint races for them today. It will be Schmitz and Gillison. Gillison doing all 3 races for Team Veloce. As we have a look at the Hairpin Heroes trying to get past the Tetrarud Rangers, the Le Mans Legends in just behind as they come through the 4 chicanes.
So that's a change compared to where we last saw them, wasn't it? As they headed onto the Mulsanne, it was the Hairpin Heroes who just were ahead of Tetrarud Rangers. That's now changed as we come back towards them, but still nothing to choose as they go on to lap 6 heading into turn 1. They should be flat. We'll have a listen. Just a little bit of a lift, a little bit of a breather just to get the car over to the right to make sure you set up this chicane. Looking for the switchback on the right hander. Can we get the run down under the Dunlop Bridge and down the hill into turn 4? Not quite all over the curve, but the back end snaking around, so just proves how difficult these cars can be, especially with the tyres wearing as well, as we're getting oh so close to the back of that Aston in front.
Yeah, we could be getting a little bit close to some pit stops here. If these guys are going to come in, they'll probably do it once, I'd imagine, in these cars. So hearing that fuel is at 50%, so yeah, they will pit at some stage. It's whether they want to go for an early stop or try and run it right to the end. Now Hairpin Hero sat in behind Tetrud Rangers. They are, well, it sounds like, let's have a listen, see if they're fuel saving. It sounds to me like they probably are going for a bit of...
They're straight on the brake pedal. There's no lift and coast in there. There's almost like a reverse slipstream happening there somehow. They were losing no time to the back of that Tetrud Rangers car. I'm not sure. They must have...
They were lifting at some stage down that straight.
That might be why they weren't quite closing in then.
Yeah, they were lifting.
So they're not interested in necessarily going for the moves at this stage. They just want to sort of try and make as good time as possible and potentially stretch out this stint if they can, as that's the only reason you'd be looking at fuel saving, is going to go long in this stint rather than coming in early and then running it on fumes at the end of the race.
Yeah.
So they look quite comfortable at the moment. They can't be too comfortable, of course, because they're in a 3-car battle and it's not just the 2 of them.
And that is exactly right. They've got the Hairpin Heroes behind them, and the Hairpin Heroes, their other car, down in 8th, and they're in a dangerous position. They're in a close battle. There's only 7 points between the LM squad, Tetrud Rangers, and the Hairpin Heroes. Now, the LM squad are doing very well in this race. The Tetrud Rangers and the Hairpin Heroes, as we come through Mulsanne corner, and Tetrud Rangers one wide. Hairpin Heroes are going to go through. There go the Hairpin Heroes through, and the Le Mans Legends also trying to come through as well, and through go the Le Mans Legends as well. Not good that for the Tetrud Rangers, a mistake there costing them 2 places. We jump on board.
Look at this run.
Yeah.
The slipstream kicking in for Le Mans Legends. They catch right onto the rear wing of the Hairpin Heroes as they head down into Indianapolis. I don't know if there's a little bit of a nudge on the Tetrud Rangers car into Mulsanne as they return the favour to the wrong car, essentially, don't they? So they're all getting quite friendly amongst each other.
Yeah, I think that there was just a little bit of a barge through. Up towards Arnage now. Oh, well, the other Hairpin Heroes car getting a little bit out of shape there as they come through Arnage. And this close 3-way battle, which carries with it a lot of importance, because we've got the Tetrud Rangers and the Hairpin Heroes both in it. They split by 1 point. So really it's just whoever is ahead on circuit, essentially. And the Hairpin Heroes have managed to put a car in the Le Mans Legends between themselves and the Tetrud Rangers.
Yeah, we'll see if anyone can get to the front of this trio and then maybe try and make a break for it if possible. It looks like Hairpin Heroes are trying to do just that, currently occupying that 5th place, which is sort of, well, the average of the class and the field that they've got. So that's the position you really want to be aiming for, is a 5th place, if not better. As a Veloce in the gravel at the 2nd chicane, is that?
Yep, Veloce off at the 2nd chicane. They come back onto the circuit, but that's going to drop them down to 9th place. Now they're with that other Red Bull car that we saw come in. It's been a couple of laps since then. No one else has come in, have they? So it wasn't them a case of them coming in. A definite problem, because they slowed down as well. We didn't quite see what happened to them there, but most likely an off for them.
Yeah, I think that's most likely the case, as you say, is they unless they've gone for the super undercut, essentially, where these cars might be going, let's say, 12 or 13 laps on fuel, and therefore you pit with 4 laps to go, or you pit 4 laps into the race and then you run the tank empty at the end. But yeah, I think ultimately we saw them just ahead of the group of cars we were on board with at the time, and compared to where they were before that point, they should have been well up the road. So yeah, I think they must have had enough. We saw some damage to the left hand side of the Red Bull car as well, so that could play into the hands of pretty much everyone else who jumped up a position free of charge.
Here we go. Let's have a look what happened to that Veloce car.
So down into the second chicane, there's a Top Performance racing car right behind them as well as they head towards the braking zone. We'll see if there's any contact or if it's all on their own. Up the inside goes Top Performance Racing, and there is contact through the apex. So maybe a little bit ambitious from Top Performance Racing, maybe a little bit of a squeeze from Veloce. So we'll have to see how the stewards look at that one. But ultimately, Veloce end up in the gravel, and Top Performance Racing have the position for now. But we'll see if anything comes of that from the stewards room.
That could be a points penalty coming there for Total Performance Racing. And there we go. That's not
it's spectacular, but not fast.
Yeah, that was a good save. That I was getting ready. I was mid-sentence to say that's not how you're supposed to say that corner, and although it isn't, they got round. So there you go.
the other Veloce car then on the back of the Total Performance race car. These two teams seem pretty much inseparable at the moment, don't they? It's like
don't take each other out, please.
Yeah, I'm hoping his teammate's not on the radio to him say, well, his teammate just took me out, so return the favour.
Yeah, please take him out.
Yeah, we'll see how they get on. They look to be keeping it clean, just trying to set up a move through that Dunlop chicane, but they can't quite manage it as we're getting a good look at the back of that Total Performance racing car, but nothing towards doing at the moment.
Well, we're getting towards half race distance now. Lap number 8 of 17 we are on, so let's have a run through of the order as we see Total Performance Racing and Veloce come onto the Mulsanne straight. So leading overall is Red Bull Racing from Lazarus. Williams doing a good job in 3rd and 4th, picking up good points there. Then it's Total Performance Racing and Veloce, which we are watching. Then the next Total Performance Racing car, Lazarus, Veloce and Red Bull, who have had some apparent problems having to pit early. Then it's LM Squad from Hot Lappers LM Squad, a good battle between those two teams. Then Hairpin Heroes, the Le Mans Legends, Tete Rouge Rangers, Hairpin Heroes, Le Mans Legends and Tete Rouge Rangers.
Yes, the battle in Pro-Am still raging on, isn't it, between LM Squad and the Hot Lappers as they look to resolve their differences from the first race and carry on into the second race, as we've said. It looks like they've built up a bit of a gap though at the front, haven't they, from the live ticker that we saw the Hot Lappers 2nd and 3rd, but not on the tail of the leader. So as you can see at the top there, 2.7 seconds the lead for the LM Squad, so a good job there. But at the moment on screen we've got the Veloce car still chasing around that Total Performance Racing car. They can't quite get close enough down the end of the Mulsanne straight to make any kind of move. They're very close in the tight and twisty stuff. They ran the back end of the circuit and then through the first part of it, but when it comes to the main straights they don't seem to be able to hang with them.
Yeah, the LM Squad just trying to make it 1-1 essentially, aren't they here? They're 13 points back. And the LM Squad 1st and 4th. They're going to be scoring basically the same points, aren't they, with 1st and 4th and 2nd and 3rd. They're not going to be far away in points. That's
good news for them in terms of just the looking forward to tomorrow and the qualification for tomorrow. Yeah. That's all they need to be doing. They don't need to worry about, obviously a front row start tomorrow, first 3 grid slots tomorrow. If you come first overall today is what the goal would be for those two, looking at being quite confident at this stage. Obviously a little bit too early to guarantee your position, but ultimately things looking good for them. But they'll have one eye on tomorrow's race, is with the grid slot for the first race tomorrow being dictated by the championship position at the end of today.
Yeah, they will reduce the gap in points, but they'll bring it down by around 5 points. So it will come down to about 8 points going into the last race. And this is Robin Bechter, ever cool, calm and collected. Robin Bechter leading comfortably as well, doing a really good job. Red Bull did strong around this track in every race pretty much, and this is our first bit of traffic, I think, and that is
it always makes me wince a little bit. You want the car to basically make it clear where they're going to go, where they're going to stay on the racing line, you go round them. As in Le Mans, it's not necessarily the case that the car will move off the racing line to give you that, but we've got a lap coming up with the race leader. So with this car, we'll have a listen to see if it's flat through turn 1. I'd imagine it would, unless they're doing a bit of fuel save. Let's have a listen. Absolutely pinned through turn 1, hard on the brakes into turns 2 and 3, just feeding the car through, avoiding those yellow curbs that you can see as they will unsettle the car under the bridge, down the hill into the right-hander. Keeping it over to the right to then open up this left. Got to be careful of the brow as you go over. Easy to lose the back end, and especially through this right-hander. Looks like an easy corner, but it's very much not. Caught me out many times, I must admit. As you then head through
the Tete Rouge Rangers.
That's the one, Tete Rouge, onto the Mulsanne. A combination of those words is correct, just not the ones that I said. Onto the Mulsanne. Obviously we've got some chicanes here, so we've not got time to make a brew or a coffee today, as we've got a braking zone coming up in a little while to think about, as we've seen earlier, hitting over 200 miles an hour as we head towards the brake zone. Looking for your marker board on the left hand side, most likely. We'll see where it is. There it is. They hit it perfectly, getting onto the apex, filing it through the left-hander, avoiding the barrier that's been destroyed already on lap 1 as you feed it down towards the second chicane. Basically the repeat of the first one, just the other way around.
The other way around, yes.
Nothing for these guys to worry about in terms of slipstream or overtaking from anyone behind. They've got enough clean air to basically pick the racing lines that they want. No traffic by the looks of it on the minimap either for them to be dealing with.
Not yet,
Yeah, not yet. There's always a case with the Le Mans series, isn't it? You're always looking as to where your traffic might be and maybe even planning pit stops around that. But at the moment, they look to be cool, calm and collected, unlike their teammate, of course, who we've seen was in that kind of position in second place behind them early on, but we think had some issues and has dropped to the back of the field with a pit stop. But at the moment, the number 1 Red Bull car doing the job perfectly, building over 10,000 RPM in this beautiful car heading down towards Mulsanne corner. Hard on the brakes, make sure not to snag an inside brake as you turn in, just a little bit to the right as you hit the brake pedal. Heading down now, going back towards the start finish line, and Indianapolis getting up to nearly 11,000 RPM with that engine. Beautiful 100% throttle as you would expect. We'll have a look as to what they manage through Indianapolis, a very difficult and frightening corner at the best of times, isn't it, that you head through there. A boatload of speed as you head in. We'll see how they manage it, as they almost flat pretty much the whole way through. Then you get your braking done on the inside of the corners. That's the fastest way through. There's no point compromising the right, because the left hand's on you immediately. Through an 90-degree corner, we've said the tyre wall on the left that you'll see just there can really catch you out if you're a little bit too greedy into that corner. We've seen a few instances unprovoked into there before in the qualification series, I seem to remember, with the tyres ending up pretty much everywhere, of course, as you'd expect. Heading towards the Porsche curves, and a beautiful sequence of corners, especially in a car like this. You'll feed it through the right. Are we flat? We're not. We're on the brakes and with a downshift, back on the loud pedal through the left-hander. Just a little lift again into the left, and then slowing it down just a little bit more through the right. Hang on to the curb on the inside to open up the left. Don't run too wide onto the yellow if you can help it, because that will unsettle the car once more. Firing through the right and the left. We don't expect to see him pulling into the pit lane on the right, and we don't, so we'll be taking the racing line through the first of the chicanes, and then a repeat of that just a little bit slower for the penultimate corner, the final corner, back on the loud pedal to start another lap.
Another very good lap from Robin Bechter there. Thank you to Harry for talking us through that one. And a clown inside it as well.
They all seem to be trying to outdo each other with the driver in the car. Look at that.
Available for party bookings as long as there's only 5 people. Basically.
Is that his own car as well? He turns up in that. I'll be booking him.
How much do they get paid, these things? Yeah. This is a battle in the Pro-Am class now we go back to. So ahead of us is Hairpin Hero's car. This is that's the Tetris Rangers car that we were briefly on board with. And still, last time we were with this battle, the Tetris Rangers car didn't look keen to get past, and that still seems to be the case. Look, close enough there, you have to say, for at least to look down the inside, but happy to sit behind.
Yeah, I think if it's lap
it's got to be fuel safe.
If it was lap 17 of 17, I think you'd be up the inside on a number of occasions.
100%.
Obviously, you got them on Legends just having a watching brief up to this point. Obviously, a little bit of a run through the second chicane. We'll wonder if they can have a look onto the inside as we're looking back from Hairpin Heroes at the Aston Martin, who gets a great run and then just sort of sits there underneath the rear wing and doesn't fancy going for the move. Same for Le Mans Legends at the back of this trio as they now head back towards a little bit snaky on the exit, trying to get the power down. And they are just about going to have the inside, aren't they, into Indianapolis if they can hold on to that overrun. But we'll see what's going to happen with these Pro Class guys as they head down towards the first chicane of the Mulsanne.
Yeah, some great battles going on in both classes, isn't there? It's hard to know where to look. Now, this is the recovering Red Bull. I think we can label it that, because clearly that wasn't just an early stop out of choice. So
these guys must have made a pit stop as well then, off camera, to then drop them back into the clutches of the Red Bull, I wonder. I don't think they would have lost 30 seconds on track, because that Red Bull was way off the back of them. Obviously, we knew they would have to make a pit stop for fuel. I think they've probably done that to try and prevent the Red Bull gaining enough time to get ahead of them.
Yep, I think that is what's happened here, isn't it? So on board, this is the Lazarus car that has the Red Bull car behind. This is now that Red Bull car trying to recover some positions. This is going to be the Red Bull car going through to 8th place.
Good straight line speed on that Red Bull car. Is he just drafting alongside and making a move before the braking zone even?
Yeah, I wonder if there was a small lift from the Lazarus car just to almost allow it through. There's no point fighting that Red Bull car too hard, is there? There is a pace difference there. The Red Bull car definitely the one that's going to be quicker as we now head down to the next chicane.
what is a telltale sign of the Red Bull is the fact that all these cars got their headlights on, apart from the Red Bull car, which would suggest it smashed them up basically, and it can't turn them on. So that's probably
a good spot,
an indication of why they had the early pit stop. We've got some Pro-Am cars in the pits.
That's either going very wide or into the pits, isn't it?
I hope the pits. If it's not, it's going wide and then into the pits, I imagine.
Yeah, even if it's just come in, it's like, oh no. Yeah. Right, back to this battle for the Pro. Here we go. This is the...
What's going on down there? There's a bit of contact in the pit lane by the looks of it. They've managed to just about sort themselves out, but into the pits we come. So that'll be a new set of 4 tyres, which way they don't have to pay for, which will be nice for them, and a full tank of fuel to set them on the way to the end of the race.
Yeah, the invisible pit crew go to work. Oh, we've been given a helping hand. Oh, what happened there?
At least they didn't drive over the top of them, which is nice today, wasn't it?
But they went through them, I think. Oh, and we got 4 of them. Look, we're all queuing up here as we come out of the pit lane. That was a boost. Get going. I'm trying to get going, but I've got the pit limiter on.
It's interesting that they've all decided to pit on the same lap. Like no one's gone for an undercut or an overcut, or they're just like, well, we don't want to blink first, and so we'll all just blink together.
Yeah, basically. So the Hairpin Heroes obviously decided to come in, and everyone's decision behind is I'll go when the guy ahead of me goes in.
Yeah, so you don't want to lose anything by essentially doing something different. I think maybe they were a bit on the back foot and worrying about being caught out rather than taking the initiative, and maybe taking control of the situation and saying, I want to do something different because obviously this isn't really working for us. But they must be happy enough as they are to carry on. Obviously they're running out of laps to make the difference.
Well, there's a lot at stake in this battle. You know, this is battling for survival. The Tetrud Rangers is going to be on the outside in that number 7, and they're going to draft past, but the Hairpin Heroes under brake and go back through. So Hairpin Heroes take that place back from Tetrud Rangers. Le Mans Legends still watching on behind. Hairpin Heroes could do with some assistance from their teammate at the back of this queue, and they're getting closer and closer now, as once again the Hairpin Heroes having to defend from this Tetrud Rangers car. It's going to be alongside again going into the second Mulsanne chicane. The Hairpin Heroes, I don't think they're going to have the legs to hold on this time, and they don't. So Tetrud Rangers take that place from them as we go into Mulsanne 2. So in the end, quite an easy overtake for them, but they get a little bit out of shape out of the second Mulsanne chicane. That's going to leave them in a dangerous position now going down to Mulsanne corner. The Le Mans Legends car still can't make its impact on this battle. This is the car that now leads this queue, the Tetrud Rangers car, as we get ready to go onto the brakes and into Mulsanne. This your battle for 5th place, Harry.
Yeah, interesting to see if these guys can, now that they've made their pit stop, whether they can put their foot down, not have to worry about any fuel saving or tyre saving, and whether they just want to try and get the job done. So obviously before the pit stop we saw them sort of changing position, maybe a bit of fuel saving involved, but now they've not got to worry about that. It's just a drive to the checkered flag, and we'll see who's got the ultimate pace out of these 4 cars.
Now we have had a penalty for total performance racing. Here is the total performance race car. This was for that move, wasn't it? It was into that chicane
on the Veloce car.
On the Veloce car, yes.
Yeah, it was a bit ambitious, wasn't it? They were late on the brakes, and I think Veloce had committed to the corner, and unfortunately they just sort of were tapped round by the total performance racing car in a deserved penalty.
You know, if you're side by side, you're going to be side by side going through the corner, but when you literally T-bone someone,
that's contact, isn't it? That's the Hairpin Heroes car that was at the front of the train, now dropping to the back of it. So it's on the exit of that Arnage corner that we've spoken about before with that tyre wall. I wonder if that's still intact, or if we've had some tyre confetti thrown across the circuit.
Yes.
But we'll have to see if we've got a replay of that perhaps. But they've now been shuffled to the back. So both Hairpin Heroes cars now down to the back of this quadruple set of cars.
Well, this changes things for them once again. They need to try and get points over the Tetrud Rangers. And the Tetrud Rangers guys now at the head of this queue. The other one is behind them. So it's going to leave them fairly close together on points. It's not going to get them any closer, though. And that's exactly what they need to be doing. So they're going to be now hoping that the Le Mans Legends car, which is the blue and white car. Let's have a look at what happened, Harry.
Yep, so running wide was Tetrud Rangers into that right-hander then, or sorry, into the left-hander, into the right-hander of Arnage. Hairpin Heroes going round the outside and then just snagging the rear end round, a bit of oversteer into the gravel. I think they might have even pulled on the handbrake just to try and a panic save to try and stop the car in time. So just a driver error by the looks of things, just a bit ambitious, trying to go around the outside of that corner and got it all wrong.
Yep, self-inflicted there. So Hairpin Heroes just I think just breaking under the pressure, the constant pressure of that.
It's a fierce battle, isn't it?
Yeah,
fierce battle between these
it's been going on for a long time now, this battle.
It really has, and so they're probably the pressure's really building. They're high intensity for these guys. They know that after this race, we've got the car behind being dragged onto the grass. That's the Le Mans Legends car, isn't it? Just about surviving a trip to the barrier, but that's going to cost them some speed. They'll try to be picking up the slipstream as best they can to save themselves from the Hairpin Heroes just behind them. Have got a great run out of that corner.
Well, despite that, look at the run the Le Mans Legends car. As you can see, the toe really coming into effect here, and the Le Mans Legends car has been saved despite making that mistake. Is now
going to go for an overtake as well.
Yeah, almost on the attack into the first Mulsanne, not quite able to do it. So, well, that is how you get away with making a mistake, just being behind another car, basically.
It's interesting that we see them nose to tail through these chicanes, and they struggle to get the overrun.
Yeah.
Obviously, the longer gap you leave between the car in front, the more of a slingshot you'll get when you get to the braking zone, rather than being in this position where you may be 5-10 metres behind them. You get a little bit of overspeed, you pull out to overtake them, and then you just sort of get stunted essentially with your overspeed. Whereas if you're further behind, you get a longer run in the slipstream with more overspeed than that car, and you might be able to make something happen. But that's a pit stop. Is that for the Total Performance racing car of Martin Pilkington? So he's now down to 10th place. Or did he have a penalty to serve in the pits, or was that just a pit stop from him? I presume it's just a pit stop he's made, isn't it?
I'm assuming it's the latter. Yeah, I'm assuming it's just a pit stop he had to serve anyway. But let's just say it's been a real race to forget. We're only 2/3 of the way through. It's been a real bad day at the office for him.
This might be why he's had a trip to the pit. So that's out of the Porsche curves and onto the yellow, and catching some air into the gravel as well. Thankfully not getting collected by any other cars, but we've said those yellow cars can be dangerous, and that's exactly why launching the car up here, luckily not to flip over there, but obviously done some pretty significant damage maybe to the underside of that car that pitting has hopefully fixed for them.
Wow, that was
dramatic.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? I would have woken him up. He's based in the UK, isn't he? I was going to say, if that was one of our drivers over in the West Coast or the East Coast, that would have been would have really woken him up. But yeah, real race to forget. It's carrying a points penalty as well. So
unfortunately for them, that's Tetra Rouge Rangers going sideways through Arnage, similar mistake in the same place that we saw the Hairpin Heroes the lap before. So they're all making mistakes at the same corner, and they just can't sort themselves out. But they've lost 2 places, haven't they, to Le Mans Legends and Hairpin Heroes. So they've now shuffled down to 3rd in this 4-car train, and Le Mans Legends now find themselves at the front.
Well, this now means Hairpin Heroes are scoring more points than the Tetra Rouge Rangers, so they are going to swap places. Hairpin Heroes are going to go to 3rd. Tetra Rouge Rangers are going to drop to 4th, all after that mistake. And the Hairpin Heroes, if they can get past the Le Mans Legends. Oh, here comes the Red Bull to get involved in the party as well. We'll want to get straight past before we get into those chicanes. Hopefully they leave a little bit of space. Ooh, just about. So leader now going through and past this battle in the Pro-Am class. Oh no, that's not worked out well at all for the Le Mans Legends car, and the Hairpin Heroes go through, trying to make some places back there as the Tetra Rouge Rangers in the background. All going off, isn't it, as they come onto the start-finish straight. Leader goes across the line to start lap number 13, and we're 3 wide now in this battle for 5th place in the Pro-Am class. We've got the Hairpin Heroes cars working together, pushing each other along into the Dunlop curve, and oh, we've got 2 cars off. Le Mans Legends has gone off. Tetra Rouge Rangers has gone off as well.
All started by the race leader trying to make their way through and lap these guys at the end of the last lap, and that's caused all kind of problems. Le Mans Legends being forced wide at the final chicane. That gave the run to the Hairpin Heroes and the Tetra Rouge Rangers car down the pit straight. The Hairpin Heroes cars moving to the right, the inside working together, and unfortunately the other 2 cars who were left on the outside made a bit of contact, and into the gravel they went.
Well, that's worked out perfectly for the Hairpin Heroes. Now they're going to be scoring a decent chunk of points here, and a decent chunk of points advantage over Tetra Rouge Rangers to put themselves in a good place going into that final race. And this is all the fight for safety, isn't it? This is the fight for 3rd, and that is the last place to take you into tomorrow. This is a bigger fight than what we have out front.
Yeah, so just to remind, this is obviously a battle for 5th place, which is going to be the crucial positions for survival at the end of the day, as we've got some more pro class cars coming to lap these guys, but they're doing it at the ideal part of the circuit,
yes,
it must be said. But yeah, a real dramatic sequence of events, Chris.
Yep, let's have a look at what happened here, Harry.
So we can see we're 3 wide. So that's the Le Mans Legends car ahead of us, and we just get...
It just went off on their own.
I think there wasn't actually necessarily any contact between the two of them. It's just being on the outside of turn 1. It's dirty out there. No, it's not easy to go through there flat at the best of times, and they might have just lost the back end, and unfortunately, into the gravel. One car went. Le Mans Legends got away a little bit lighter, it must be said, in terms of being negatively affected, but Hairpin Heroes found their way through.
I think Tetra Rangers may have just had as they tried to turn in, found themselves turning into a Hairpin Heroes car, but certainly for the Le Mans Legends it was just a mistake from them, being on the outside, as you said, being on the dirty side of the track, and they went into the gravel. So this is good for the Hairpin Heroes. So essentially 5 teams in each class if you're joining us. We're scoring points in each race, and at the end of the day, the top 3 teams in each class on points will go through into the final day of the competition tomorrow.
Yeah, the Hairpin Heroes duo need to sort of get on with the job at hand, because Le Mans Legends are still there lurking in the background. They've still got a little bit of slipstream to keep in touch. So if they can start working together, the Hairpin Heroes duo, they might be able to leave them for dead by the end of the race. But at the moment, they haven't got those positions sealed, as the lead car at the 2 runs a little bit wide. They're going to have to let their teammate go now, aren't they? They're going to have to let the teammate go. And that's a mistake has cost them, as we've now got another, the Williams car, isn't it, trying to make their way through the Pro-Am class.
That was very close to the tyres, wasn't it?
I can hear the squeals of pain as you watch what's happening unfold in front of you.
That was very close.
Yes.
No need to take risks like that, guys. Come on. They've got to start working together here. There's no need for them to battle with each other. So
it's the most frustrating thing, though, when you're racing as a duo like these two are, and you see the guy in front of you make a mistake. You're like, I'm happy to follow you around, but if you're going to make mistakes, I'm going to have to go in front of you, aren't I? Because otherwise we're going to keep losing time. And whilst we've got the lapped cars now being overtaken by the Porsches, that's where it can make all the difference. We've seen the impact lapping has had already just a couple of laps ago. And these guys will be hoping that nothing similar happens to them. Le Mans Legends still, as we say, just about hanging on. There they are, just creeping into shot. But at the moment, Hairpin is 5th and 6th, with Le Mans Legends in 7th.
Right, so 5th and 6th. Let's work out exactly where we are in terms of points to see what the difference is. So they're going to score 18
It's
points.
maths with Chris again.
Yeah.
It's that time of the day.
It's 35 points they're on. Right, I've worked that out pretty quickly. Tetra Rangers, let's find out exactly where they are. I think they're in 8th and 9th place after that incident, because there's the Le Mans Legends car behind us. So 8th is the first of the Tetra Rangers car, and 10th is actually the other one. Wow, so not good points for them at all. They're only scoring 5, so if I can't work that one out quickly, that would be pretty bad, wouldn't it? So they're on 23. So from being 1 point behind, considering this is for 3rd, the last qualifying space in Pro-Am, Hairpin Heroes were 4th, 1 point behind. They're now going to be 12 points ahead. Yeah. That's a big swing, isn't it?
It really is.
Let's have a look. I believe we're just going to have live points on screen.
It's not looking good for those bottom two, is it? It must be said.
That's Pro, by the way. That's the Pro class.
So Veloce are literally half the points of the team above them, and that team above them are the cut-off point for survival through to tomorrow. So, yeah, they've got to hope for something dramatic in the last few laps of this race, or some kind of turn up for the books in the endurance race for both themselves and Turbo Performance Racing. But so far, it's been sort of a day to forget for the both of them.
Yeah, so of course we have the 2 classes for people that have just joined us maybe in the last few laps. We're looking at Veloce, who are in the Pro class. The order in the Pro class, we have 2 drivers from each team out on track. We've got Red Bull first, Lazarus second, Williams 3rd and 4th, then Veloce in 5th, Lazarus 6th. The second of the Veloce cars is 7th on screen. Total Performance Racing 8th and 10th. In between them, the Red Bull Racing car. Then it is the LM Squad Hot Lappers 2nd and 3rd, LM Squad 4th, then Hairpin Heroes 5th and 6th, then we have Le Mans Legends 7th, Tetra Rangers 8th and 10th, the second of the Le Mans Legends cars in 9th.
Yeah, so I think LM Squad and Hot Lappers looking pretty comfortable in
pretty
Pro-Am,
safe,
aren't they?
Yeah.
We might have a bit of a battle on for the 3rd spot in Pro-Am come the endurance race. That might be obviously one for us to look at. But at the moment for the Pro class, things look to be taking somewhat shape at the moment.
Well, we're going to have a change for the lead, aren't we, with that second Red Bull car down.
Of course.
As we saw the live points on screen, showing that we do have a change at the head of the field in terms of points.
Which obviously has a big impact for the first race tomorrow. Obviously, we've got the endurance race still to sort out later, but ultimately for the 3 teams that do qualify through to tomorrow, the order they finish at the end of today will be the grid slots they occupy tomorrow. And tomorrow we introduce all 3 drivers from the teams taking part at the same time. So if you finish first at the end of today as a team, you'll start first, second and third tomorrow. So that's a big advantage, even bigger than what we've seen today. Although today we expect it to have more of an impact, with teammates working together off the front row, for example, and it hasn't really worked out that way. So 3 of them, who knows?
Well, we expect it to be a huge advantage. But so much can change on the first lap. Looking at tomorrow, we're at Le Mans twice and then Spa. So it's hard to get away either of those tracks. We've got Mulsanne straight in. They can see the live points. So I didn't actually work it out right.
You sound surprised.
Wow, that would just mean my maths is terrible. I mean, there might have been some penalties.
Let's hope you're a better driver than you are a mathematician, eh?
Well, I used to race. I used to be able to race okay.
You used to be able to do maths okay as well, but apparently that's changed as well.
I would like to respond to you, but I've got a mic and we're live, so I can't. Hairpin Heroes, this is the car in 7th. Now, has there just been a change there that we haven't noticed? Yes.
There's a Le Mans Legends car between them.
Has now gone between them, so if we were doing our jobs properly, we would have probably seen that. Le Mans Legends has gone through. So this gives the Tetrud Rangers a chance to get one back on Hairpin Heroes now. They've got a chance to do this. It's a good position for them. We're into the final 3 laps of the race. Where is it all gone?
Yeah, I presume they've made a mistake, haven't they? Because they were right on the coattails of their teammate, and all of a sudden they're not, and there's a car between them. So I think they must have made a mistake more than anything, and they'll hope that they can...
well, there was cars lapping them.
That's true. Yeah, they might have been caught out by that. That's a factor. That's always the case with these races, with the 2 different classes that we introduce to the races to be done. But yeah, they need to be looking forward to try and get that position back rather than looking in their mirrors at the Tetrud Rangers car, which would be oh so desperate to get even just one more position by the end of this race.
Into the chicane. This is a look at Williams, the team that's going to take the lead in the pro class, and great performance from Williams. They haven't really led the way so far this week.
They've had a few sort of standout performances, haven't they, where they've really turned up.
Let's look back at their results, because we do have them written down. So they finished 3rd, 1st, 5th, 3rd, 6th, 2nd. Yeah, so that's been their results.
So 4 podiums by the end of yesterday. So yeah, first, 2nd, and 2 thirds. So consistent. Not as consistent as the likes of Lazarus and Red Bull that up to the point of yesterday evening. But obviously today has been a completely turn up for the books with the Lazarus performance. Obviously they're doing okay at the moment, 2nd and 6th in this race. But coming in today, their worst finish was 2nd, which they achieved 4 times, and they had 2 first places. So yeah, a real disappointing day in a way for them. Obviously they're still looking good to qualify for tomorrow, but it'll be a bit of a confidence downer for them that they haven't been able to put in the performances today that we've seen over the last 2 days. But yeah, on the topic of Williams, doing a solid job, if not spectacular, but solid, and looking to do very, very well. So they've not had any standout performances so far today in terms of those victories or dominating drives, but they're just quietly going about getting the job done that needs to be done, and that's sometimes the best way of doing it.
Their overall points, they're 3rd in terms of the 2 days overall. I mean, that means nothing, by the way, but we sat and worked it out anyway. So, based by that, we'd expect them to go through 3rd.
Yeah.
They're putting themselves in a potentially that the table could turn on its head almost, and they could go through in the lead.
I say they're the consistent team, aren't they?
Interesting.
Because you've got Red Bull 1st, Lazarus 2nd, but then you come up with the 2 Williams cars who are obviously just going about doing the job to the standard they need to. They're not 2nd and 7th or 1st and 6th. They're there together, which is the main thing in this team sport. And that's going to be the secret to essentially getting through. And hopefully when it comes to tomorrow, providing they are there, they'll be able to basically peak at the right time and put in their best drives. But at the moment on screen, we've got the Hairpin Heroes trying to find their way back past that Le Mans Legends car.
They have to be careful, though, as much as they want to get back past. If they take themselves out, then they could hand an advantage almost back to the Tetrud Rangers again. So they've got to be careful here, as much as they do need to try and get this move done. Into the chicanes now. this for the penultimate time up to the start-finish straight. And, you know, the more they battle with the Le Mans Legends, the more they're bringing their rivals back into play, isn't it? You know, that Tetrud Rangers car at the back of this queue is going to be brought back into play.
Yeah, it's such a difficult position to be in. You want to be attacking the car in front of you without having to worry about anything from behind. You can just set up any move you want. Having a look up the inside, not quite far enough up there to make anything happen. Snaking on the exit once again as they come down the hill. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Now they want to be able to drive this car the way they want to set up a move without having to worry about Tetrud Rangers behind them, potentially capitalising on any mistake they might encounter.
So this is the leaders in Pro-Am making their way onto the Mulsanne straight, back onto it. We haven't seen the leaders for a while.
No, it just proves such a good job that they're doing. 2.5 seconds. It's comfortable, if not massive, in terms of the lead that they've got. Now, any mistake might be capitalised on, but they haven't looked like making a mistake all day. It must be said. Now, they drove superbly well in the first race. Now, a great defensive drive until they were eventually broken, but that took a long time for the hot lappers to achieve. And then, yeah, this race they obviously weren't on the front row for the start. They managed to overtake both hot lappers' cars and drive off into the distance at somewhat comfortable pace.
It's been a good performance from them overall, and it's going to close the gap between the two, and we're going to have both a battle for survival to watch and the battle for the overall win as well.
Yeah, obviously one means more than the other in essence, but yeah, they're both equally important to the teams involved, of course.
I would say they both, because one could put you in prime position to win tomorrow, and the other could win you more money and keep you in and give you a chance just to compete tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And say I'll be very surprised if the hot lappers or LM squad are looking at anything other than at this stage, trying to capitalise on performances to think about tomorrow's first race and where we want to start that race. I think they're beyond the point of having to worry about, are we going to make it to tomorrow? They should be confident in what they're doing. Is this Heaven Heroes trying to defend that position, isn't it, from Tetrud Rangers? They're in danger of losing that around Mulsanne corner. They're on the inside, but now they're side by side down this straight, and they might be shuffled to the back of this quartet.
Right, here we go. We're on board with the Hairpin Heroes, and this is the Tetrud Rangers car that's trying to get back past them. Up ahead, the other Hairpin Heroes car having to defend from the Le Mans Legends car. We're going to be side by side towards Indianapolis then. The Hairpin Heroes car, the grey and green car there on the inside, is going to have the inside from Indianapolis corner for the right at least. Oh, what a move that was. Tetrud Rangers sweeping round the outside, and they go through. That is a team with nothing to lose, isn't it? And the Hairpin Heroes car getting caught out there, Harry, and almost losing it on the exit. So there's one down for the Tetrud Rangers, 2 more to go.
Yeah, they'll be looking forward at this point. They've made the move on the first of the cars in front of them. They've got the confidence in there now to know that they can do it. They just need to crack on and see what they can achieve. But a great move there. So just seeing that car sweep around the outside and just about slot in front, that was either going to be a massive accident or a great move. And thankfully, it was a great move.
Well, this could give them a bit of a confidence boost now to try and go on and battle with those two. This is a good battle that we could stay with here. 4-way battle once again in Pro-Am. It's just something we've just become used to now, isn't it? If this weren't happening, then we'd be a little bit surprised almost, as through the Porsche curve we go. Not a good run through there from the Tetrud Rangers, and that's given an advantage back to the Hairpin Heroes as they go down to the 4 chicanes. This for the penultimate time. Up ahead, Le Mans Legends trying to look to the inside of the other Hairpin Heroes car. There's a Hairpin Heroes, there's a third Hairpin Heroes driver somewhere very nervously watching on, I think, as we go into the start-finish straight.
Yeah, so last time round for these guys starting that final lap. So basically you've got to make the move count now or never. And so you've got one Hairpin Heroes car at the front of this battle, one at the back. And they're going to hopefully have the one at the front stay there and have the other one try and work their way through. But at the moment, if anyone's going to be moving anywhere, it's the Tetrud Rangers car moving forward, because they are on fire at the moment.
Yes, they are. They're going to have the Mulsanne straight very shortly. This is a really crucial part of the race, perhaps the most crucial. These next 3-4 corners before you get onto that Mulsanne straight, it's going to be who can get the run onto there. So the Tetrud Rangers car is third in this queue. There it is. Are they going to be able to get the run out of Tetrud and down the Mulsanne straight? They don't look close enough, do they? It looks like the 4 drivers have spread themselves out now, so that might be it. We haven't really seen what the gap is between the 2 cars at the head of the field. This is the Hairpin Heroes car at the back of the queue as they go down towards the first Mulsanne chicane. At the head of this, Le Mans Legends trying to get past the other Hairpin Heroes car, and they look pretty close as we saw a flash of them as they now come in through the first chicane. There you can see the Le Mans Legends car very close, aren't they, to the first of the Hairpin Heroes car.
Yeah, the first Hairpin Heroes car is the one punching the hole in the air for all of these to drive into, so they're the ones who are at the slowest, basically top speed, and the Le Mans Legends behind them are the ones in the prime position to make a move. But obviously behind those two, the other Hairpin Heroes car is trying to go forward on Tetra Rouge Rangers, but I don't think they can quite get enough of a slipstream to make it happen. Le Mans Legends looking up the inside at the front of this quartet.
Yeah, Le Mans Legends about to go down the inside at the head of this queue as they now come through the chicane, not quite able to get through though. So the blue and white car there stays second in the queue. We're on board with the second Hairpin Heroes cars. They now work their way down to the second chicane. Somewhere out front, we're about to see a Red Bull car take the win, but this is the battle for survival in the Pro-Am class. The Hairpin Heroes battling with Tetra Rouge Rangers to try and get into day 4, the final day of the competition. There was a lock-up. Who was it that locked up? It looked like it may have been the Le Mans Legends, but I think they got away with it. The Hairpin Heroes, the second of them, almost running wide, but we go back to our overall leaders, Red Bull Racing. It's been a brilliant drive from them. We haven't seen a lot of them, but Red Bull Racing are going to come out to take victory, and that will move them into the top position. Brilliant stuff from Red Bull. They have had a fairly, their race has been a bit up and down. They've had a win, but their second car all the way down the field. This is going to be the car that takes the win in the Pro-Am class. It's going to be the LM squad. Just a few corners left for them. It's going to be 1-1 in terms of the battle between them and the Hot Lappers in the Pro-Am class when it comes to race wins. This is this battle. Oh, and into the barriers there. The Hairpin Heroes coming out of Arnage, going straight into the barriers there. Don't know what happened there. They came close to doing that a few times, to be fair, so that was coming.
Yeah, I mean, it was the end of the race, wasn't it, for them? Yeah. So I think they'd almost given up, essentially, a little bit, just a fraction too early, and into the wall they went. So I don't think it matters too much for them, thankfully. But
race basically ends at that point, doesn't it? So
yeah, so they gave it their all. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it work for them in terms of just getting those last few positions. They were in prime position, weren't they? They were right behind their teammate for the second half of that race until about 3 or 4 laps to go, and all of a sudden they were at the back of that quartet for some reason.
Now let's talk teammates, because Red Bull won the race, but the second car, unfortunately, having to come into the pit lane early with what we looked to be damage. So they're not actually going to be the leaders in terms of points. They're not going to be starting at the head of the field going into Sebring. Yeah,
disappointing for a team to have that kind of result. You've got one car up front absolutely dominating, and another car way out the back of the pack. They weren't even close to 9th place, I don't think. So they've really struggled to capitalise on an opportunity. They were first and second early on. They looked comfortable, but that's just how easy it is to make a mistake at the highest level. And then you find yourself down at the back of the pack, and hopefully it won't cost the team anything too much. They don't look like they're under pressure for tomorrow's attendance, but of course they would want to be starting those races tomorrow, the race tomorrow, the first one, on pole by finishing top today. But that kind of result could hamper that ability.
And a great job by Williams as well, consistent, and they're going to be going in starting on the front row.
Yeah, consistency is the main thing. The aim of the game is going to be to pick up the most amount of points as a team you can. It's not always the best thing to have one guy winning and one guy coming in 7th or 8th. Obviously, there's a lot of points for first place, but for the team confidence, you want to be driving around somewhat together, because then it really sort of builds a team bond as a case of we're all delivering what we need to.
And for Total Performance Racing and Veloce, looks like a battle for $2,500, then now more than survival, doesn't it?
Yeah, they've got a real tall order. Obviously, they're not out of it, of course. There's still anything can happen in that endurance race. A lot of hard laps to come up and some pit stops to be made in that one. So always opportunities for things to happen. Obviously the Red Bull car, we've seen it running second and then finishing 10th. So who knows what could happen in that one. They've just got to get their head down and try their best.
And we've got a close battle at the head of the Pro-Am field between Hot Lappers and LM Squad. 1-1 between them today in terms of victories. But I think more importantly, this battle for third place, very, very close, isn't it, between the Tetra Rouge Rangers and the Hairpin Heroes, because basically that's a battle for survival. Only 3 teams go through to tomorrow. They're battling for third. So this is a real important battle. It's about getting in to tomorrow.
Yeah, the difficulty that those 3 teams have got, essentially the top 2, Hot Lappers and LM Squad, looked to be sort of well above the other 3 teams. So it's not like they can mix it with them and maybe have a surprise result in second or third and then rely on them taking points off the other drivers and other teams around them. They've sort of got to sort it out themselves, and it's going to be a case of the best team wins.
Well, thank you for your thoughts, Harry. Harry will be back for the third and final race. We're going to take a quick break, but coming after the break, some driver reaction, and Bryn is going to bring us up to speed of what the situation is in terms of the points.
Coming on strong, the 9th comes a knocking.
How surprising! Would you love any other series if you had Nobody's knowing the corporate shuffles up over there.
As Chris and Harry disappear off, wipe their brows and get ready for the final race of the day, the endurance race coming up very, very soon. We pick through the bones of that last race there, and what a race it was. Before we get to that, if you want to update your Thrustmaster racing equipment, you can use that 15% discount. Go to the Thrustmaster website and you'll be able to find where you can buy stuff. You buy stuff, put the promo code TM-LMES into it and you'll get that 15% discount, so take advantage while you can. Also, let us know your thoughts on the racing, on the show, anything you want to know, really. Ask us questions too. Hashtag LMES on social media. So before we speak to the drivers, I've got hopefully a couple of interviews coming up with the drivers. I'm going to catch up with Jean-Eric Vergne and Alexandra Wirtz as well coming up in a bit. But before we do that, a couple of highlights from that last race, and there were a few little interesting, exciting moments that we can pick on. The first one was the Pro-Am race start. That one there, as always, race starts quite exciting, aren't they? And this one here did not disappoint. Let's have a look at that, shall we? So as they go, disappearing off there in the Pro-Ams, a huge rear wing there. Look at that, absolutely crazy rear wing. Big lock up ahead. Oh, they're getting through quite nicely, actually. Turning through, running a little bit wide, heavy on the brakes. Oh, squeezing through. It's amazing how they got through without too much damage. But there on the right-hand side, you just saw... There we go, looking back. It didn't go quite to plan, did it, to them? As you could see, they're all the way through and then just sitting there going, what's happened here? Having to scratch their heads and sort it out. But there you go, that's what a race start is like, isn't it? Particularly at the start of Le Mans. What about looking at chicanes? We had around 5 cars going into the chicane as well, with the pros and the Pro-Ams fighting it out between them. And it was such an interesting thing. This was fairly quite a long way into the race itself. Here you go. 5 cars into one, maybe 6 cars actually. Got to get your fingers out and count, don't you? Let's see. As they go round, squeezing through, 1, 2, oh, look at that. Is that track limits there? I don't know, but I think it might be. 5 cars into one. Look at it right on the inside. They're still battling their way through. It was amazing that they managed to get through without too much damage. You see the Pro-Am just disappearing off into the distance. Sorry, the Pro car disappearing off into the distance, but great stuff there from the Pro-Am guys fighting between themselves. And hairpin lot fighting, oh, there you go, the big lock up as well. Hairpin heroes, they seem to be not helping each other out really, seem to be racing each other on track, and really they probably could have worked together a little bit harder. And talking about hairpin heroes, they had a couple of different moments. One was a big lock up, like a handbrake it seemed, grabbing the handbrake into the right hander, and also they got air, which was quite exciting. A bit of a glitch apparently in the race, but if we can bring that up too, it's worth having a look. Oh, it was TPR, sorry, into the air. Let's have a look at that and see if we can do so. So Total Performance Racing getting a bit of air, which I think is nice, you know. Here we go, round they go, TPR, looking lovely. Fast left-hander into the right, running the curbs, and there you go. Yeah, another moment for them. So lots of moments. Pit carnage too. We saw a bit of pit carnage. Pit stops happening and one car leaving the pits and then another car right in front of them at exactly the same time. Yesterday, we saw one car on top of another car as they left the pits. This is what happened today. Here we go, just leave it. Oh, hang on a second. There you go, a little tap up the back end there saying, you better get out of my way, mate, because I'm coming through. So Hairpin Heroes involved in a fair bit, actually, it's fair to say, in this race. And we will be catching up with race winners. We're getting a little bit of feedback from Chris as well as what he thought of that race in just a bit. Talking about interviews then, we'll bring you the points very, very soon. But hopefully we've got our pro race winner standing by or sitting by. Well, he's disappeared off for the moment to kind of freshen up, because actually Robin is going to be in the next race too. He's racing all the races today and all the races tomorrow. So let's take a moment to have a look at the points, shall we? The pro points. I believe they are in, so we can have a quick look at them. And here they are. Look at that. Total Performance Racing. Wow. They're on 1 point. Total Performance Racing, 1 point. They have lost 8 points from penalty points. You see, they've been given 8-point dock, 3 from the first race, 5 from that second for track limits and the way they've raced. And Red Bull Racing there with 3-point deduction as well. So they're on 56 points. Williams Esports 54, Lazarus on 48, Veloce on 32. We'll see if we can get another one of the drivers, actually, another one of the teams to have a chat with us as well, because we spoke to Robin Becker earlier on and he's got to try and prepare himself a little bit for the endurance race. So we'll see if we can bring you an interview with one of the other teams. It would be nice to catch up with Lazarus, wouldn't it, or Veloce, and see what they think ahead of this big final one. Looking at TPR there, it's not looking great for them, is it? That 1 point at the moment, it's very, very tough for them. I just don't know if they can make it up. They need to get really first and second, don't they, and hope that all around them wobble and fall off a little bit. So not ideal for those. Let's bring up the Pro-Am table then and see what that one looks like, see where we stand with Pro-Ams. Well, Le Mans squad leading the way, 74 points. They have got to be safe. In fact, I mean, 2 drivers are racing, so presumably they can get a decent points haul. We know there are a lot of points available, but Le Mans squad will have the lockout on the front row for the final race, the endurance race today. Hot Lappers on 66 points. They're looking pretty strong as well. Remember, even if you come last, you're still going to get yourself a decent points haul of 25 points just from finishing, you know, plumb last last with your 2 drivers. Hairpin Heroes, I can't say that team's name. Hairpin Heroes, that's better. 32 points for them. Le Mans Legends 18. They're not out of this, but it is very, very close. And Tetra Rouge Rangers on 12. You would hope that Le Mans Legends and Tetra Rouge Rangers kind of work together in this next race, because if they start battling, it doesn't really help them out. They need to get themselves up and above Hairpin Heroes, and the points now have been confirmed. So they were classified at that point. They were going through a few little inquiries, but it has all been confirmed. So at this stage, we don't have any interviews to bring you. We're going to bring you some driver interviews if we can, but I did say we'd catch up with some other drivers. One driver who knows what it's like to race at the very highest level of competition for Toro Rosso and Red Bull. He raced Formula 1, but he's also 2-time Formula E champion, and that's Jean-Eric Verne, and we caught up with him last week.
Joining me now is co-founder of Veloce Esports, Jean-Eric Verne. Now, Jean-Eric, the competitors have got a lot to tackle on this one. They've got different eras, different circuits. It's going to be a challenge for them, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge, but you know, that's what we face it as well. You know, all of us racing drivers now, you know, we drive in Formula E, we drive in LMP2, some in DTM, some in GTs, and we need to be able to go from one track, one car to another one, different cars. So I think it's amazing for the team driver to experience the same thing, and especially to be able to race in all cars from the 70s, 80s. I think that's pretty cool, because beside Goodwood Revival or Goodwood, we don't have much chance to have the taste of the old cars. So I'm actually a little bit jealous of them to be able to race in such cars, even if it's just virtual. We know how close it is from reality. So I think it's amazing that they have this kind of competition.
Now, you are a co-founder of Veloce Esports. You saw the potential a few years back when you set up. Did you realise how quickly it would grow and to which extent it is at now?
Obviously, I mean, we always believed at Veloce that the esport was going to be a huge thing. Already, 4 or 5 years ago when we started it, it was already big. But obviously, with COVID and what happened, it just took a different dimension. And it's just growing more and more. And I think we have an amazing team at Veloce that is always, always there when we need to be, and always at the right place at the right moment, which is what needs to be done for our company. And we're not changing offices. We're just growing as much as esports is growing, which is amazing to see.
It's great to hear from these drivers, isn't it? These drivers that have raced at the very highest level and won. Two-time Le Mans winner there, two-time Formula E winner, didn't win Le Mans. Two-time Formula E, I get loads of emails in going, you just said John-Eric Vergne, what, he didn't win Le Mans, all right? He was two-time Formula E champion. I stand corrected. And now we're going to bring you a couple of interviews from the drivers that we just saw, the races in this competition. A man we saw yesterday was Tobin Lee. Now he is in the seat still. He's racing all the races today, all the races tomorrow if they make it through. And I think he's practicing at the moment ahead of the endurance race. And I believe that Tobin is lined up ready to chat to us. So it's nice to hear from him yesterday. Here he comes again. Tobin Lee from Lazarus. Are you in the seat? Are you practicing ahead of the endurance race, or are you just chilling out there in the seat?
Yeah, I'm just chilling, of course. I mean, I wanted to get a little bit of practice in, but it looks like we're getting straight into it. It's been pretty full on today, to say the least. I mean, yesterday when I raced in the Jag, at least, I had plenty of breathing room before the race to prepare or whatever. But today's been another ball game altogether with just quick fire, long races. So, yeah, just getting my head back into the game now and getting ready to go again.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the points at the minute. Even if your team, if Lazarus finished last and second to last, you'd still get yourself a decent points haul. You'd still get yourself 25. No, you get yourself 30 points. No, you wouldn't. I'm talking complete rubbish, Tobin. You get yourself 5 points, but you are on 50 already, so you'd be on 55 points. That gives you a decent lead of 31 over Veloce. So you must be feeling pretty confident going into this final race today that you're at least going to make it through to tomorrow.
Yeah, and of course, like making it through to tomorrow is the main thing. But I think when you look at our performance yesterday, especially, I think that it's fair to say that we're not aiming for third, if that makes sense. I think we all believe that we can do a bit better than that. But yeah, it's looking good, to be fair, given the structure of the tournament. And as you say, making it to tomorrow is definitely the main thing.
Well, again, looking at the points, you guys 50 points. Just ahead of you on 54 points is Williams, and ahead of those on 56 is Red Bull Racing Esports. So even with 2 drivers out on track for each race and 2 races in, we can only split you by 6 points, and that is nothing when it comes to the endurance race. So what is your strategy going ahead? Obviously you're going to be locking out that third row, so are you trying to get up the field as quickly as you can, then sit on it? Is that the plan?
Well, I mean, to be honest, when you see the weather that we're about to face, I think any strategy has gone out the window. I think this is going to be completely down to survival and not much more, to be honest, because we've got some heavy rain coming up, as far as I'm aware. And let's just say in these cars, around this track at Sebring, it's absolutely mental. So
yeah.
You probably won't want to miss this one, to be honest, because you're going to see a lot of crashes.
You've got your gloves on. You might want to go and put your Wellington boots on as well, my friend. So go and get those on. And best of luck to you. Thanks for chatting to us ahead of that endurance race. Good stuff there from Tobin Lee from Lazarus. Nice to catch up with him as well. We had to wait a long time to see Tobin in this tournament. We had to wait in this competition, really. Had to wait until the 6th race, the last race yesterday, the endurance, to see Tobin. But he is here now for the duration, it seems. If they can stay in, if they can make it through to tomorrow, we'll see Tobin in the last of the races too, all today, all tomorrow, and the last race yesterday. It's quite a long stint, isn't it? Now, we were hoping to bring another interview to you as well. I'm not sure if we've got Gary sitting by in the Le Mans, in the Pro-Am, sorry, I should say. I'm not sure in the Le Mans squad if he's around. Is LM squad Gary Mitchell sitting there? I'm going to try and find out for you. Apparently he's still muted himself. He's trying to get into the zone. And as Tobin was saying there, that Sebring is looking a bit wet. It is a very, very wet race coming up for you. It's going to be packed full of action. And one driver that knows exactly what it's like to race around Sebring, which is where we're heading to next, and win, was somebody who won the Sebring Classic. They also won 2 Le Mans titles too, nonetheless, and 3 times they stepped up onto the podium in Formula 1 as well. That's Alexander Wirtz. Here he is.
So we're looking at another Peugeot from the 90s and 2000s category, and this time it's the 908. Now, Peugeot started their campaign in 2005, but it wasn't until 2009 when they won Le Mans with Alex Wirtz, Marc Genet and David Brabham. So Alex, tell us about that year, about that car and what you remember about it.
Well, I remember the good times to win Le Mans. It was my second win. I came back from, I think, 12 years absence due to my Formula One activities. But I clearly remember it wasn't an easy victory because the team internal fight was really intense. You know, every of the three, actually 4 cars with the Oregon team as well being equipped with a 908 was a tough battle, and we came out as the ones winning it. And of course, that remains is a very sweet and special memory for me.
And actually, from then, you went on and won 3 big classic endurance sports car racing events, didn't you, with the 908 still?
Yeah, absolutely. With the 908, we went to Sebring, winning the classic there. We went to Petit Le Mans, which we also won all of those races in the first attempt. I won Le Mans as youngest winner ever, also in my first attempt. So, yeah, good memories actually. Thanks for reminding me. And I was always super happy in the 908. It was a car, the car itself with the Michelin tires. It felt like the extension of me. So wherever I wanted to position it, it went there. It was maybe one of the best race cars I drove, to be honest.
It's showing off, isn't it? I won Le Mans at my first attempt. I won this at my first attempt. Look, we know Alexander's very impressive. No, great to hear from him as well, and so good around Sebring. He actually had a race career for 20 years, a 20-year race career, retired in 2015 from competitive racing. He still heads out, I'm sure, in the classics and the historics. Chris, you're back in the studio, and I'm sure you and Harry have been chatting through what's just happened. Let's bring up the points, though, just to reiterate where we are currently at, because as we head into this final race today, we're going to lose 2 more pro teams, 2 more pro-am teams, and tomorrow it comes down to the big money. So looking here at the pro team, Red Bull Racing 56, Williams Esports 54, Lazarus 50, 6 points between the top 3 teams. Veloce Esports 24 points and Total Performance Racing on 1. They have lost 8 points from penalties. Red Bull actually have lost 3 as well from penalty points on there too. So you can see the pros, the pro-ams. We've got Le Mans Squad or LM Squad. I keep calling it Le Mans Squad, naughty me. LM Squad 74 points, Hot Lappers 66, Hairpin Heroes. Well, they have been quite exciting. They need to start wearing a hairnet because they're getting quite adventurous out there. 28 points. Le Mans Legends 20, only 8 back, and Tetra Rouge Rangers 14. If you're looking anywhere for where the drama is going to be, I would suggest that it's going to be pro-ams that could really switch around in this race.
Yeah,
in this event.
Yeah, 8 points is hardly anything, isn't it? And we all know what's going to happen if they tie on points as well. You know, some of us are
bit of a shootout,
one-lap shootout. Yeah, so some of us are hoping, myself included, that actually happens. But yeah, that's where the main drama is going to be. But also we have to remember the top 3 in pro. You know, incredibly close, and that's going to form the grid for tomorrow. So yeah, if you finish 3rd today, although you go through, you're going to start 7th, 8th and 9th in the first race, and so you're going to be on the back foot there. So
I mean, the permutations of where they are right now and where they could be come the end of the day, it's so crucial, as you say, to have that that top spot on the points tally. Although the points go back to 0, today what we're seeing is each team have got 2 cars, 2 drivers out on track, which means if you finished first on the points yesterday, you started the first race on a front row lockout, 1st and 2nd. But tomorrow, if you are the highest point scorers, you'll be numbers 1, 2 and 3 on the grid. If you're the 2nd highest point scorer from today, you'll be 4, 5 and 6 on the grid. So you've got even more of a battle to get ahead of you, and this is where teamwork really comes in.
Yeah, we saw that the Lazarus team try and work together at the start of the first race at Kota. In the end, they fell over each other a little bit and allowed the Red Bull car through. So we've seen that tactic can work against you almost, but I think that teams will have learned from today, starting alongside each other, and they'll be able to use this experience and this knowledge to take into tomorrow then, and maybe adjust their plans a little bit going into the races tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking, actually, just heard that the points that we have, they are just being looked at the minute. They're working it out because there's been some questioning of what's been going on. I think some of the teams probably, they've got, it's like they're never happy, are they, drivers? They can have their points and they'll still go to the stewards and say, you want you to look at this, this, this and this. So they're working out a few things at the moment. We'll try and bring you the points before we go into the next race. The next race ahead is at Sebring, and well, it's the only time that we're going there. It's such a great, great track. It's going to be so different to the ones we've been to before because you've got the classic element. It's really, it's bumpy. It's, it's totally different to Kota. We were out this morning, and it's totally different to Le Mans as well. Talk us through what the drivers are going to be facing, and then we're going to chuck in all the water they can ever want to face.
Yeah. It's a classic track. It hosts, of course, the 1,000 miles of Sebring in the World Endurance Championship, which is always a classic race, which sees, sees us start at dusk, and we go into the night there, and it's a great track to race on. Very bumpy, very tight and twisty. It's not a wide circuit, so trying to get 3 wide there is nearly impossible. Trying to get 2 wide is hard enough. So it's going to be hard to overtake us. So I think this race going to be 2 hours long, 70 laps. It's going to be about strategy. It's going to all come down to the pit stops. Harry was speaking to Harry earlier, and he was saying, we could get half a dozen stops in the pro class. So really, it's going to be down to who plans out their strategy the best. Yeah. It's not just about planning the strategy, it's adjusting to a new strategy as the race goes on as well. If you find yourself down the order, then you've got to try and roll the dice a bit and go something completely different. Maybe go less stops, maybe try and throw in some more stops and put more sets of tyres on. So in esports, you've got unlimited tyres, haven't you? So you can play around with it as much as you want. There's no rules. And I think it's going to be down to who adjusts the best.
Yeah, absolutely. And with points available, if you look at endurance, if you come last and second last, you're going to get 5 points for your team. And as I said, the points are being updated at the moment, so we'll bring them to you in just a bit. But before we do, we're going to bring Harry back in. Harry and Chris are going to take over, but we've got for you more highlights and a little bit more on the build-up to the final race today, the crucial race up today, where we are going to lose our final 2 pro teams, our final 2 Pro-Am teams. There's a lot at stake. There's financial money. There's money at stake that the teams are going to have, but there's also that pride. Are they going to get through to the final day? We'll have to wait and see. We'll be right back after this. Financial money.
Another fantastic race, lots of action, lots of drama. Once again, the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final continues to deliver. Welcome back. We are building up to the third and final race of segment 3, and joining me back in the studio is Harry Jacks. Harry, another fantastic race there. We've got confirmed points, which we're going to go into just a second, but that second race, huge implications on not just the points, but who's going to be eliminated today and then who's going to start at the head of the field for tomorrow.
Yeah, a lot of rivalries really forming in that middle race that we just had, and obviously moving into the endurance race, they're really picking their rivalries now between sort of maybe one other team. I think we need to beat them. In the pro class, you're looking at Veloce and Total Performance Racing. They're languishing down the bottom. They've got a real tall order to try and get themselves up into the top 3. No, maybe even too tall an order. No, they have to put in the drive of their life to try and survive the pair of them. But obviously, they can't both do it because there aren't many points available for both of them to turn it around. So that's going to be interesting for them to see. And then in the Pro-Am class, we've got 3 teams there that are really vying for position much closer that we'll see in just a moment that have really got a good chance to survive.
Well, let's wait no longer. Let's get the confirmed points going into this race. We'll bring those up on screen for you now. Okay, so first of all, the pro team points, and pretty close at the top, isn't it? 63 there for Red Bull Racing, 55 for Williams, who closed in with that result. Red Bull a win in that race, but a bad result for their second car. 46 for Lazarus keeps them nice and safe there in third. Veloce with 21, and a hugely disappointing day so far for Total Performance Racing, down in 6th place. As for Pro-Am, very close at the top, 70 for Hot Lappers, 61 for the LM squad in chase there, just 9 behind, 31 for the Hairpin Heroes, but only 6 points ahead. I was quite close with my maths. Only 6 points ahead of the Tech Rouge Rangers and the Monde Legends. You'd say they have an outside shot there with 15, but they'd need the 2 teams ahead of them to fill the last 4 places, and they'd probably need to be up in the top 2. We have to say, the main fights are going to be for that last qualifying place. But let's first of all talk about Red Bull and the job they've been doing today. Fantastic job by them so far. They've had Robin Bechter in for both races, and he's going back in again for this one, isn't he? Yeah,
so something before this event even started, we were talking about which drivers might be looking at taking on which races and which cars, and whether anyone would want to do a whole day's worth of racing. Becker is doing that for Red Bull, and so far, he's 2 out of 2 for wins, and he'll be looking strong for that hat trick. He'll want that as even an ego boost for himself to say, I am the man to be. As a team, we're formidable, but if I'm on track, then it's likely I'm going to be looking at a top 3, picking up the win as well.
And looking down the bottom of the field in the pro class, Veloce and TPR, it doesn't really look like that they're in a position to challenge now to get into that top 3. However, they are in a battle for 4th overall, which is not a bad result, is it? 4th overall. They're in a battle for $2,500. If you finish in 5th place, you get $7,500, and if you finish in 4th, you get $10,000. And if someone said to you, you imagine sat at home, and someone said to you, you're going to go out now at Sebring, and you're going to fight for an extra $2,500. Basically, you'd be pretty pumped for this, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you'd drive your absolute socks off, wouldn't you? It's like, Veloce are a strange way. Reigning champions, of course, from last year. We're expecting a lot more from them, but I don't know whether it's just they're struggling for pace or things aren't going their way. But yeah, they've got a mountain to climb. They'll do their best for it, of course. And Total Performance Racing will be looking to go one better than them and somehow survive, essentially.
And down the field as well in the Pro-Am class, we've got a really tight battle going on, not just down the field but also at the head of the field. LM squad and Hot Lappers, 1 win each for them. So this is basically now the 3rd race we're going into. Theoretically, who wins this should come out on top, and they're battling for top spot, which will be the top place going into tomorrow, but that will give them the first 3 positions onto the grid.
Yeah, and of course they're going to be going around Sebring now, a very challenging circuit that we know. I'll be surprised if the top 2 teams that we've seen so far aren't the same top 2 teams. Let the other 3 fight out amongst themselves, but if they do get dragged back, or any of the other 3 teams do end up challenging the top 2, that's going to really shake up the table for us.
And as the points showed, just 6 points between 3rd and 4th, incredibly close. We could talk about it all day, but let's talk about the track that we are going to be racing on. Let's have a look at it now.
so unique and especially different to what we've had so far, not just today, but in terms of the whole super final. I know you've mentioned it before, and it's just the key characteristic of the track being so bumpy. It's a real old school type of circuit. Not a lot of runoff either. You're going to be finding concrete walls and grass trying to catch you out. And my least favourite call of any circuit, Sunset Bend at the end, no matter what line I'm on, it always seems to be the wrong one.
There's basically no racing line around Sunset Bend, is there?
It doesn't seem like it, at least that's my excuse.
And let's talk quickly about the cars before we go into the grid.
Yeah, so the Pro Class there in the 2011 Peugeot Team Matmut 908, and the Pro-Ams are in the 2009 BMW Racing M3 GT2, so quite a big difference in there. We're going to see lots of lapping again, and obviously quite a few pit stops along the way.
We are indeed. Let's go through the grid for you then, as the drivers are almost ready to go racing. So let's quickly go through the grid. Starting on pole position, we've talked about him already. Robin Bechter, Aurélien Mallet starts alongside him. Red Bull on row 1. Row number 2 is Williams, Isaac Price and Nikodem Wisniewski out in the cars for them. And then we go to row number 3, which is Lazarus, Dan Neiman. Tobin Lee, surprising to see him underperforming, I think, by his standards today. Let's see what he can end the day with. Isaac Gillison and Henry Noah Schmitz in the car for Veloce, trying to get that 4th place ahead of Total Performance Racing, Sean Arnold and Jacob Bokett. Those guys fighting for that $10,000 that goes with 4th. Pro-Am, then, it's going to be very close at the head of the field. Wesley Augusto, he's been very quick today. He's alongside Ryan Beale. They are just a few points ahead of LM Squad, who are on row 2, Gary Mitchell and Johan Bergera. Row number 3, then, this is where the battle is for survival. Taylor Stormsky and Hayek Jung, they are just 6 points ahead of Guillaume de Silva and Richard Mills. That's going to be a really fascinating fight. And not too far behind, 15 points back from survival, Iori Oki and Daniel McLeod.
That's where the battle is, isn't it, in terms of the big story for survival tomorrow. The Pro-Am class, that's where they're at their closest. You've got one team who's sitting there in third on the bubble. They're nowhere near being safe. Pro class now a little bit different. There's a bit more of a gap there between the bottom two, but ultimately there's still all to play for.
Well, the drivers are about ready to go. So Sebring is where we're going to be for this one. 70 laps in total. As ever, all the drivers in the same car in the Pro class and all the drivers in the same car in the Pro-Am class as well. It's going to be a long race. There's going to be lots of pit stops in it as well. Strategy is going to be key, Harry.
Yeah, and we're hearing there's going to be weather involved as well, so they might even be under torrential conditions at the start, so lots of aquaplaning to look out for. You've really got to adjust your racing line. Make sure you're looking out for those puddles, because if you start aquaplaning, you've got no steering, you can't get on the power. It's very easy to have an accident, and early on in the race, if you're having an accident, it's likely you're going to collect another car, and you might be in the steer's room as well to add insult to misery.
If it couldn't be hard enough already, hey?
Exactly.
It's just,
they're going to earn their money, that's for sure.
It's going to be a tough race. Going out into the rain as well. I know that obviously they're all sat at home, but that's conditions mostly where drivers either love it or hate it. How did you find that?
I didn't mind it too much. It's one of those where once you get in tune with the car on the track, it starts to flow and you find a groove. But obviously when you jump into the car and it's just immediately raining, it's harder to just go into that condition rather than maybe having a dry start and then the rain sort of comes in and you can adjust to it on the fly. You've got no time to adjust. You've basically got to get out there, get the job done early on. And of course, if you can get on top of the car in the conditions, it's a great opportunity to make as much of a gap as possible compared to the dry conditions where everyone tends to be a bit more equal. The wet weather really does bring out the best in the drivers, and it's one of those skills you've got to have in your locker for when these types of days come.
And 10 drivers going into that second corner. Ooh, I don't know if all 10 of them are going to come out in both classes, so let's see what happens there. Very close to getting underway now. I know we're keeping you waiting just a little bit, but I can guarantee you it will be worth the wait. And here we go, the drivers. There you can see, well, it's dark, it's wet, and it's race number 3 of segment 3. We're going to go from 5 teams to 3 at the end of 70 laps around Sebring. Red Bull Racing on pole position in the Pro class. Here we go for race number 3 of segment 3. They're off away and racing. Red Bull Racing are going to lead us down towards turn number 1. Williams almost going into the wall, going off the line there. And one of the Williams cars dropping down the order now. The Lazarus cars trying to take advantage. The Veloce cars, who are fighting for their survival, moving up the order as well. They're fighting for 4th place as we go down towards turn number 3 for the first time.
Yeah, Cone Confetti Gabriel in the background. They're struggling to keep it on the circuit. As soon as you start making contact with another car, it's so difficult to loosen yourself from there, and you end up dragging each other off circuit. We've seen it before, and we'll see it again as the Pro-Am class now looks to get away. Cars squirreling under traction as they make their way down into turn 1.
Yeah, Pro-Am off away and racing. Hairpin Heroes. That's going to be one of the main teams, as we just saw in Vision there, fighting for their survival. But the LM squad up at the head of the field with the Hot Lappers, who are leading the way as they go down through turn 2 and in towards turn 3 for the first time, through turn 2 and now in towards turn 3, and we can already see some side-by-side action. The Hot Lappers have a car in the lead, but the car that was in second losing a position as they come now through turn number 4 for the first time. Just ahead of us we can see the Tetrud Rangers and the Hairpin Heroes as we now head down this back straight for the first time, and it looks like the Hairpin Heroes are up in 3rd and 4th. Brilliant start. The other Hot Lappers car tumbling down the order. It's down to 6th place now. We're on board with the Tetrud Rangers going to the outside of the Hairpin Heroes. This is going to be a battle I'm sure we see going on all the way to the flag, Harry.
Yeah, it looks like everyone survived the first few corners reasonably unscathed. Can't see any cars facing the wrong way with any major damage, so that's all good for the race to go ahead, as was Red Bull, as you can see, already leading away. They're probably 2 strongest drivers, I think, they've saved for this best race, looking at the results so far, and they're streaking away into the distance.
Well, this is exactly what Robin Bechter did in the first race, wasn't it? And he's doing it in the second race, albeit has a bit of company from his teammate this time.
Yeah, Aurelien Mallet in the second at Red Bull. He's actually leading the race, so it's Becker in second, playing second fiddle to his teammates, so maybe that's going to be a strategy call. Maybe he gets on better in these conditions. Mallet behind the wheel of this 908, and it's a very difficult car to drive, and then you add in these types of conditions, and it's a very scary car to be behind the wheel of.
This is the Lazarus car we now have a look at. Lazarus settling into this race. They're in 3rd place in the early stages. Williams in 4th place, so a good start made by the Lazarus team as they make their way now through turn 5 and through turn 6. Big bend. Underneath the bridge they go, and now down towards turn 7, which is just called the Hairpin. Funny enough.
Inventive, that one.
Yeah, one of the bigger overtaking opportunities, this one, surprisingly, as you can always do that as well. Williams clattering into the back of Lazarus, and they're going to lose a few seconds out of it as well.
Yeah, the track is so narrow around that part of it, so you really go around that right-hander, easing it just before the hairpin, and it's so difficult to get 2 cars through there, let alone 3, and then the hairpin is a good overtaking opportunity, but again, with the track being so narrow, it's so difficult to get 2 cars through there. If you're going to make the move, you've got to get it done under brakes, because you can't try and squeeze them out on the exit, otherwise you're going to have some kind of accident. But a good start for the Lazarus team. They've got a car up into 3rd at the moment, isn't it? So they started behind Williams on the grid, but they managed to get ahead of them, and they're now looking to see if they can eat into that Red Bull lead, but they look absolutely gone at the moment.
For Isaac Price in the other Williams car, down in 8th place, a really, really difficult start to the race for him. He was the one that off the line went straight into the wall almost, and then tumbled down the order before they even reached that first corner. So not a good start for Isaac Price, and that is not going to help in terms of the battle in the points between themselves and Red Bull Racing as they now make their way down the straight. You can see Red Bull Racing on 63 points and Williams on 55 points, so Red Bull Racing doing a great job out front. This will be extending their lead, as that is the LM squad running wide. The Hot Lappers drawing alongside. That looked like an attempted move that didn't quite work.
Yeah, turn 10 just running a bit deep in there, again looking out for those aquaplaning puddles on the circuit, as I think this track is quite known for just having that. You can see it there just on the apex of that corner. You turn in and the car just starts to skate forward, and you can't get the grip from the front end that you want, so you've got to adjust your racing line on the fly these first few laps. Now a real teaser for them to try and work out where they want to be placing the car. And the Hot Lappers car, you can see moving around under braking, coming through towards the end of the lap.
Great stuff in the early stages here of race number 3. We're going to go down from 5 teams in each class to just 3. This constant battle we have going on at the head of the Pro-Am class continues. It's the Hot Lappers team that lead the way ahead of the LM squad. The LM squad on 61 points, the Hot Lappers team on 70 points in the early stages of the race.
Yeah, so early doors, of course, are a very, very long way to go. They're going to have to see how these conditions develop. Of course, they'll be hoping, I'm sure, most of them that it'll stay dry, although I'm sure if they're Red Bull, they'll be praying that it stays this way, because they look to have the most pace out of anyone on the circuit, and by a long way as well. But the drivers on the Pro teams not getting away as much as the Red Bull guys. So obviously the Pro class, the lead is getting away quite easily there, but Pro-Am staying a bit more congested.
Well, let's get a look at the order then. You can see here, this is the Pro-Am field, very close together still. The 2 leaders are away, but behind that, it's anyone's game, isn't it, for 3rd place. It's the LM squad car in chase of the Hot Lappers car. But in the Pro field, it's Red Bull 1 and 2, Lazarus 3, Williams are in 4th place. Then behind that is Veloce doing a great job in 5th. Lazarus, Veloce, Total Performance Racing in 8th and 10th, and in 9th place Isaac Price for Williams. And a quick run through of the Pro-Am order. We've got Hot Lappers and the LM squad. We can see Hairpin Heroes and Tetrud Rangers. Then behind that we have the Hot Lappers, Hairpin Heroes, then the Tetrud Rangers, the Le Mans Legends 8th and 9th, and the LM squad car, the other LM squad car, really struggling, Harry, down in 10th place.
Yeah, not a great start for them at all. They've got a long way to fight through this field if they want to be coming back tomorrow. Just to pick up on what's happening at the top of your screen, you'll see 8th place, that's Sean Arnold, 1 minute and 18 behind the leader. Isaac Price, 1 minute 21. Jacob Boca in the other Total Performance Racing over a lap behind, so I think there's been some drama between those three.
Yes.
Total Performance Racing look like they might be going home at the end of this race.
Yeah, I believe they will be. They'll be going home in 5th, and with that $7,500, which they will, I'm sure, be a bit happy with. Oh no, we almost had a bit of contact there. That's the Tetrud Rangers going side by side with the Hot Lappers team as they now make their way down towards turn number 16. Onto the back straight they go. This one of the overtaking opportunities down here when we get to Sunset Bend. The other Hot Lappers car has just come up to 4th. We're getting lapped already.
That's crazy. That pace of the 908 compared to the M3 just put into perspective that not even full laps into the race, they're already being lapped. So
wow.
Dramatic pace difference there. As is the Lazarus car up into 2nd ahead of Aurelien Mallet in the Red Bull. So Lazarus, is that Dan Nyman at the wheel?
Yes.
He struggled last time out in the second race that we've just had, and now all of a sudden he's on fire in this one.
And Veloce have gone up to 4th place. So a brilliant start to the race from Veloce. They are flying up the order. They are the next car along behind this, and you can see the difference between them. They're leading a trio of cars in 4th place. Let's check in and see who else is in that battle with them. We are watching 2nd and 3rd. So Veloce are in 4th. They're some 9 seconds back. And then also in that battle was the other Lazarus car, the other Veloce car. So it is the 2 Veloce cars in the battle for 4th place.
That's good for them then.
Yeah,
that's really
good.
looking strong for their championship. Obviously, they're going to have to see how the rest of it plays out, because obviously Total Performance Racing are pretty much, I know I don't want to sound too harsh on them, but they look pretty much out of it at this stage at least. Obviously, the team they're looking at is going to be Williams potentially, or even Lazarus, but of course Lazarus battling up in 2nd. I think Nyman had just lost that position back to Mallet that we just mentioned. As you can see, Tobin Lee's now up into 4th, so Lazarus now in a 3 and a 4. And Veloce falling back down, but that's just them swapping positions between themselves, isn't it? So Williams look to be struggling. So Williams falling backwards and Veloce moving forwards. That's going to be an interesting one to keep our eyes on.
It's hard to know what happened with that other Total Performance Racing car and the Williams car. Why it's so
They must have had
down.
to come through the pits at some point. I imagine they picked up damage and had to make a very early pit stop, which I don't think they're going to be able to make back. There's a car going wide. Is that the...
That's Isaac Gillison. I think that may have gone off. Let's have a look. Coming back onto the track. Yes, it is. So Isaac Gillison getting it all wrong under braking and going off, and actually lucky not to drop a place, not to drop another place there to the Williams car.
Yeah, he must have been battling with, I think, Tobin Lee. We just saw in the ticker above, didn't we, that he just gained that position, I think, from Gillison, moving up into 4th, and his teammates gone through. He's managed to rejoin in 6th, so not the end of the world for them, but it's that you can't afford to be making that kind of mistake this early on. They are really punished because the cars are still close together. If you go off and you run wide, you're probably going to be losing a position. So it looks like they're maybe even inter-team battling, because it looks like Tobin Lee's back down to 6th now.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
So interesting to see what's going on. The Veloce cars seem to be fighting amongst themselves and causing themselves issues.
Now, there was a change behind that as well. I don't know if that was a car being lapped, but that looked like a Lazarus car being passed in the background, because we've got the Lazarus car behind, don't we? We'll have a look and see if there's been any change. Here we go. Let's have a look at the replay, Harry.
So this is the Veloce car heading into the hairpin. Just completely, I don't know if he locked the brakes or what, but just completely went deep into the corner. Thankfully, didn't take out his own teammate in the process, but that's as close as you want it to be if you're going to have that kind of error. They live to fight another day, but that could have been disaster and tears for the Veloce.
Right, we go running on board now. We've just seen we're lapping more cars in the Pro class here, the Pro-Am field already being lapped.
Is this Nyman behind the Red Bull? Is it 2nd and 3rd potentially?
Yes, it is.
So
good spot.
It's they're really close. No, Aurelien Mallet not got the pace of his teammate. We've seen that before. Robin Becker seems to be formidable in pretty much every car and track combination. There's another BMW on the outside giving us enough space to get through there, so that's good to see.
Legends, that.
Yep, good driving from them to stay out of the way of the Pro class drivers. But yeah, Nyman looking on fire, really looking like he wants to take the battle to the Red Bull guys, but he's got to try and get through Aurelien Mallet first, who's basically potentially even holding up the Lazarus car just to let his teammate get enough of a gap to not have to worry throughout the rest of the race. But it's a dangerous tactic to be playing this early.
Yeah, Lazarus here just in behind this Red Bull car. Here we look at Dan Nyman. Third place for him in the early stages of the race, and Lazarus just looking to secure this third place or even challenge Williams for second, because they're not far behind Williams. They're in a position where they score, if they get a decent result, they could be going past them. They're only about 9 points back from second, so they're not far back at all.
No, they're keeping themselves in the running, so the worst thing that can happen to you is going to be early in the race. Take Total Performance Racing, for example. You've got a 2-hour race ahead of you, and it's pretty much over almost by the first lap, as we've got some awful position traffic, unfortunately, for the Pro Class guy. The Pro guy's not doing anything wrong, it's just unfortunate timing for all of them to work out what's going on.
This is Tetrud Rangers versus the Hairpin Heroes as they come across the start-finish line. Now down towards turn number 1. Might even be the hot lappers involved in this. The hot lappers were certainly the first car through. Hairpin Heroes it is on the outside. That's Tetrud Rangers we look at. So a two-way fight there, but cars either side. This is our leaders, isn't it, in the Pro-Am class. This is the 5th place car here. So that's all the lead group fighting for the higher positions. And just as close as it was in race number 2 and race number 1.
Yeah, it's been non-stop all day, isn't it, between these two teams in particular. They don't seem to be able to leave each other alone, so it's the Tetrud Rangers car either side of the Hairpin Heroes, I believe, on this, what will be, I guess, the 6th lap for these guys, 7th lap for the Pro Class leaders, as there's a car on the inside. You can see the headlights on the right-hand side, which is probably going to be the other BMW, so they might have got the switch back on the car we were on board with.
Good move there being made, so Tetrud Rangers there, Hairpin Heroes now ahead of them. Good move that by the Hairpin Heroes. The LM squad at the back of the field, it's a real strange one for them, considering that they're in this fight for the overall victory. So this is looking good for the for the hot lappers, in terms of going through as the quickest or as the highest scoring team. That will give them pole position for tomorrow. The LM squad do lead the race, but they're kind of first and last, so that's what you call a mixed result if the flag were to go out now.
Yeah, you're not wrong to say. It's just these conditions are with how often they're going to be lapping each other and being lapped. There's always the danger of having an incident.
Oh, look at that.
That's what I mean. These kind of driving where you're so aggressive, they need to be aggressive because they've got places to be in, position to gain, and points to have, and money to win. So it's understandable, but unfortunately they need to be keeping out of each other's way as best as possible. But even whilst being lapped, they seem to be able to go side by side whenever they want.
Yeah, Tetrud Rangers we're on board with. We're on the outside of the Hairpin Heroes, the number 5 conveniently in 5th place as they go around Sunset Bend. The other Tetrud Rangers car is in 6th. You can see the other car just in behind. So this is 2 teammates fighting with Hairpin Heroes. Hairpin Heroes doing the best they can to hold both of them off as they go down towards turn number 1. There we look at the Hairpin Heroes car just behind. Going to try and take a wider line. There is the Tetrud Rangers car. Can't quite get through, and it might be the second of the cars that will now come down the inside and challenge the Hairpin Heroes. And indeed, there you go. That's Tetrud Rangers letting the other car go through.
You say letting them through, they're not making it too convenient for them. I think there we go.
In the end they do, yeah.
So you might be wondering where is the other Hairpin Heroes car to help defend him. He's up in 3rd, so that's why this is such an important job for the second Hairpin Heroes car to do, to hold these guys up as much as possible, to give as much breathing space to his teammate up in 3rd to not have to worry about these guys. Obviously they're still battling over who's coming back tomorrow and who isn't.
Brilliant stuff in the early stages of the race. We look back at the battle for 2nd place. Dan Nyman here in the Lazarus car. Red Bull Racing in 1st and 2nd. Long way to go in this race. As you said, you've got to be patient in a race like this. There's no good taking yourself out early. You can't win a race early on, but you can lose it, as they say. And there's a reason that saying is so true in racing.
Yeah, absolutely. And so the gaps are going to ebb and flow. So we've seen the lead up to 5 seconds. It's now down to 2 seconds, just based on where they're catching traffic and how much it's costing them. So what might look like a comfortable gap, the next time around when they're encountering traffic might be non-existent. So they've always got to be on their toes. We've literally thrown pretty much everything at them for this endurance race. We've got the weather, you've got the lapped cars coming up so often, you've got the strategy involved with fuel and tyres, as we've got a BMW going wide towards just before the back straight. So we'll have to try and work out who this is, but they've just had to have 2 cars go through in front of them as they come down the back straight towards Sunset Bend. So that was the Tetra Rouge Rangers car, and they're actually now both ahead of the Hairpin Heroes car. So they're up to 5th and 6th. Hairpin Heroes are down to 7th.
Hairpin Heroes in the fight for survival, as we said. They're trying to go through in 3rd place. They're only a few points ahead of the Tetra Rouge Rangers as they come out of Sunset Bend once more. We look back at the Hairpin Heroes here, trying to get up a place. They're going to try and sell the dummy, are they, to try and get to the inside here for turn 1. The Tetra Rouge Rangers car just trying to hold off that Hairpin Heroes car in 7th place. Currently able to hold them off, and this is going to be getting impatient now for the Hairpin Heroes car, who are now almost side by side here. You can see the 2 Tetra Rouge Rangers car together, the Hairpin Heroes car going through, so good work there from the Hairpin Heroes car. Now sandwiched in between the 2 Tetra Rouge Rangers cars.
Yeah, good move, although he's picked up some aquaplaning on the exit of that corner. The traction's been compromised, as you can see, so he's going to have to go defensive down into the hairpin. Let's have a look if the Tetra Rouge Rangers car can get anywhere on the outside, but the track's so narrow, it'd be brave to try and go around there, but he's going to give it a go. Will he be left room on the exit? He just about will. He might have had 2 wheels still on the track, but he can't make the move go around the outside, so he has to settle in behind. But obviously on the lap before, the Hairpin Heroes car was ahead of both of these. They managed to get ahead, both of them, in the space of 1 lap, but he's fought back and got into the middle of them, so we'll see how they get on as he's sliding wide through the puddles in the braking zones.
Tetra Rouge Rangers doing a great job here. Let's talk about these cars, Harry. We have seemed to have just a little bit of a break in this battle. Let's talk more about these cars and what's making it so difficult for them. I mean, it's difficult to drive any car on the web, but talk us about these cars in particular.
Yeah, well, primarily, just before we get to the cars, obviously these guys are using no assist at all, so no ABS, no traction control is the big one as to why you see them squirreling now out of all the corners. They try and get the power down. The rear wheels, they are thick, but when you're managing best part of nearly 500 horsepower in the BMW, the Peugeot itself, 700 horsepower. That only weighs 925 kilos as well, so that's why they're struggling. And the BMW, 490 horsepower, 370 torques as well. So it's wanting to get on the power as early as you can, but in these conditions it's so difficult to do. And whoever can pick up the traction the best is usually going to be pulling a few tenths down every straight, but you can't be costing yourself time by being too slow on the throttle pedal.
And we'll have a look at what the pro drivers are in now as well.
Yes, this is the Peugeot 908 from 2011. So a car that only finished 13 seconds behind the winning Audi in that year. So a very quick car. It was around that sort of diesel time, wasn't it, where Audi and Peugeot were really going hammer and tongs between themselves year on year as to who's going to come out on top. So it was a very quick car, but tend to struggle with reliability a little bit, which these guys aren't going to be facing with. Obviously, the only reliability they need is their internet at this point. So obviously, we've had a few issues over the last few days from drivers. They'll be hoping that in this race, because it's worth the most points, they stay out of trouble.
Change of leads in Pro-Am. Hot lappers have hit the front, as we can see on screen. So this is your battle for this has been a great battle for the lead. Who have we got on the cars for this one? Well, the hot lappers and the LM squad have just been glued together all day. Iori Oki has been in every single race, and McLaren, and that's the Le Mans legend, sorry, the LM squad. They've had Mitchell in every single race for them, and he is the driver we see battling at the head of the field in that number 9 car.
And it's Wesley Augusto in the hot lappers car, isn't it? Obviously, we've already had an interview with him after his performance earlier. We've got a Lazarus in there trying to lap these guys as well around a difficult part of the circuit, but they just don't manage to make it through. But that's what makes the job so difficult for the Pro-Am guys. They're battling each other whilst also having to be complicit of getting out of the way and behaving themselves when they're being lapped pretty much. Obviously, early on, it was all in one go, but as the Pro class spreads out, they're getting lapped pretty much every other lap by a different car. You're always having to look in your rearview mirrors as well as what's out the front window.
And have you been in that situation a lot in endurance racing, in terms of being in some of the lower classes and having to deal with it?
Yeah, I mean, I like being in the slower class. I like being in control of letting someone else go through when they're in a faster class. When you're in the faster car and you're basically having to hope that they see you coming, and because you can't sort of let off the throttle and wait for them to move and then go through. You keep it pinned and you hope they've seen you basically. So it's a real scary job to have to do. One that I never liked doing, I must admit. But obviously, when you're in the slower car, you kind of dictate how it's going to happen, so you feel a little bit more in control.
You almost just go, that's the way I'm going, and if it goes badly, it goes badly.
The main thing for the Pro-Am guys is going to be, you stick to your line, most normally going to be the racing line, and you let the faster cars go around you. Obviously, if they've made a commitment to the inside, you obviously have to leave them the inside to the corner. But more often than not, you stick to the racing line and they'll work their way around you.
This is the battle for the lead in the Pro-Am then. 6/10 between our two leaders as we switch back to a pro battle. Great racing in these challenging conditions. The drivers just showing their abilities in this third race as we now make our way down towards the back straight. We are on board with the Williams car. Nikodem Wisniewski behind Isaac Gillison coming on to the back straight. A battle for 5th place.
So this is important, isn't it? Williams were a team that might be at risk from dropping down. They had a good advantage over Veloce. Veloce got to pull no miracles out of this race, and although they're having arguably their best race at the moment from today, I don't think it's going to be anywhere near enough to pull them out of the relegation zone essentially and the drop zone for tomorrow. So a good drive from those guys at Veloce, but they need an awful lot more unfortunately for them.
Down towards turn number 1, now on to lap number 12 of 70, and we talked a little bit about it pre-race, but we reckon pit stops could be a lot of pit stops in this one.
Yeah, so we're going to be looking at something similar to what we had, I think, in the endurance race yesterday, where you're looking at maybe 2 or 3, possibly 4, obviously depending on your fuel-saving tactics and the setup you've got in the car. Because we saw that it was coming down to 0.5% pretty much as to whether you had to make an extra pit stop at the end or not. That's the kind of limiting factor they're working with, and how finally they're cutting it in terms of getting the most out of the car and the setup and the fuel and the tyres.
Well, hopefully we'll be able to see how much percentage we're down to. Particularly it's the pro class that we were interested in to see just how much they're running on. We're just over 10 laps, so that would give us an idea of how much they're getting through every 10 laps. But this is the Williams car fighting for 5th place, and Williams in this fight for overall victory with Red Bull, but I'd say you don't need to do any maths to work out. Red Bull, if they're leading the points already in their 1st and 2nd, then they're going to be okay. But this race carries more points. We've talked a lot about points, and for anyone joining us for the first time in the Le Mans Esports series, thanks for your company. Hope you're enjoying the racing so far. Now, we've had 2 sprint races. 25 points goes to the winner in that one. Now, in the endurance race, it's 38 points, 27 to 2nd, 23 to 3rd, 18 to 4th, and 15 to 5th, 12 to 6th. And then we work down in 3s until we get to 10th place.
Yeah, so obviously this is the race where they're really going to be able to make the moves happen in the table, but obviously the risk of doing that is you're leaving it till the very end, and if anything goes wrong, there's no way to recover it. So that's where the issue always comes into play for these guys with the endurance race. That's where you can make as much of a difference as possible, but the risk in doing so, is it worth doing it?
Just having a look at the points once again. So 9 between the top two teams in Pro-Am, and 8 between the top 2 teams in Pro. Very close.
Yeah, a lot to fight for them. Obviously, they'll be looking at coming back tomorrow, but as we mentioned, it's about the starting grid also for those guys for the first race tomorrow. That's going to be so crucial, because a front row start, we've seen today that it isn't always all that essentially in terms of leading from the front. But when you've got 1, 2, 3 in there, that's really going to play a big part in how that race unfolds from the get-go. But obviously, we're looking potentially at Veloce having a good race. They're not quite going to get enough to get over Lazarus, who are 3rd, but obviously they're in a good position. They're in 3rd in their class as well, so they're getting a good result. It's going to be difficult, I think, for anyone to make any difference. The main battles are probably going to be Pro-Am.
Yeah, it's that battle down the field, isn't it? It's this battle for survival. It's incredibly close. We haven't got anyone coming into the pits just yet, that we've seen anyway. So we'll see exactly who's going through at this stage, because it's a battle for survival between hairpin heroes. This is a battle for the lead, isn't it? Between the hot lappers. I think this is towards the front of the field as they come across the line and go on to lap number 13. It's really close in the Pro-Am class. This is for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th places.
So is that hot lappers coming through this lot, or is that Tetra Rig Rangers making ground?
Its way through, yes.
So a fantastic performance from them right when they needed
traffic.
it.
Look, here comes Red Bull.
Yeah, that's getting a bit tight. This is a part of the track where it really starts to get too tight for 2 cars, and especially 3 cars to get through. So they've got to pick their line carefully. But obviously they're out front in their class. They can take it a little bit easier, but the more time you start giving away, the quicker you find yourself looking in your rearview mirrors at another car.
And this is probably their 3rd time lapping them.
going to be a very busy race throughout. It's going to be non-stop. It's not like a Le Mans where every lap is 3 or 4 minutes, so you see you lap someone and then you've got a real respite to go through, and as the field gets spread out more and more, you might not be lapping the whole class in one lap. It might be a case of you're lapping 1 or 2 cars every lap basically, so you're always having to go past people. That's how busy it's going to be for them, whilst also keeping an eye on the weather and the track conditions.
Very, very close as we get through the first quarter of the race now. Just having a look down at the points, let's see exactly where we are at this stage. It's the Hairpin Heroes who are going to be going through. They are about 11 points ahead.
Still a lot of time to make things happen for the 2 teams below them, of course, but getting off to a good start in this race is a real weight off the shoulders of the drivers. They've got half a job done by having a good start and getting into the position they need to. They just need to try and hold on.
Right, the Tetrud Rangers, they're in 7th, but just behind the Hairpin Heroes. This is the battle behind these two. So this is a Hot Lappers car in 5th place, but behind this is the battle between Tetrud Rangers and Hairpin Heroes. And here we go. This is the Hot Lappers going past the Tetrud Rangers, which is just going to put them back even further.
Yeah, he's pretty much pushing it through that final corner, isn't he? He got the block pass done, essentially, went up the inside and then just parked it in front of the Tetrud Rangers car, and said, well, you're not coming past. There's no way you can get back through on that line. So it's an interesting one, because obviously we've seen in the early part of this race it was the Hairpin Heroes against the 2 Tetrud Rangers cars. Now the Hot Lappers are sort of dropped back into their clutches. So it's a case of, if they can clear them, will they be able to drive on into the distance before the Hairpin Heroes start having to go back at them?
Fascinating stuff as we battle for survival. We will be down to 3 teams in each class. This is the Tetrud Rangers trying to get that place back. Whoa, there comes Veloce. And that is exactly what you were talking about. You've got to be aware of what's going on behind you.
Especially when the car goes off in front of you. So
lovely.
They'll get that track position back, and then they'll have to keep an eye out in a corner or 2 for that car to come back past them.
Yeah.
It's really frustrating when you're driving one of these cars and the guys who are faster fly past you and then make a mistake and have to do it all over again. But it's a difficult one, because the Tetrud Rangers car got a good run down that sort of little right-hand kick as they're going a little bit deeper to the Veloce car, really mixing it with the Pro-Am lot, and it's getting a bit messy between them all.
And this is where the narrowness of this track really is coming into play now. This middle section of the track, it is incredibly difficult to get past, as being displayed by Veloce, and not just get past, but actually drive the thing in the wet as well.
Yeah, look at
this.
It's a terrifying camera angle, because you're looking back from the lead of the Hot Lappers car at the other Pro-Am car, and there's a Pro car lingering somewhere in the background, just waiting for it to appear. On what side, though, is going to be the question. Obviously, the speed it arrives, you haven't got a lot of time to react to what it wants to do. You've got to just kind of let it go where it wants.
Yeah.
As we've got what looks like a replay as they're coming out of the hairpin corner, wasn't it? So this is through turns 8 and 9, I believe. A little bit of aquaplaning there, and a big accident into the walls. So we believe that's a Williams car. So I think they've been caught out by lap traffic and a bit of aquaplaning.
So Williams car off with some contact going past a back marker, and that was the car that they had higher up the field. So Veloce now to 4th. Wisniewski is down to 6th.
Yeah, so it was him having the accident, wasn't it? Because Price was already down the order from earlier on in the race. Yeah. So that's put a real dent in their progress and their hopes for the end of today's championship standings in terms of looking ahead to tomorrow. But just goes to show that it can happen to anyone at any time.
Yeah, well, Williams are in danger of dropping behind Lazarus. Now, sadly, we have had a disconnection from what was probably going to be one of the drivers of the day, if not the driver of the day, Wesley Augusto.
Yeah, I think he was right at the front of the field in this race as well, wasn't he? He's DNF, so he's getting a 10th place finish. Unfortunately, there's nothing he can do about it. But no, that's just part and parcel of what we're in, the Super Final. It's happened to many other teams before them. Hopefully it won't happen tomorrow or to anyone else in the rest of this race, but that's a real unfortunate event that's happened to him. He's driven superbly today, and he deserved a 3rd good result, that's for sure.
Well, thankfully for them, they already have 70 points, which is more than enough, I'd say, to see them through to tomorrow. So they're fine. They came into this leaders. It would just mean that they don't have a chance to fight for a pole position tomorrow.
Yeah, and we've talked about how important that could be, but ultimately they've got superb race pace And whenever we've been out on track today and across the last 2 days as well, they've always had a pretty decent pace. Today especially, they've been on fire, so it won't be too disheartening for them. Yes, they would have liked to have been there, but they know they've got the pace to take the battle to the guys that will be featuring tomorrow.
It's going to be brilliant racing tomorrow, but before we get to that, we've got to decide who's going to go there. And this is the race that's going to help us decide just that. Looking back at the Hairpin Heroes car, this battle is just not stopped as it is in the midfield of the Pro-Am class. We're looking back from the Hot Lappers car. That's the gap to the car ahead, the Tetrage Rangers car ahead, which has gone past us. Not far in the distance, though.
No, still within sort of just about touching distance. They just need to get a few good laps under the belt. Hope the traffic works in their favour in terms of being lapped and it happens at an ideal time and they're not having to go offline. But it's a real difficult one to call for them. And
as much as this battle is close, the battle for the leaders as well between the two Red Bull drivers. So that is that's Robin Bechter, isn't it, who's closed it? Oh, and there we go. Out of my way, please, says the Hairpin Heroes driver, but not quite wanting to move. So it's going to have to be a little bit more persuasive, I think, next time the Hairpin Heroes goes under the brakes. Oh, no,
Williams,
that's Williams, isn't it? Is that Wisniewski again? That's facing the wrong way. Now gets going. It is.
So that's coming through turn 6, I believe. That Big Ben. So I'm wondering if he's got on the puddles maybe and aquaplaned off under traction.
So these the conditions are really, really difficult.
Yeah, we'll have to have a look. We might have a replay of that as well if we can. But yeah, I mean, I'm putting it down. There might have been another car around. There might have been an accident. But obviously, these conditions proving to be tricky. You would have thought by now that maybe they've had enough time to get used to the condition. 17 laps into the race, you've got enough experience to know where the puddles are. But you're shaking your head at me as if like,
oh, you're so judgmental over there, aren't you? No, let's get you in the rig.
No, I've been there. I know how difficult it can be. But there are still puddles around. It doesn't look like the rain is falling as much. It's just maybe it's going the other way and they're getting caught out by the...
Well, I know what you're saying. Is the condition, when you're in conditions like this, every lap is different, isn't it?
It is, but you're also taking into account that you're maybe having to go offline a lot of time to lap cars and get out of the way of other cars. So we'll have a look at the replay here. So we're coming through. There is a lapped car ahead of us. So this is through the first part of the laps. That's turn 4 and 5. Now going under the bridge. Just
oh wow!
So the
look at that! Ryan Tote Performance Racing had nowhere to go but straight into them.
Yeah, so the track's so narrow, so they're on basically the outside of that slight kink through the right-hander, and then as they tried to get through there as best they can, I think they've just clipped the grass on the left, and that's dragged the car into the tyre wall, spat them back onto the middle of the track, and unfortunately the Tote Performance Racing car, yet again, coming a cropper from someone else's accident.
It's just not been their day.
It really hasn't.
It's not been their week, really. They've done so well to get this far, but this three-way fight. We continue to see Ray John for 5th place.
The car in the pit lane, that's a pro-class car coming into the pit lane, isn't it, that we just had. So whether that's for damage, perhaps, maybe that's the Williams coming in for repairs.
It's going to be Williams or Total
There's a move going on into turn 1 there. That's the Hairpin Heroes being passed around the outside, is it, by the Hot Lappers? Or
I think that's them defending.
Having an attempt.
Yeah.
So still raging battle between these guys, and even whilst they're being lapped, they still manage to find a way to have a go at each other.
Now, Nikodem Wisniewski was the car in the pits, by the way, comes back out onto track again. I'd imagine that's to fix damage and not a planned pit stop. So Hairpin Heroes still in 5th. They're going to be getting very frustrated behind this, but this battle is 30 seconds ahead of the next car.
Yeah, so they're running at a pretty solid pace despite being all over the back of each other and potentially costing each other time by doing so. But yeah, they're doing a great job in terms of actual lap time. They just need to try and make some of these moves count and then try and pull away the best they can to see how they can get on in the rest of the race. But I think it must be said, even this far into the race, this is probably the battle in the race they're going to have. I don't think they've got much choice in it. It's going to be raging on until the checkered flag by the looks of things.
The Hairpin Heroes do need to be fighting to the checkered flag. I mean, as they all do, but them in particular, they're fighting for survival here. They only have 6 points over the Tetrage Rangers. We will have live points coming up for you on screen, and that's confirmed live points rather than whatever I have written down here, which I don't know what you could call
nonsense.
Let's see. Can you guess what that number is? That's something I've written as a live point score.
It looks more like some kind of symbol than a number. I'm not sure what you're up to over there.
I'll keep drawing. This is on board with Hairpin Heroes. Hot lappers ahead of us, and just continuing to, well, they've got to be careful because we keep forgetting that. Oh, there we go. They seem to have found a space down the inside now when Hairpin Heroes, they're going to be on the outside for turn 1, but a good move nevertheless to leech draw alongside as we go down towards turn number 1 now, and we could be going 3 wide here as we approach turn 1. This is your battle for 5th place in the Pro-Am class, and round the outside they're going to try and do it. Hairpin Heroes all the way around the outside of the left. Through turn 2 they'll be in the lead, and now they'll be in the lead when we get to turn 3. Someone off though, that was Hairpin Heroes, so the move almost made, and now they lose a place to their rivals, the Tetrud Rangers.
That's the problem with battling in the 3, isn't it? You're trying to make a move, and if you get it slightly wrong, you can find yourself losing a position as quickly as you're trying to gain one. But, I mean, we've seen this pretty much all day today, haven't we? You know, groups of 3 cars, 4 cars just shuttling positions, cycling through them almost between them. As you see the 2 ahead of them are now going to try and have something going on into the hairpin, but thinking better of it this time round.
It's on board with the Tetrud Rangers car. Where now, there we can see the Hairpin Heroes car, sorry, that has lost places, having gone off. Where side by side ahead, the Tetrud Rangers car side by side there, you can see getting a little bit out of shape, and I think sensibly backed out of that move, tucked back in behind the Hot Lappers car. So this 3-way fight, Hot Lappers, Tetrud Rangers, and then behind that the car on board with the Hairpin Heroes, and the Tetrud Rangers trying to get their way through, and the Hairpin Heroes have gone wide. Hairpin Heroes off the circuit. This could be dramatic if the Tetrud Rangers can make their move, which they have. That could see a big swing in the points, Harry.
Yeah, 3rd and 4th for Tetrud Rangers currently, so that's a massive swing for them. Just outbreaking themselves, Hairpin Heroes, getting too distracted by watching as Hot Lappers are trying to go back up the inside into this chicane that they can't quite make that one move, but it's so easy to get distracted by 2 cars in front of you that are already battling. And then
no!
A car off. That's a Williams in the wall, and he's collected the 2 Pro-Am cars as well.
Well, that's the Tetrud Rangers car there is clear. Now, what happened to the other guys? We had the Hot Lappers involved and we had the Hairpin Heroes involved. Tetrud Rangers are 3rd and 4th. This could be catastrophic just for the Hairpin Heroes. They've managed to come back in 5th. So they've actually jumped ahead of the Hot Lappers in all of that. And with a Hairpin Heroes car a little bit further up the road, I think they should be okay.
Yeah, the Hot Lappers car was the one that's sort of come off worse out of all that, isn't it? As we can see, the 2 Red Bulls on screen at the moment. Way out front and just driving their own race, and it looks like they're just going to have a bit of fun with themselves in terms of battling on track, and they need to make sure they don't get into any shenanigans. They've got a pit stop actually for the 2nd Red Bull car, so I believe that was Malay who was 2nd behind Betka, wasn't it? So they've gone 20 laps into the race.
Hot Lappers are in. I'm assuming that's for damage.
That's disastrous. So they've picked up damage just a few laps after the teammates been disconnected as well, so from 0 to 0 stuff, unfortunately for them. But on the other side of the coin, Tetrud Rangers 3rd and 4th, rubbing their hands currently.
Yes, but so this is the point where you start to get a bit nervous and start having.
It is because I'm looking at you trying to do maths and getting nervous over here.
You start to have to think of some things to say, basically. Now I think they get 51 points out of that. Do the Tetrud Rangers, and that will give them 76. So now we've got to work out what the Hairpin Heroes are getting.
So what we're looking at, 3rd and 4th, isn't it, for them? So it's 23 and 18, so they'll be looking at 41 points from this one. So that's a mighty haul of points for them.
Oh wow, I got that all wrong, didn't I?
So they're 41 on top of the 25 they've got at the moment. So yeah, that's a number, is what that equals. What's that, about 66, isn't it?
66.
So
yeah.
That's going to be a number that they're looking at. Obviously, I'm wondering.
Right, what did the Hairpin Heroes get? That's what we got. That's what we got to work out.
We'll wait for the live ticker at the top to roll over to the Pro-Am class. You can see the Williams cars now 7th and 8th. That's how disastrous things have gone for them so far this race. And we're still, just over a quarter of the way through, essentially. So there's a long way to go for them.
Right, so Hairpin Heroes are 2nd. Get your calculator ready, Harry. 2nd and 5th. So that's going to give them 27, 37, 42 points.
So after all that, they're gaining 1 extra point than Tetrud Rangers. So there you go.
Okay.
So that shows how close it is. They know 42 points compared to 41 points. There's a car going off in the background. We've just seen. I'm not sure if they've gone the other side of the tyre wall, but I'm not sure which car that was. Obviously, we're looking at the Red Bull currently, I believe. And so I think it was a Pro class car that just missed its braking point and decided to go around the complete opposite side of the tyre wall and rejoin the track.
It's very close though, isn't it? Between hairpin heroes and Tetrud Rangers. Let's have a look at this replay.
So this is the Pro-Am class. There's the Williams,
there
just
you go.
completely unsighted, wasn't he?
Where did he come from?
So the Williams lost it by himself. Did he coming into that corner and obviously just clipped the tyre wall, was a stationary object, and obviously when you got two cars that close together, the second one never sees it coming until it's too late. So a real unfortunate circumstance for them to find themselves in, but they do fight another day.
Now the other Red Bull car must have come in.
Yeah, we're
together. Yes.
Yes. So we've got that. So we're into the pit stop winner, the first of what's likely to be 3 or so, perhaps.
It's
so
going to be 3. Yeah.
So it looks like Melee has come out still a second behind his teammate after their round of pit stops. We'll see what happens with the other guys and when they're looking at pitting as well. So as we can see, teams at the top of the ticker, they're already a lap down, but that's just through various shenanigans they've had throughout this race. Unfortunate events that have seen them in the wall and into other cars and into the pit lane early on for damage rather than strategy. So a real disappointing race. The likes of Total Performance Racing, Isaac Price, he's had solid results throughout the last 2 days, but unfortunately in this race it hasn't gone his way.
I mean, you think on a normal race, right, that I think we would have seen a more, if this was a championship race, in terms of it was just for championship points, we would have seen a more, drivers taking their time in this race.
Yeah, a bit more reserved in the way they're going about it, but
in this race they're just throwing everything they have at it from lap 1.
Yeah, so it's literally drive to survive though, isn't it? That's the thing. It's like you're almost in the... it's not quite as simple as you've got nothing to lose, because obviously if you're driving flat out and on lap 5 or 70 you bin it off, you have lost everything already at that point.
Yeah.
So you've got to keep it in mind that you need to get to the end of the race in a suitable position. As we've got another car in the grass. We'll see who this is in a moment, but that's going to be coming out of turn 13, Tower Corner. So another difficult right hand, especially with the weather the way it is, and you tend to get a lot of build up on the inside of the apex of the corner, so you get a lot of aquaplaning. And you can see this is the Veloce, that's Schmitz in the Veloce, who's had a moment, but the car looks to be driving okay, so he might have got away with that one.
And there it is. That is the Veloce car. Fairly lonely on track for now. It won't last, will it? We're going past some Pro-Am cars very shortly.
See, the rain's still falling really hard here, so it doesn't look like the conditions are going to be improving anytime soon. You've got heavy rain, you've got a bit of fog in the air as well, so
visibility is going to be pretty difficult. Well, depending on what camera angle you're using.
Yeah, but so these drivers are really going to be earning their positions into tomorrow's championship. Now, if you qualify, then you really have done a solid job in terms of doing it. We're not handing it to them on the plate, that's for sure.
No, it's this is what this championship's all about, though. This competition, it's we're putting them in a different car every single race at a different circuit. You've got no time to get into your rhythm. Not only that, after 3 races, you could be eliminated. Every 3 races, you could be eliminated. It's non-stop, and mentally, it's a very challenging.
Yeah.
By the end of this week, they're going to need a few days rest.
What makes it unique for me looking at it is, you're not on a 4-day championship where you think, well, we had a good day 1, we had a pretty bad day 2, and we're still in a good position for day 3. You've got to perform every single day and every single race, because you can't count on your results from the previous day. You've got to be on it at every opportunity. So you're looking at it as a team sport as well. You're not just representing yourself. In fact, you essentially don't represent yourself at all. You represent the team. There is no drivers' championship in this thing. So you're looking at basically doing the best for the team. Of course, within a lap of me saying doesn't know that the weather conditions are improving, the weather conditions are currently improving. So there you go.
And an example of that is Apex Hunters.
Yeah, so we worked out, didn't we, that I think on day 1 they were either joint top or the top scorers of the Pro-Am class, and then as of yesterday, day 2, they went home because they weren't able to get the results they needed to progress from scratch at the start of day 2 to the end of day 2. They just didn't have the results they needed.
Yeah, they were about 3 points, I think, off the lead of day 1, or they were joint leaders.
Yeah.
It was 58.
It shows how quickly it can change from day to day. So even though you might scrape through as the last team into the next day, you've got all to fight for.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. All it is you start at the back. That's all.
Yep.
And that can change in a lap, as seen today.
Exactly that.
Well, Red Bull were pretty much as they were after those stops, and I think that they're going to be happy to just, stay a second apart and follow each other home. I think, unless the driver at the front starts making some mistakes, then they'll go, right, swap positions, please, and and that's how they'll do it.
Yeah, they're not under any immediate pressure. We saw Nyman earlier, didn't we, earlier in the race in the Lazarus car, really putting a lot of pressure on Mallet to try and maybe get the second place off him early on, but since then, he's dropped down the order. We've got the Veloci car up in third currently at the moment, so we'll have to look if that's pure pace or if that's anything to do with strategy. But yeah, Nyman falling by the wayside currently. We had strong hopes for him early on in this race, challenging the Red Bulls. Looks like they weren't going to have it easy, but unfortunately for us, they have so far.
Hairpin Heroes having a little think about going down the inside there. Didn't quite make it through in the end, but well, this is going to be a big change in the race now, isn't it? Going from wet to dry, Harry.
Yeah, so we've seen it a number of times so far, going from dry to wet or wet to dry, and it's just another time that's happening. But of course, it's at the most crucial time of the day in terms of the endurance race, where the points are available and you've got to make it count. So you've got to be on top form. Obviously, drivers who are competing in the third race of the day for them, they've done every race so far, so they're probably feeling a bit, I'm not going to say tired, but a bit.
Oh, yeah.
They've been at the wheel essentially for 2 hours so far. Obviously, you've got 25 laps into this race already as well, so it takes a lot of you mentally to be able to stay focused for that entire time, especially when you're being asked to be interviewed by Bryn after certain races as well.
Well, that's one thing. One thing people were saying. We'll talk more about this in just a second. But one thing some of the drivers have been saying, professional drivers that have done esports, is just how drained they are after doing it. But I think very shortly we'll take a look at a lap of this circuit. Now we're going from wet to dry. We'll get a lap on board as we have been doing. We've got Harry Jackson alongside me here, as many of you will know. So we'll take a look on board in just a second. But we're on lap number 25 of 70 now. So we're approaching half race distance. We're not far away. We're about a third of the way through this race. We're having a look at the Hairpin Heroes here. Hairpin Heroes still in this fight with Tetris Rangers. They just can't. They're inseparable.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we could leave these for 24 hours, come back tomorrow, and there'd still be nose to tail, wouldn't they? So they are just, they're at such a high level, the pair of them. They're really at the highest skill level you can imagine. And it's proving, because they're driving nose to tail, they're not able to pull away from each other, even though they keep maybe leapfrogging, and whoever's leading isn't able to pull away. So they're just eking out every single tenth, as it looks like we are going to potentially get a hot lap. So here we go, crossing the line, making sure you get close to the wall on the right hand side before flinging it into turn one. Again, getting close to the wall as you dare without running too wide, because the grass is waiting for you. This is classified as turn 2, that little right hand kink. For turn 3 is the 90-degree left hander. Through the right, you need to keep it close to the curb so you can open up turn 5. Take a nice wide entry, a late apex. Watch out for the aquaplaning on the exit. There's the puddle, which we avoid. Under the bridge now, as the track gets very tight and narrow, heading down towards the turn 7 hairpin. Spotting your braking point on the left hand side marker board. In the wet, obviously a little bit longer than you'd expect in the dry. Tiptoeing your way around there, getting on the power in a straight line. Otherwise you'll be fishtailing until the next day, most likely in these cars. Through the left, very difficult, a little bit of aquaplaning through there into turn 10, the Cunningham corner. 90 degrees again, curves very difficult to take as they're quite high and raised here, so you've got to pick your way through as the BMW getting out of our way nicely there so we can focus on our own racing line. Into turn 13, Tower corner. Again, a nice late apex, can't quite get to the curb. There's a nice big puddle waiting for you to spin out the car if you're not careful. As we then head through turns 14, that's Bishop corner, down towards turn 15, a fast chicane. Got to pick your apex nicely, getting close to the wall. There's a little bit of room for, a little bit of margin there, room for error, as you then fling it through turn 16. Use all the curb on the exit, a nice wide curb there, so you can really abuse that to as much as you like. This is where we're picking up maximum speed down at the Oldman Straight. One corner left, Sunset Bend, which seems to go on forever. You can pick whatever your line you want, and it always seems to be the wrong one if you're me, as you then head through close to the barrier. Let it run wide, don't let it run too wide, because the tyre wall is waiting for you as you then cross the line to do it all over again.
And all over again, go on, one more. Well, do you want to do it for 40 more laps? I mean, actually, the race would be over, so that wouldn't really work, would it? Thank you, Harry. Brilliant stuff, as ever. Brilliant to have these insights. Of course, we're twice at Le Mans tomorrow, but we got Spa tomorrow as well.
Yeah,
right?
Spa's a
Looking forward to that one.
Spa's a great track, personal favourite of mine. Just it lends itself to racing so well. You've got lots of straight sections, lots of flat out sections that lead into heavy braking zones, and then you've got the middle sector all full of fast flowing corners, really asking a lot of the car mechanically and in terms of downforce. So I'd imagine all the drivers enjoy that circuit, and for us to watch, it's going to be a thriller as well, I'm sure.
Yes, cars are we in that one as well. It's one we're getting to more recent cars for. Well, that one's going to be a real great one. We're going to be hitting some pretty impressive speeds down the Camel Straight there.
Yeah, pretty terrifying if you come up to lap a Pro-Am class car going through Eau Rouge. That's going to be a...
Oh, yes.
And the likes of Blanchimont and Poulon Corner as well. They're all corners that, when you buy yourself an Indian Drive, they're great fun. But if you're trying to go offline to overtake and lap people, pretty scary.
Yes. The World Endurance Championship, when it was recently there, we had 2 cars side by side all the way through Eau Rouge, which was really, really brilliant. Martin Haven is heart was in his mouth, I think, as he was commentating that one. It was really good to watch, actually. And of course, 24 Hour of Le Mans on this week, which continues the World Endurance Championship. Looking forward to that.
Yes, I mean, it's just an iconic event in the motorsport calendar, isn't it? It's one of them like an Indy 500 or Monaco F1 races. It's always the staple point of any calendar year to have that race, and I'm glad we can have it in some capacity despite everything that's currently going on.
Brilliant stuff. As we have a look, go on board with the Hairpin Heroes team here. On board with John Jung. It's going to be, what time is it going to be where he is now? It's going to be early hours of the morning, isn't it? It's going to be about coming up to roughly 2 in the morning over that part of the world, over in Asia.
It'd be interesting to know. I'm wondering if we can have a word with Brendan, if he's interviewing certain drivers, whether they've adjusted their sleep schedules to try and work with the hours they're being requested to race. I doubt they're getting up at your usual time in the morning and then staying up to 2 a.m. to then do the race. I imagine they'll be sleeping during the day to then make sure they're fresh as a daisy for when their stint comes up in the car.
Is that something you ever had to do?
I've taken part in a few 24-hour races myself, one of which I was slept under a desk. In the early hours.
Were you worried about an earthquake?
No, but that was part of the original World's Fastest Gamer series that we'd done. So that was actually, I was racing with Isaac Price, the Williams driver, in this race. So yeah, we ran a 24-hour race for that one, and just had a little kip under a little sort of storage room under a desk. And then there's another one that I managed to do where I slept basically planking on the floor, just face down in the middle of the floor. Yeah,
fair enough.
And then woke up, and then straight in the hot seat.
Right.
It's just how it works in...
glamorous, isn't it?
Yes.
Glamorous is
It
esports.
really is, yep.
Did you do the event over in Vegas, the World Fastest Game?
No, I didn't. That was the second iteration of it, I believe. So I was the original first series, basically.
Where were you?
That was at the McLaren headquarters, down in Woking.
Good stuff. Around the first corner, we're looking at this battle. They're still together, the Hairpin Heroes car. Now, are they closing in on the second of the Tech Rouge Rangers cars? They can see 1, 2 and 3 all in a line. Looks to me as if they are. This is Lazarus Racing with a bit of free space, which is going to be a nice change, isn't it? For a while.
Yeah, quite valuable these days from what we can see so far of this race, isn't it?
Yeah, take it in while you can.
Still got some puddles. Just looking around the circuit, the rain has stopped. They've moved to sort of slightly overcast conditions, but there's still lots of aquaplaning opportunities sort of lingering around the circuit. So these drivers have got to still be on their toes, looking out. So obviously, as the rain stops and you pound around the laps, obviously you're expecting that dry line to keep appearing. But the problem is, if they're not going through the part of the circuit where the puddles are, i.e. potentially on the racing line, that's not going to be drying up anytime soon.
Yeah, these are the toughest conditions. When it's
just greasy, isn't it?
Yeah, greasy conditions.
The tyres don't want to work, and you can't carry the speed you want to use the downforce of the cars, and yeah, the tyre temperature is always fluctuating all over the place. But two cars it doesn't seem to be affecting is the two Red Bull team cars out front in the Pro class.
I mean, I remember racing. I used to race in karting for 5 years. Greasy conditions were the worst, and that was when you'd have more offs than if it was just wet. Yeah, if it was wet, then you'd be fine. But greasy conditions, was never any fun at all. But as you said, going back to our race leaders, because we haven't really spoken about them for a while now, Red Bull Racing, the second of the cars that we are seeing on our screens, the first of them 2.5 seconds down the road.
Yeah, we've got the Lazarus car in third as well, just keeping them honest. It's about 10 seconds down the road from the leader, so about 7.5 behind the second place Red Bull of Melee. So they're not as comfortable as they probably would like. You know, it's a good buffer to have, of course, so if you do make any small mistakes, then you know you've got a little bit of breathing room, but at the moment there's still something to be had there.
Some interesting driver graphics as well in this one, just looking at
What, the ticker at the top?
Yeah.
Yes.
If you let it roll through, you'll see there is definitely some interesting ones in this, particularly in the Pro-Am class. I mean, those driver graphics will look fairly normal.
So you got some kind of, is that
got a
vintage
skier?
race? Yeah.
Is that a skier? Or
some kind of biker?
Yeah. someone who we would probably have seen in the cafe where we've been going this morning.
That's true.
That would make no sense.
You've got the clown out front again, apparently, and I don't mean that disrespectfully to Robin Becker, but that's just the driver term he's using. To be fair, he's driven anything but a clown, isn't he? He's driven superbly, not just today, but throughout the entirety of the Super Finals so far. Anytime he's been behind the wheel, he's been a force to be reckoned with, and we've had quite a few interviews with him, and that's because he's been winning a lot.
Yeah, well, we've heard from him a few times, haven't we? We were looking at, who finished where in terms of driver results, and some really impressive performances from some of the drivers out there who have just been hugely consistent throughout this event.
Yeah, that's the main thing, though. Having ultimate pace and one-lap pace is great, but consistency is key for these 1 hour, and especially the 2 hour races. It only takes one mistake to have your race completely ruined, as we've seen numerous times so far, and they're not faultless. We've seen the Red Bull guys making the odd mistake, even from the lead of races. They've made mistakes. They've had some today. You had Arnu in the first race from second place, wasn't it? In the second race at Le Mans, that he had an incident from second place and finished down in 10th. And so yesterday, Melee leading away in the endurance race. In the end of the first day, he was leading the endurance race and had an incident and dropped down the field as well. So as much as they are comfortable, they've still got to keep focused and keep their concentration levels high. Otherwise, they might be finding themselves in the pits unnecessarily.
Well, let's take a look, because we went earlier, didn't we? Worked out exactly what drivers would finish where. This was on the first 2 days. Robin Bechter had a first and a first, and so far
it's not bad, is it?
And so far today he's at a first and a first, right?
That's pretty astounding, isn't it? That's fantastic.
He hasn't been beaten.
And so the driver behind him on track, his teammate, within a few seconds. Do you think inter-team there's a battle there? Melee wants to get one over on his teammate, or is it just a case of first the statistics as a team? We can say our driver won every race he took part in.
Yeah, I mean,
that's crucial, isn't it? That's quite key.
That's incredible. He has yet to be beaten.
You can throw any car and any track combination at him, and he just gets on and does the job.
Actually, he's won in so he won in the first day, which was the Jag, the very first car, around the Bugatti.
Yep.
Yesterday he won the second race, which was at Le Mans in Moby Dick.
Yep.
And then he's won today today he won at Kota in the Peugeot. The Le Mans in the Porsche Spider.
On track for another win in this Peugeot. Wow. What can you say? It's just dominating, isn't it? Isn't there a real force to be reckoned with? And if you're a driver of another team, you look at that and go, well, if we make it through to tomorrow, he's going to be in every race.
Yeah.
So what chance do we have?
Another impressive one with Ross May, 2 second places and a first for him.
Yeah.
In the first 2 days, that was pretty impressive. Lazarus haven't really lived up to expectations today. Another impressive one was Isaac Price.
Yes.
Who won the second race on day one, which was in the 50s.
It was around Silverstone, wasn't it, that one?
Yes, it was. And then he finished second around Nürburgring yesterday.
Yeah. And it just goes to show, you have these drivers out there who are just top class, but all it takes is one moment and one accident to completely ruin any potential of a race. You look at Isaac Price in this race, he's very, very fast. We know that and we've seen it. But unfortunately, he's had an incident early on in this race, which I don't think we saw, but we know it happened. And he's down in, ninth place, I think, at the moment. So, ninth place, you see at the top of the screen there, separating the two Total Performance Racing cars, which on the topic of having disasters, they've got great drivers and great speed, but they just haven't been able to show it today. And unfortunately, they're going to be. It looks like they're going to be finishing bottom of the pile.
Now, Robin Bechter wasn't the only driver coming into today unbeaten.
No.
Gary Mitchell was the other for LM Squad. He won both his races yesterday, and Gary Mitchell he's doing every race today, including this one. So again, another driver. He's leading this race as well.
Superb stuff.
And so far today, LM Squad have won one race, which was more than likely him. And obviously the last race, Hot Lap had won. Or it was the other way around, wasn't it? And now he's leading this, so that would be 4 wins.
Yeah, and although we talk about the fact there isn't a drivers' championship for this, no, it's all about the team aspect. No, it's making statements as drivers within your team to say, yeah, okay, as let's say Red Bull, for example, we are a strong team, but in particular, this driver of ours has won every race he's taken part in. And same for Gary Mitchell. He'll be able to, in the Pro-Am class, go, I've had the best results out of everyone that's featured in these races, and it will. Going into tomorrow, that's going to be something that he can wear proudly at the start of the day and make sure he uses that confidence to take him through the day.
Robin Bechter, is that a driver you have ever raced against?
I don't believe so.
You know Robin well?
I don't believe so.
Your time in esports?
I've never raced against him that I know of, I must admit. As if I have, he's probably waved goodbye to me as he drove off into the distance.
Right.
He is obviously proving himself to be that good, but I would say coming into obviously the Le Mans Super Final and what goes on, you have to keep up to date with what's happening in the world and the drivers that are taking part, and whatever seems to happen, he always seems to be there or thereabouts.
That's close, isn't it? This was from lap 30, and Veloce are they're not actually that far away. That just goes to show how badly Williams are doing in this race.
Yeah, I mean, the Veloce would have been hoping that the likes of Total Performance Racing would have been able to maybe gain positions on the cars that have crashed early, the Williams cars that have crashed, but it's unfortunately not proven that way. But they're 4th and 5th at the moment, the Veloce guys.
Right, and Williams are down in 7th and 9th, and they don't look like they're going to go any further up. So what do Veloce need to do to close their gap down, right? So they were 13 points back.
Well, they'd need to be hoping that Total Performance Racing can get their act together and maybe try and pick off the Williams team later on in this race. But I mean, they've all run into their own separate issues, and I think they're all sort of limping around the track with wounded cars at the moment and not really being able to drive as quickly as they would like. So it might be out of their hands, unfortunately.
Veloce, I mean, they would need to, if they went up to 3rd and 4th.
That's even closer. The Pro-Am you can see on the screen there.
Wow.
That's just 7 points between the Hairpin Heroes and the
this was
4th, isn't it? So
this was off lap 30.
It was, yeah. So as of a few laps ago.
But nothing's really changed since then. So
Tetra Rouge Rangers then on the bubble in 4th, trying to get ahead of Hairpin Heroes, and obviously we've seen them battling non-stop throughout this race, haven't we? So that's why they're really going at it.
I mean, the hot lappers have to be careful that they don't have another car go tumbling down the order, otherwise they could be in the drop zone. Okay, so 7 points in it. Hairpin Heroes, the difference between 1st and 2nd is, well, they're the ones actually they're the ones trying to hold on, aren't they? So there he is. There he is. But I don't know.
He looks very happy to be in 1st place, doesn't he? It must be said.
One reaction, and then Robin Bechter's
That's terrifying.
Robin Bechter's only been smiling, isn't he? His eyes are glowing. It's not something you'd expect to see, but you never know. The people, the marketing guys at Red Bull, may be making some notes now they see it. Let's get a clown in the car. Boy, that could lead to a joke. Let's get a clown in the Red Bull car.
He's in that position though, isn't he? Where it's like whatever race he's doing is usually going to be on screen because he's winning. So he might as well pick some kind of funky driver suit to celebrate in.
Why not? It's brave.
As long as we don't cut to sort of his actual live camera of him driving and he's dressed as a clown as well. That would be.
No, that'd be
pretty special. I'm not saying do it, Robin, but if you did want to do it, then don't let us stop you.
Yes. Hairpin Heroes have gone up to 4th, by the way. I don't know if this is another pit stop, but it looks like they've gone past Tetra Rouge Rangers. We are looking at the Le Mans Legends. Sadly, I don't think we're going to be seeing them on track tomorrow.
Struggling behind, 7th and 8th in this race, so not quite doing enough. Race hasn't quite gone the way they would have wanted it to. They needed a pretty big turnaround, and unfortunately it hasn't gone that way.
Hopefully we can get, I want to get those live points up again actually. I just want to have another look at exactly where we are with the Pro-Am class, because we've just had a change there between Hairpin Heroes and Tetch Rouge Rangers. Let's just make a note of where we are of this. Right, there you can see it. So this is of lap 30, so this would have changed by now, but this roughly gives us a guide. So that's the live points. That's what we wanted to see. Okay, so 7 points behind are the Tetch Rouge Rangers. Now, let's have a look at where they are. So they're 3rd on track, and they are 5th. But I think we have just had a change for 4th between the two teams. But if that was, let's say that was the case now, if we had a change for 2nd, you know, there's an 8-point swing there.
Yeah, yeah. It's all to play for. That's what
that is really that close. So really, that's the battle we need to try and have a look at, is that battle for 2nd in Pro-Am.
So we've got Hairpin Heroes 2nd, Tetch Rouge Ranger in 3rd, so that's about 7 seconds on track. So that's catchable. You know, if you've got yourself into the zone, into the rhythm, and you've got your team in your ear going, if you catch that car in front of you and beat it, you're coming back tomorrow and you're earning a lot more money than you might get today.
Well, so for 5th place, they're getting 3,750. For 4th, 5,000. But, you know, rather than potentially finishing 5th and getting 3,750, you finish 3rd tomorrow, you get 7,500.
So you're literally doubling your money for a day's work.
And just like that, we see the Tetch Rouge Rangers on track. So the Hairpin Heroes are ahead of them. There is your life points once again. The LM Squad, Hot Lappers, Hairpin Heroes, Tetch Rouge Rangers, Le Mans Legends. We want to. The battle for 3rd is really where our focus is going to be, probably until the end of this race.
Speaking of the race, we have just about passed half race distance, and it seems like an awful long time ago we had thunder and lightning and torrential rain, wasn't it? So the track's cleared up nicely. The weather looks to be playing its part in a staying dry for now. We'll see if anything else comes later in the race, but at the moment it looks like we've gone to pretty much dry running. A little bit of dampness still on the track, but we've now moved into the second half of the race.
Well, we had a view on board, didn't we, in one of the pro team cars. We put together a Pro-Am view as well, because the difference in speed, you can just see with them going down the straight is monumental, isn't it? Look at that.
It's the downforce levels in the corners as well. Obviously, the pro guys arrive a lot quicker, and they carry the speed through the corner. In no relative terms.
Let's have a look with the Pro-Am.
Yeah, so in the relative terms, the BMW will be doing exactly the same thing, but you see they're basically just not carrying as much speed into the corner. They have to get onto the brakes earlier, and they have to wait a bit longer to get back on the throttle. It's as much of a challenge as the Peugeot, even if it's not going quite as fast.
You can see just how out of shape they are, just even going around the Big Bend there.
Yeah, the car's very twitchy. Obviously, they're probably looking at those quite worn tyres at this stage as well. So every time they're just trying to get through the corners, as flat as they can, the back end just trying to kick out, and they've got to try and keep that under control. This is another corner as well where you turn in, and if it's a little bit damp, you might find yourself off in the grass. But they're managing to get through there without too many issues at the moment.
Big differences, isn't it, between the pro as we go for them. See just how much the speed differences through the corners, and
everything just comes at you so much faster in the pro car now. That Peugeot 908, it's just never ending. It's just one corner after another, and the straights, the breathers that you're meant to be able to have on the straights just are non-existent because you've done them so quickly.
And the last few corners here, it leads us onto the back straight. This is a crucial part of the track, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it leads into arguably one of the best overtaking opportunities on the circuit. You've got a nice big curb on the exit you can utilise. Obviously, you need to make sure you carry as much speed through there as you can. And if there's a car around you, you'd normally be looking to tuck into the slipstream to then maybe launch an attack into the final corner. And as much as I don't like the final corner here, in terms of actual overtaking opportunities, it's great because there's so many different lines you can potentially take. You can see the rubber marks on the track itself, and you can see the car taking completely different routes. So whatever works for you and the car setup you've got is going to be the quickest way around. But there's so many different lines that you can potentially make work around there.
Great stuff. Great to have a nice look around the circuit with a Pro-Am team there and just see the differences between them and the Pro class. But it's this battle for, hopefully we'll get another update on those live points, because I'm sure we've had a change there. This is the Tetrad Rangers we are looking at. So this is the main battle involved. All out of shape there. Surely we can't be far away from more pit stops, particularly in the Pro class now.
Yeah, we saw them pitting sort of around lap 20ish, wasn't it? I think was the first one we noticed Malay coming into pits in the Red Bull, and then his teammate came in I think a lap later. So yeah, depending on how, I'd imagine they'll be using a little bit more fuel at this point in the race, because drier conditions, you can use the throttle more often, get on the throttle earlier, brake a bit later into the corners. So whether that's going to make a difference to how many laps they can do or not, I'm not sure. But I don't think they're at sort of a limit of maybe trying to save a pit stop at the end of the race. I don't think they're going to quite manage that, any of them, at this stage.
They're just going to be trying their best, as you said. This car here, the third place Tetrad Rangers car, if they catch the car ahead, which is about 7 seconds down the road, that could be an 8-point swing in their way, and that could put them in to tomorrow by about 1 point.
Yeah, and we've seen that numerous times over the last couple of days, isn't it? It comes down to potentially 1 point, 2 point, 3 points. The difference is so small that you look back at the races you had and think, oh, if we just picked up an extra position there, we would have been in.
Down. The gap's coming down as well.
The message is getting through, then, isn't it? To the driver of that Tetrad Rangers car. They know the job that they need to do, and they've got just over, about 30 laps to do it.
And this is the close about. This is the Hairpin Heroes car with the other Tetrad Rangers car behind. That Tetrad Rangers car behind, if that can catch this Hairpin Heroes car, that again will create another swing in terms of the points advantage. And you can see that the message is getting through. Someone's put something in Jung's drink, and he might just about fall asleep before the end of the race here. And the teddy bear is moved, hasn't it? It's
not by itself, I presume.
It's on the bed. Oh, okay. That's interesting.
I'm going to leave that one there, I think.
Okay, let's move on. But again, I think that just shows, this is a long race for the Sebring, isn't it? It is a mentally draining race.
It really is, and so when there's so much on the line as well, it's difficult at the best times just to do a 2-hour endurance race around this circuit in these cars, but when you then have to weigh into account what it means and what the end result is, it adds to, as you say, the mental drain that you have during the race, and you've really got to be on top of your game to make sure you can make it to the end of the 70th lap in good condition, to make sure you're not going to throw anything away at the end of it.
Very close to the Hairpin Heroes car though. Good shot on board we have here. You can see just making their way now through turns 11 and 12 through Bishop Corner, now into the final few corners before we get onto this back straight. And this is it. If we see this Tetrad Rangers car get past this Hairpin Heroes car, that'll drag them, that'll make things very, very close in the points.
Yeah, we'll have to try and find out if that would be enough or not to make the swing.
I think that would bring us back to what we had at 7 points. So that would be, if Tetrad Rangers get past Hairpin Heroes, that will be, I believe, a 7-point gap. However, if the other Tetrad Rangers car
in third
gets past Hairpin, this is the LM squad, isn't it, I believe, but if they get past, then that would be, I think, them ahead by 1 point.
Yeah, so that gap was 6 seconds between the the front pair of the LM squad, sorry, the Tetrad Rangers car and the Hairpin Heroes. They're about 6 seconds apart. It was 7 a few laps ago, so it is slowly coming down.
It's coming down. It doesn't need to come down very quickly.
A lot of it will obviously come down to when they're getting lapped by the pro guys. Now, if they get caught at a bad point of the circuit, that can cost you a second or two in itself. So
that's all it takes, isn't it? And it takes a pro car to make a mistake and clatter into the side of you.
Which we've seen. And we've seen numerous times over the last, essentially 3 days at this point, where there's accidents involving both classes of car that are unfortunate but have happened.
We've got about, we've got just under an hour left. It's got a long time for things to change.
It really is.
Long time.
Yep. So we've got the LM squad lapping, I think, his teammate there, isn't it? So
yeah,
that's
wow,
Gary Mitchell. We've obviously mentioned earlier how he's a driver to be reckoned with, and he's putting a lap on his own teammate.
Yeah, I mean, that's the LM squad. That other car's just been in the wars, isn't it?
It's true, yeah.
But still, that does go to show just how quick he's been. And he's been the class of the field in Pro-Am. Vector's been the class of the field in Pro.
Yeah, I don't think you can't, the statistics say that, you can't disagree with it. They've gone out there today, put the results in. Because as we said, every day is a clean slate. You can't rely on what you've done yesterday to carry you through today. You have to make it count, and they have done exactly that for their team.
And I mean, those two, a race between those two, imagine a one-lap shootout between those two.
Yeah, that would be something to see.
That would be good, wouldn't it? This is Guillaume de Silva.
Yep, see him concentrating in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. So he's in third. So he's the driver trying to catch the heavy hero car in second, and it's still around 6 seconds. But he's, it's so difficult when you're fighting over a tenth or two per lap. But over 30 laps, that can make all the difference.
It doesn't take a lot. It just takes, like you just said there, a couple of tenths a lap. All of a sudden.
Things like that, he's been overtaken by those two cars on the exit of turn 1, which wouldn't have cost him too much. But if they go on to catch the Hairpin Heroes car in a more difficult position, that could be a second in his pocket.
Collier, turn 11, for example, if you get caught there, then that's,
Yeah. So it's going to ebb and flow as the laps go by. Obviously, he would wish to be right under the rear wing of the Hairpin Heroes car, but then in saying that, we've seen how difficult it can be for these two teams in particular to overtake each other. They've been at it pretty much non-stop throughout most of the races, and they've found it quite difficult to make the overtakes happen. But obviously, when it means the most now, you're kind of going to go for it no matter what.
Well, we are at turn 11 here. We can see on the graphic at the bottom left, that's where our lead is on. You can see the next two blue dots along behind number 1, second and third. It's close. It takes one off for one driver, and all of a sudden, it takes our leader here, we're on board with, to have one small off, and then we're all back in play. We're all three-way fight once again. That just shows how close it is between our top three. That's close.
Yeah, I was like, this is still the Tetris Rangers car, isn't it? So this is still the third place car. Yeah, this is Gillen that we just saw. So is the Hairpin Heroes car up ahead?
That's the Hairpin Heroes car on the other Tetris Rangers car.
Yeah, they're still battling behind. Obviously, we're about to be lapped by the Peugeot one more time. And in a nice place as well down the back straight as the two Red Bulls, we can see still fighting out front. I say fighting out, they're still just cruising around together, aren't they, in a sort of flying formation at the moment.
Yeah, I'd say they're happy, very happy sat as they are.
Yeah, and they've got no reason to do anything different. No, they're going to qualify comfortably tomorrow. They're looking like they're going to take overall top spot today, which will give them 1, 2, 3 on the grid for tomorrow's first race. They've literally just got to drive around to the end and hope that they don't lose concentration and ruin what would be a fantastic team result and a statement to the rest of the teams.
Put them at the top. Of course, it would hold them top spot. I mean, coming into this race, very close between our top three. Overall, 17 points between the top three. Just goes to show what we're in for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, obviously with the endurance race, the points tend to get a bit more spread out, but coming into it, pretty much any sort of top 5 was possible. They could have ended up pretty much anywhere, depending on the results and how they fell. So yeah, heading into tomorrow, we're going to be looking at whichever 3 teams go through are going to be worthy of going through, and they're all going to have a good chance at taking top spot.
And we've got this brilliant battle between Hot Lappers and LM Squad. Sadly, it's come to an end because, the Hot Lappers team, both LM Squad and Hot Lappers have had misfortune, disconnect for the Hot Lappers.
Wesley Augusto, wasn't it?
The LM Squad is a lap down. So you can see they're in 9th and 10th. But
it shows how quick things can change. We expect those two teams to normally be at the front of their class, and we find them in 9th and 10th. And that's the type of thing that Veloce would be hoping for in the pro class. They needed the big swing in points, and they're doing a good job themselves at the moment.
Oh, there we go. We got a spin.
A Williams
That's
car,
a Williams
is it?
car off.
And because they're the team that are in danger compared to the Veloce team, they're the ones they're trying to catch. So any position they might be losing to, let's say, for example, Total Performance Racing, then that is going to help the Veloce team if that's what ends up happening. But it does seem like more often than not when we see the Williams car, it does seem to be facing the wrong way.
I mean, the only problem for Veloce is they would need one of these Red Bull cars to come off, I think.
They've not got enough points to play with on that themselves. Yeah, they need to gain something, don't they, themselves, rather than rely on anything behind them. But at the moment, it seems pretty difficult to do anything about the top 3.
Because, you know, if one of these guys comes off or has a disconnect, I mean, a disconnect wouldn't really help because everyone moves up then, don't they?
Yeah, that's true.
So they need either one of these cars or the Lazarus car to come off the track.
There's only 4
so
seconds.
That they can catch.
There's only 4 seconds between the top 3. It must be said. So these Red Bull cars aren't. No, they're actually being caught by Neiman in the Lazarus vehicle in 3rd. So that's one for us to keep our eye on. But then 30 seconds behind them comes the first of the Veloce cars. So it's difficult to see where they're going to be gaining anything in terms of lap time. They're going to have to hope for an unfortunate event for one of the 3 cars in front of them. That benefits them and hinders the Williams team. But here's a replay of the Williams car. So that's the Tetridge Rangers car they're lapping. There's another car in front, which I presume is the Hairpin Heroes car, trying to sneak through on the left, which they've managed. And then they just lose. They've lost the back end and hit the
they've
wall.
taken the Hairpin Heroes car with them.
I don't know if they've just managed to squeeze around the outside. That was right in front of the 2 Red Bulls as well.
Wow.
So I think they've got some underlying damage in the Williams. So when they go through the high-speed corners, it's just swapping ends on them. There's nothing they can do. They can't react in time to stop it doing so, which I think is just a consequence of how many times they've found themselves in the wars. But the 2 Red Bulls are closer than ever.
That was very lucky for the Hairpin Heroes, because if they were taken out there, then that could have been them out of the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. So
that was close. Let's see,
Underneath.
they are still 2nd, and they've actually got more of a gap. The Hairpin Heroes have brought that gap down to 3 seconds to the leader.
Yeah.
That's close.
So what's going to happen here? Are these? We're wondering, aren't we? I mean, it's going to be a race-on thing, but are these 2 going to have any kind of battle? Do we think,
I hope
or
so.
just drive at home?
I think what you said's a good point. You know, Bechter.
He wants his 100% record of
yes,
wins per race.
But Mallet doesn't want to be the one, you know, that finishes 2nd to him every time, right?
Yeah. Although, I mean, you've got to be a bigger man, haven't you, at the end of the day, and go, well, we are working as a team to basically win money for ourselves. There's nothing. You don't gain anything extra, apart from, unless,
I know.
I know where you're coming from. No, it's a personal thing, isn't it? It's like you want to get, not necessarily one over on your teammate, but you want to sort of show your worth in the team by being the number 1 across the line.
Otherwise, you know, you are replaceable, no?
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. I say these 2 are
winning.
These 2 are doing a faultless job, though, no matter what. So, now whether they want to replace 1 or 2 of them, I don't know. When they're coming 1st and 2nd, that'd be pretty harsh, wouldn't it? But we know the Red Bull system can sometimes be that way.
Yeah, Red Bull is harsh.
But no, they're doing a stellar job at the moment. So it would give us some entertainment out front in the Pro class, that's for sure. But obviously they can't afford to, because look, Neiman's only 2.5 seconds off the race lead. So he's closing in on 2 Red Bulls, and within a few laps, he might be within striking distance.
No, I think we've had a disconnect for one of the drivers, and I think that's going to be in the Pro-Am class, and we're about to see who that was. Let's have a look behind the Le Mans Legends in 8th as we go past Le Mans. It's the LM squad.
He was in 9th already, wasn't he? He was a lap behind, so unfortunately he won't get to finish the race, but I don't think it's going to change too much. I think Mallet is in the pits, so the 2nd Red Bull on track, the one in front of this Lazarus, is in the pits. There we go.
That was close.
You can see it entering there. So
that was close, wasn't it?
2nd round of pit stops is here.
He's on.
And I think this is probably the last time we'll see them in the pits, isn't it? So they've gone about 25, 26 laps, and they'll be able to do that again to the end of the race. So this is the final pit stop window that we'll see, and we'll work out again if the undercut or overcut is going to be the one that comes out on top.
It's going to be the Pro-Am, where I think there could be strategy.
Oh, Neiman nearly losing it on the exit of turn 5. He just about caught it. As the camera panned around, the car veered off to the left. I was like, that's not the way that corner goes.
No, it's a right-hander.
He's pushing hard, though, isn't he? He can sense that there's something to upset in that Red Bull camp.
He's coming to the end of the stint, if you like, for the pit stop. So this is where you've got to give it everything you have.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously now he's seen one of the Red Bulls come in the pits. He's dropped 4 seconds back now, so that did cost him about 1.5 seconds. But yeah, once one of the Red Bulls come in the pits, like, now's my time to push on a lighter fuel load, but obviously the tyre wear as well is causing him a few issues.
No, the Pro-Ams where the strategy is going to be more interesting, I think. I wonder what those guys in Hairpin Heroes Camp and Tetridge Rangers Camp are going to do. But
6% of fuel.
He hasn't got a lot of fuel left, has he? He's not want to come in into. So how many laps have they done? They've done, just trying to work out the percentage of fuel there. What, 20, about
So
20, 25, 26?
Yeah, they're just crossed over. So I think they've all pitted early in the first one to then be able to basically run the car dry on the second and third stints.
So they should just make it, shouldn't they?
Yeah, I think they've undercutted on the first round of pit stops to then basically do the full length of the second and third stint to the end of the race.
But he's going to have to come in
Let's
now.
have a look. He's gonna, he is.
Yeah.
Although
don't hit that wall.
Becker's gone for another lap, has he not? He has. So Becker's
Let's
obviously.
see how much fuel he has there.
So he's been doing a bit of fuel saving. Maybe that's why Mallet was so close to him, is because he was just lifting and coasting a bit and saving a lap's worth of fuel whilst keeping his teammate behind. But this is the Red Bull of Mallet, isn't it? So
yeah,
he pitted a lap ago. Will he be able to come back out on track ahead of the Lazarus car? He goes down the pit straight. There's the two. That's the Lazarus and the Williams in the pit. So he's made that quite
ahead.
comfortably, isn't he? So the undercut working well there with the fresh tyres.
Yeah, very well. Yeah, he obviously had quite a good lap there in terms of traffic and things.
So what's this going to... Also, we saw Norman had that mistake as well, which didn't help on his
No,
in-lap.
That's a good point.
But it'll be interesting to see where Mallet comes out compared to his teammate, who's obviously gone for 2 extra laps at this point. He was only about a second behind him before the pit stop, so maybe the undercut's going to favour the second driver, which would be controversial, perhaps.
Right, here we go. We're on board then in pit lane. We've got
Gary
I think
Mitchell's
this
in the
might be
pits,
Gary
isn't he?
Mitchell. Yeah, this might be Gary Mitchell, our leader in Pro-Am, who's coming out of the pits. So it feels like a Pro-Am car.
That's
this is
Schmitz.
Veloce.
That's
This
Schmitz in
Veloce,
the
yeah.
Veloce making the pit stop. So obviously all the pro class guys making the pit stop around the same time, because obviously the fuel tank will only go so far in so many laps, depending on the fuel saving you're doing.
Yeah.
So they've come into the pits.
That meant Mitchell was just losing places?
I think he was in the pits, but it's just a different car that we weren't on board with. As we would have seen on the ticker at the top there is a little symbol that sometimes comes up next to the timing screen. So the leader, for example.
Yeah, the leader's in.
So we've called him a clown and a spanner now, have we? So we're not being very kind to Becker, are we?
No.
I'm interested to see where he comes out compared to his teammate, though, because I say he's done 2 extra laps on lower fuel but worn tyres.
Look how close that is in second and third. Tetrad Rangers and Hairpin Heroes have actually swapped places.
Here is the LM squad. So is this Gary Mitchell race
one
leader, perhaps?
Yes.
Because the other one is disconnected or DNF,
yes,
isn't he?
yes,
So this is race leader
is
Gary Mitchell, or net race leader Gary Mitchell if he's made a pit stop.
We need to see the other battle, though, the second place one. At least it's what it said. Let's have a look. Yes, look how close that is. Look, Tetrad Rangers and Hairpin Heroes.
Yes, they're only a second apart on track, aren't they?
Yes.
And we were expecting that to go the other way. We were expecting the Tetrad Rangers car to try and catch up to the Hairpin Heroes out front, but at the moment they're now being caught by the second Hairpin Heroes car.
So this could be,
curtains for Tetrad.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, basically, I was trying to think of a good phrase there. But Hairpin Heroes. Oh, they can't make their mind up what to do.
They're coming into the pits.
Almost. I tell you what, that is nerve-wracking when you see them decide late that they're going to come in.
So what they've done there is they've closed the gap as much as they could on the in-lap, and then they're going to try and get the undercut on the car that they were trying to catch, that Tetrad Rangers car. So we'll see if that works. Obviously, the undercut does seem to be working.
Yeah.
As we can see at the top of the screen, so Becker did come out only half a second ahead of his own teammate. So they pretty much battle resumed after their pit stops.
And back out of pit lane we come. We're on board with Hairpin Heroes. This is Jean we're on board with. Back out onto track they go. Now let's see what this has done in terms of gaps. So they were about 6 seconds back from the LM squad. Let's see if that's still the case. Red Bulls are still split by a second. Lazarus is 4 seconds back. Those guys way clear from everyone else. And they've come into the pits as well. It's Pro-Am, which is the more interesting class. 7 seconds, so it's basically as it was.
Yeah, and obviously they're going a lap longer than the Hairpin Heroes car that we saw of Jung just pitting, wasn't it? So that's going to be interesting to see when they decide to pit and who's going to have track position once they've sorted themselves out for what we presume is the final round of pit stops for the Pro-Am class as well.
Yeah, that's when we'll need a points update after everyone's been in to see exactly where we are.
It will just be a drive to the checkered flag, and basically you've got to, if you want to do anything, you've got to do it on track. You can't rely on strategy or anything like that anymore, or the weather, for example. That's cleared up nicely for the end of this race, so it is just going to be down to the driver and the car.
It's getting a bit darker, but that's about it. That's all that's changing. Lazarus are getting even closer. These are the Le Mans legends, and I guess we can have a bit of a talk about them while we wait for those final pit stops to play out. This is going to be the last we see of the Le Mans legends, but you know, they haven't done badly, have they? You know, 6th, 2nd, 3rd, 1st, and there was the 2 7ths yesterday, one of them being with a disconnect that really saw them just go from being one of the best teams with 2nd, 3rd and 1st to just dropping straight off.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a lot to be proud of. You know, it's some feat to come to a super final event for Le Mans Esports and win a race, you know, in your class. So it's impressive to do, but unfortunately, you know, sometimes it doesn't always end up going your way.
I don't want to take anything away from Oki or McLeod, but Hedi Bahafid got 2nd, 3rd, 1st and 7th, and the 7th was only because of a disconnect where he was, I think, in the top 2.
Yes, and very impressive, isn't it? Sort of unsung heroes almost to certain teams when they don't get through.
Big shout out to him, I have to say. I mean, you know, the other guys have put in some fairly decent performances, but Bahafid is all 3 races that he finished were in the top 3.
Yeah, very impressive stuff against a very highly skilled, you know, field of drivers.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Okay, this is the Hairpin Heroes car in 4th. I'm going to assume that's Tetrud Rangers ahead of us. And this is the battle that is key, but as you said, this is, if they get past Tetrud Rangers, that's it. Right, well this, I tell you what, if you're Tetrud Rangers now, you just got to defend here, right? Let you bring your teammates into play, no?
Yeah, absolutely.
But the only risk you do of doing that is the Hairpin Heroes car in 2nd is down the road.
Yeah, I say they can't fight both battles, can they? You can't sort of bring your teammate into play and also catch the car in front. You got.
What would you do if you're the Tetrud Rangers car ahead? What are you thinking?
I'm probably on the radio to my engineer asking what the championship situation is and asking, do I need to concentrate on the car in front or do we need to get our teammate ahead of the car behind? But
well, let's, you know, going off what we know, you know, I've given you that information of the points. What's your decision?
I think ultimately you just drive as fast as you can without risking the car and mistakes. You know, you just got to get into your zone and not have to. So don't try and think about external factors, because obviously that's when it starts to get into your driving and you start maybe making mistakes and you're not driving as well as you can. You just focus on driving the car as fast as it will go, and if you start catching the car in front, great. If you don't, you got to hope that at least your teammate might be doing a job as well. But well, that was a bit close.
Oh wow! That was
just about saw the pro class car coming through there against the pit wall. That was a bit too close for comfort, that one, but they just about managed to survive it.
I mean, it's a hard one, isn't it?
Let's go for the inside.
There we go, down the inside. This is a big move. This is the Hairpin Heroes down the inside here of the Tetrud Rangers, and this could be putting the Tetrud Rangers out of the competition, and indeed the Hairpin Heroes have gone through, so the Tetrud Rangers are going to have to fight back here as they make their way down towards the Hairpin Heroes. If they can stay in front here, that would be the nail in the coffin for the Tetrud Rangers as they go down to the hairpin. The Tetrud Rangers are going to try and fight round the inside, but they can't get through. And this now next half a lap is going to be crucial, isn't it, Harry?
Yeah, great move, Roger, to get that move done. So it really gives them a leg up in terms of the championship points they're going to be gaining from this race. So worth mentioning that they're trying to get that battling done, all whilst the 2nd and 3rd place pro class cars are trying to get past them. Also, we know that the Lazarus cars are trying to close in on the Red Bulls as well. So it's like you've got 2 battles going on at the same time on the same piece of track.
Tetrud Rangers, they cannot let Hairpin Heroes escape here. They really need to fight back as soon as possible. They're giving it everything they have, but this is for their survival. The Hairpin Heroes, you've got to give them credit. They are doing an absolutely superb job here, considering they only have 31 points, and there's the live points. There you can see what it's done. So that's of lap 50, and we have just had that change.
Yeah,
so,
which helps Hairpin Heroes even more, doesn't it, to build that gap. So it's
that's another, I think, sort of 6-point increase.
Yeah, it's looking bleak for Tetrud Rangers at the moment. It's not far from over, of course, but they're going the wrong way. They want to be the ones progressing and putting the pressure on, not essentially losing points to the team they need to be taking points off, because if they don't, and if they don't change things quick, they're not coming back tomorrow.
And if the Hairpin Heroes go ahead of the leaders, then I think they'll go through second.
Yeah, which again, though, this shows how quickly things can change. We're talking about potentially surviving into day 4 tomorrow, and then potentially looking at actually, well, rather than surviving, we might even be able to start higher up on the grid, let alone worry about coming back. So shows that there's so much to fight for pretty much for a lot of these teams, and just the teams that think they're safe, they've got a lot to play for as well still.
Yeah, because you get 38 points for a win rather than 27 for second, so it's a big increase, isn't it?
Yeah, you're always looking at the points meaning more as the higher up you finish, of course. So you can see the pro class points in the bottom right there. So Williams doing just enough to hold on. Obviously they've had a terrible race from their standards, but at the moment it's going to be enough to beat Veloce to survival for day 4, and Lazarus looking pretty comfortable in second overall, and Red Bull, well, comfortable doesn't even begin to explain what they're feeling, I think, at the moment.
No, just a little bit, right? That said, Lazarus are closing in.
It's about 4.5 seconds. It's been that way for a while.
I'd say they're closing in on second, not first.
Yeah. Although it's not going to make too much difference, even if that changes in terms of overall position. But it's just putting something in the minds of Red Bull, isn't it?
Yeah, going into tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
You know, who is in that Lazarus car? Yeah,
that's Neiman, isn't it? I think.
So that's going to. Should we decide? Neiman?
I don't know. I'm going to get it wrong either way, aren't I?
Well, one of us says one the other.
Neiman?
There you go. We'll go with Neiman.
There you go.
But Dan, they're going to be worried about him.
Yeah, I'd say he's doing a great job though. He's keeping the Red Bulls honest, which is at the moment all you really can do. I mean,
here we go.
He's miles ahead of everyone else.
This is the Tetris Rangers fighting back
at the hairpin. So we're on board with the Hairpin Heroes looking back at the Tetris Rangers coming down towards Sunset Bend.
Oh,
deep on the brakes.
That was close.
You can see the different lines being taken, but as long as you hug the inside around sort of the second half of that corner, you're pretty safe. But then you've got to make sure you're not leaving yourself vulnerable into turn 1, as that M3 is looking pretty daunting in the rear view camera.
Down towards the first corner, and the Tetris Rangers doing the best they can to try and get through here. In fact, it's the two. I thought we were on board with the Hairpin Heroes car. Let's see Tetris Rangers car behind as they come down through turn 2 and in towards turn 3. And indeed, yes, it is the Hairpin Heroes car. So he's got 2 Tetris Rangers cars behind.
Double trouble.
Yes, indeed, as they come through Big Bend now, down towards
bit wide
the
on the
hairpin.
exit. Will spin on the exit of the corner, so he didn't get the traction he wanted. He's on the inside part of the zone, so the right part of the track to be. And I think he's just got enough purchase round that right-hander to hold off into the hairpin. But you can see they're struggling under traction, and that's almost giving the run to Tetris Rangers at every opportunity they get on the power.
And here comes one of the pro cars just to throw a spanner into the works as well. Not the place you want to have traffic. And this could spice things up a little bit as the Veloce car goes flying down the inside, and contact there from the Tetris Rangers, and they could potentially go through. The Hairpin Heroes, well, they've got their hands full here. They had traffic coming through. They had a tap in the back there from the Tetris Rangers car as well. The other Tetris Rangers car is now involved, and more traffic on the way.
Yeah, traffic's the worst thing for these guys. They just want to focus on racing amongst themselves. They don't have to worry about having to get out of the way or brake a little bit earlier to make sure the pro class car can get up the inside. But the Lazarus needs to pick its time carefully.
Yeah. This is going to be dangerous. The Lazarus car trying to get through. Oh, just go off. Oh no! Tetris Rangers car goes round, and that was the Lazarus car that caused that. Unfortunately, they get going again, but that has really helped the Hairpin Heroes there. Just you see how quickly things have changed now.
Yeah, and I say it's just something that couldn't be avoided. Now you're trying to get 2 cars through that right-hander. It's so difficult. And then Lazarus up the inside of the Hairpin Heroes into the final corner. I think they just about got away with that one in a cloud of smoke. But unfortunately, Tetris Rangers coming off worst out of that instant again.
Well, Lazarus were off the track, really. They were all 4 wheels off there, and I think that was a little bit bad from them on their part. But Lazarus go through and take the place. But the ramifications that has now on this battle for the last qualifying space.
I believe that was the Tobin lead Lazarus, wasn't it? That wasn't the third place Lazarus.
No, wasn't Dan.
Wasn't Dan.
Yeah, we just keep going with that.
No, I say Tobin Lee's not having the best race. I believe it is Tobin Lee at the wheel of that car, isn't it? It is. So yeah, he's we know he's a great driver, but he's just not been able to deliver today in this race in particular. So maybe a little bit damage picked up somewhere else. You know, when you're lapping cars, it's always easy to have a bit of contact like we've seen, and that can always, it keeps adding up, and eventually the car performance starts to drop, as we've got Total Performance Racing Car now trying to pick its way through the bones of the Pro-Am class.
Now, the Tetris Rangers car, they have to keep calm here. You know, there's two of them. They can work together now. You know, as much as their back marker is just a back marker, is, you know, drivers coming to lap them is just, you know, caused them, has delayed them. That can happen this lap or the next lap or the one after.
Yeah,
ahead.
absolutely.
Let's have a look at it first here, Harry.
So that's the Lazarus car on the outside, the Pro class, and say just off the track, trying to give them as much space as possible. And I think the BMW maybe just ran a little bit deep past the apex. I think both cars had a right to be there. It's just I think the BMW maybe just went in a little bit hot, and then they had a little bit of a side-to-side contact, and obviously with the momentum of the car hitting that front end of that angle just tends to turn it around. Thankfully it didn't spin all the way around and was able to continue, but I think it was just a 50-50 racing incident for me, but I'm not a steward, so I'm not having to look at it again.
There were some expletives shouted there that shouldn't be shouted around teddy bears.
It's difficult, isn't it, because they're in their own race, the Pro-Am guys. They've got a real meaningful race going on. Obviously Tobin Lee's he's in a race, but not necessarily racing anyone at the same time, and unfortunately he's been involved in the Pro-Am shenanigans down at the penultimate corner.
These are our two leaders overall. Red Bull dominating things here, and this is going to be a real boost for them going into tomorrow. Not like they needed it anyway, they were already leading the points, but they came into today starting on the second row. You know, Lazarus came in at the hot, I wouldn't say the favourites, but they dominated the first 2 days in terms of points overall.
Yeah, they really laid a marker down, didn't they? No, I think before this all kicked off, we had Red Bull as no strong favourites, and Lazarus maybe just slightly behind them, but still a force to be reckoned with. And after the first 2 days, we were looking at Lazarus thinking maybe they have turned the corner. They've done their homework before the super final, and they've really got on top of what's required. But obviously Red Bull, they're a strong team, we know that, and obviously they've come out today and sort of given one back to everyone and said, hold on, we are still here, and we are the main team that you need to be taken into account of, and have dominated proceedings. This is the Hairpin Heroes car that we can see, so they've got a little bit of room to breathe in. This is the second place car, so they're 10 seconds ahead of their teammate, only 2 seconds behind the race lead though, so that's where they're looking at the LM squad, the car in front. Total Performance Racing coming up to put another lap on them. Hopefully they'll be able to get through that too many issues like we've seen earlier. They're just biding their time, as you can see, waiting for the straight where they'll blast past in that Peugeot 908. But yeah, this Hairpin Heroes car looking forward to a potential race win if they can get the hammer down.
Now, just hearing the Johan Bergera from the LM squad didn't disconnect, but had to drop out of the race. Had no force feedback. So how hard is it to drive when you have that? Yeah,
you basically got no feeling for the steering through the corners. So you normally know when you turn the wheel in, the wheel will fight back a little bit to make sure you're not putting in too much angle. So if you put too much angle in steering, you'll start understeering, the front tyre starts scrubbing. If you lose force feedback, you've basically got no resistance in the steering, so you can basically you can turn it with your little finger basically, entirely all the way around either way. So it's a big part. It's not impossible to drive, but it will hamper your pace significantly.
Bryn from our virtual pit lane sending us the info, and we'll get him going around the world to find out all we can throughout the race. So shame for the LM squad there, but as we said, Mitchell for them pretty much unbeaten, like Robin Vector, dominating the class.
Yeah, and that's what makes a good team. As much as we say consistency is key, if you've got one driver that you can rely on, then if you do have an issue with the second car, as long as you've got one car out there bringing in the results, that's always a good backup to have. So I'm sure they would have liked to have two cars dominating proceedings, like we're seeing with Red Bull, for example, but one car is going to be good enough for them, especially in the endurance race with the most points available.
Now that Hairpin Heroes car is catching the leader there. As we said, that would give them 11 more points. But if the Hairpin Heroes car in third drops to fifth, they will lose 8 points. And with it, the Tetris Rangers car will gain about 8 points. So it's
far from over is essentially what we're saying.
Let's just say, mathematically, I have no idea what that means, but Yes.
There's still potential for basically two teams to be dropping out.
It can still change, yeah. It can still change, and it can change very, very quickly.
Speaking of changing, Dan in the Lazarus still catching the Red Bulls to see if he can put a change to their dominance out front so far. He's tantalisingly close, isn't he? You know, you can see them pretty much every part of the track. It's just trying to gain that 10th or 2 per lap that's going to make a difference come the end of the race, and hope that traffic falls in his favour. As you see the Red Bull cars having to go around the outside of Sunset Bend trying to overtake a few of the Pro-Am cars, and they're just about literally weaving their way through the BMWs, and Dan's going to catch them through turn 1, which isn't ideal. Then we have to go up the inside of the first one, and then have to find a way through the Hairpin Heroes car on the exit. There you go, around the outside. Just one more to get further down the track, but he looks to be clear, so he's passed all 3 of them. He can carry on his way.
And this is the battle for third. Hairpin Heroes, Tetrud Rangers.
Yep, so they've not been able to make an impact, have they, on the Hairpin Heroes car? No, we thought with 2 of them.
Well, not yet, because they were about to do it. They were doing it, then they got tagged. Or, you know, that unfortunate incident, I say we'll call, with
the other Lazarus car.
With the other Lazarus car of Tobin Lee. Now, slowly, the battle is getting close again.
Yeah.
That is a very determined.
They've got nothing to lose at this point. Tetrud Rangers, they need to basically get ahead of this Hairpin Heroes car and hope by some miracle they can either catch the other Hairpin Heroes car, or something happens to the second of the Hairpin Heroes car, and they drop way down the field. Because if they both of them get in front of it, that car isn't going to be enough to see them through. That's their problem.
Let's just say they need to get their elbows out. You know, they need to not just go
legally getting your elbows out. I'm not sure how possible that is, but they'll have to give it a go, essentially.
Yeah, let's just say, you know, that they don't have to be too respectful in their racing. You know, we're talking big money up for grabs here. You know, when they get your elbows out, you know, get your way through. You know, do it respectfully, but you know, don't finish the move off before you come out the corner. Just politely show them to the grass. So that's exactly what you got to do. It sounds like we've had another disconnection, unfortunately.
Yeah, at the top there, 8th place.
That's the Le Mans Legends. Well, you know, sadly, it looked like they were on their way out anyway.
That's McLeod, isn't it, in that Le Mans Legends car, unfortunately?
Yes, unfortunately, Daniel McLeod isn't going to take the checkered flag for them. But as we said, they're going to be going out in 5th. They're going to be taking $3,750 home with them. And
let's remind ourselves, you know, we've got just over 10 laps to go, and we're hearing disconnects and issues with wheels and pedals potentially. So there's no reason why that can't happen to any of these drivers at any point over the next 10 laps. So it's always worth fighting, because you never know. Until that checkered flag drops, there's still something to fight for.
Right, Harry, this is it. Battle is resumed again, you know. They've come back from their corners again, and they're ready to find it out one more time.
Yeah, they've got to try and do something sort of early on, haven't they? I think they can't afford to just sit here lap after lap waiting until the end.
They've got to go for it.
They need to get both cars through. That's the thing. You need to get one car in front and then use that as almost like a blocker to help your teammate. But
this is why I said you got to do this move, make it aggressively. You know, you've got to delay that car. Whilst getting through, you've got to delay the car to help your teammate come into play, because the other Tetrud Rangers car just doesn't seem to have the pace to hold on.
Yeah, I think if you were racing, the stewards would have you on speed dial with the way you talk about how they just need to get their elbows out and make it aggressive.
I raced in karting. You know, that's how you have to do it back then.
Yeah, you're not wrong to be fair.
Let's just say there's a very popular signal in karting which is used to tell you to fire someone off. And I know some guys back in their gallery are going to know exactly what I'm talking about. I won't name names, but let's just say we got shown a video of one of the guys back then racing at Kim Bolton. Right? He was very proud of it, and it's him taking 2 people out.
It was pirouetting majestically through the air.
I'd say it was a 9 and 10s went up from us in the studio. I'm tempted to name it Shane, but I won't. But Lucas Ostonius. Let's go with that.
You didn't take much convincing, did you? I won't. ... Here's his name.
Yeah, not passport name, but there you go. Let's do it. 3rd place battle back on.
Yeah, we're waiting for something to happen here, and it's bubbling up nicely, and I'm sure at some point there's going to be an error creeping in, an error being forced by the Tetrud Rangers in 4th and 5th. They need to try something, but at the moment they just don't seem to have just enough in reserve to put any real pressure on that Hairpin Heroes car. They're doing a great job defensively. They're not cracking under the pressure. There is a lot of pressure on their shoulders, as obviously they're fighting for survival. They're in the pound seat at the moment, but very easy to lose that if you have some kind of mistake, crash, whatever it might be. It can all be lost.
It's close. It's close. Hopefully we get a live points update. Now we get to the final 10 laps. Let's do a full run through of the order. So Red Bull 1 and 2 on your screen. Lazarus third, Veloce fourth, going down fighting with fifth place their second car. Lazarus, Williams not been a good race for them at all. Total Performance Racing on their way out, sadly, in 9th and 10th place. Then we have the LM squad leading from Hairpin Heroes in 2nd and 3rd, Tetrud Rangers 4th and 5th, Hot Lappers in 6th, then the Le Mans Legends in 7th and 8th, with the latter out of the race. The LM squad also out in 9th, likewise Wesley Augusto in the Hot Lappers car.
Yeah, shame for the drivers not to be able to complete the race through one reason or another, but they've still got to know there are other drivers out there on track doing the business. And speaking of doing the business, the Red Bull car still just nose to tail, not fighting each other, but they're still just keeping a watching eye, watching brief on Dan in the Lazarus behind them, who's still doing his best to close in, but I think he's running out of time and opportunity. So obviously, even if he catches them, he's got to try and overtake, which we're seeing how hard that can be, and especially in these cars, the Pro Class, the Peugeot 908, it's going to be even more difficult than the M3.
Great driving from Red Bull. Let's go through each team quickly, shall we? We're into the final 10 laps. Red Bull, obviously 1 and 2 for them. It's just been a great way to win the race, because, like you said, points-wise, it's going to look like they absolutely blitzed it today, but
they've had to work for it, though.
Wasn't really the case, but you know they scored the points when it counts in the endurance.
Yeah, they've not been handed it on a plate now. They've had to work for their dominating results. Now, they might look, on paper, you look at the results and they think, well, they won by X amount of seconds, but it's because they're driving that well and no one else can keep up with them at the moment.
And Lazarus, the first corner of the first race.
That sort of set the trend a little bit, didn't it? We were expecting good things from them, and I'm sure they'll be going through and they'll be looking for a factory reset, I think, overnight to come back tomorrow and hope for better things. Continue how they dominated day 1 and 2. They had 2 first and 4 second places across the first 2 days, and then into today, day 3, they've been a bit lost, but thankfully they're going through. They're going to go through from the way things look at the moment, and that's all that really matters at this stage.
Williams, we did see what happened to Wisniewski, having a spin, but
they're showing signs of really good things, but also signs of some struggles, which you've not seen from the likes of, let's say, Lazarus and Red Bull. They've always been there or thereabouts, but Williams have been really up and down. When they're doing well, they're winning races, but when they're off the pace, they really are struggling. That's something that they need to iron out.
This is from the lap previous. So we see Williams again. Yeah, not a good end to the day for them at all, but still they go through. Veloce, impressive end.
It was a good effort,
sort of too little, too late for them.
Left too much for themselves to do through various events happening in races 1 and 2, but ultimately, they've shown good pace here. But although they are 4th and 5th on track, they are still 45 seconds behind the race leaders. So it's a good result, but they'll be wondering where their pace has gone from last year, for example, where they're obviously are reigning champions. They won in commanding fashion, but no signs of that from them this year.
And Total Performance Racing, they came into this 5th in the points. In terms of the 2 days put together, again, didn't mean anything, only form. But I guess in that sense, you could say that they maybe got as far as they could coming into today, but
yeah, I think they were an outside chance, weren't they, of getting through to day 4? But
it's just a shame they've scored so little points.
Yeah, I know they've been involved in a few incidents, and the majority of them not necessarily their fault. They've always been sort of the innocent bystander in a few accidents they've had, but ultimately they've never really looked like qualifying for day 4 as far as I'm concerned, which is disappointing, because they've got 3 very good drivers in that team. They're all on their day. They can all perform very, very well, but unfortunately in this year's super final for Le Mans Esports, they just haven't had it click for them.
Here we go. Look at this. Close, isn't it? 3 points now between the Hairpin Heroes and the Hot Lappers. Wow, that's more the battle. And the Hairpin Heroes, if you're a Hairpin Heroes fan, you'd be going, us dropping out, you know, we could get second. That's more the battle to watch, and I guess they've had a very good point. If you had said that, it was something we've almost overlooked because of the fact that there was a chance of them dropping out at one stage.
Yeah, I mean, they're still 2.5 seconds off the race lead in class. Now they've got a car in second,
well,
a car
you know,
in third. So
if they catch the race leader,
there's an opportunity. I mean, they've been at around that gap for a long time, so I would have thought if they were looking to push on, they would have got on with the job by now. But still, a handful of laps to go. They can still make that time up if they want to try and push that hard. But obviously, if you're going to try and push that hard, you've got to be willing to risk any mistake that might come with it, which at this point you might be thinking it's not worth it, we just want to qualify.
And looking further up, you know, the LM squad have you know, we talk the drivers there. Mitchell there is one of the outstanding performers of the day, and again, they've provided us with some brilliant racing so far today.
Yeah,
every race they fought for the lead.
Yeah, that's so impressive, isn't it? To think, you know, the eras and genres of cars we've been in and the tracks we've visited, and no matter what we've thrown at them, they've been able to get on top of it. They've obviously put their practice in before the Superfun event, come as prepared as possible as a team that was obviously put together by being drawn out of a hat, and they've obviously clicked as a team and as a squad, and shown us just how good they can be. But yeah, Gary Mitchell really sort of leading by example for his team.
And the hot lappers came into today third in terms of points over day 1 and 2. I don't think that's where they were after day 1. They kind of got better and better. They've gone up to third, and now they're up to second. They're going one way, aren't they?
They're traversing in the right direction. I just need the hope that they're not going to peak too soon, and the peak is still to come, i.e. tomorrow.
Yeah,
is what they'll be hoping. But yeah, they're obviously doing their homework overnight between the days to see how things are going and building on it the next day. And they'll be hoping that they can build on the second from today to possibly even the first tomorrow.
And the Tetri Rangers, when you consider today, they came in today 6th in the points. You know, they weren't even in the top 5, and they still got in because the points reset, but they shouldn't have even been here, really. But they've given it a good fight. I expected them to be how Total Performance had been. That's nothing, no disrespect to them, but I expected them to be 5th and, you know, making up the numbers. But they've not done a bad job, have they? And they're, you know, 3rd and 4th in this race. They're going out on a high.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're giving it their all, and you can't do any more than that. You've got to enjoy yourself, know why you're in the Super Final. You know, they've all done fantastically well to get here, and it's just a case of driving. You know, as long as you leave this event thinking I've drove as well as I can and I've delivered everything I know I can, then you can leave with your head held high.
And 5,000.
Yeah, that also helps, doesn't it? Head held high and pockets weighed down with money.
Yeah.
So it should be.
Yeah, five grand's not too bad at all, is it? And then we finally come to the Le Mans Legends. Again, I do feel for them, because I feel that's the team that they'll leave thinking what could have been, and that's always the worst feeling when you leave thinking, you know, what could have been.
A lot of misfortune, I think, fell their way, isn't it?
Well, they were going up and up and up, and then they hit, you know, taking race wins and so on, and then they had that one disconnect yesterday. Here they are on screen, by the way. They had that one disconnect in race 2 whilst leading, I think it was, and then that was it, you know. Yeah. Since then, we haven't hardly seen them on screen.
Yeah, which is a shame, as you say. You know, they have had real highs and, unfortunately, some very lows as well throughout this Super Final. And yeah, you've got to be consistent. You know, you can't always win the races, but you need to make sure that if you're not winning, then you are at least trying to pick up a podium, a 4th or 5th. But unfortunately, they've not been able to do that. And as I say, they've had a few issues along the way. Of course, that's prevented them from being able to fight. But ultimately, yeah, I think they'll be the team who most look at this Super Final and think, what if?
Yeah, I think so as well. And we're not quite there yet. We're 5 laps away, but looking ahead to tomorrow now, you know, we're into the final 5 laps. The race is nicely settled down for us, and to our viewers, thank you for staying with us. 65 laps of Sebring so far, 5 more to go. But tomorrow, we do it all again for the 4th day in a row, 4 more hours, 24-hour race.
That's what they've all been building up for, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just qualifying through these 3 days to get to day 4, where you really got to show everyone what you can do, and that's where the main money is going to be won, and we're going to be crowning a new Le Mans Esports champion.
Yeah, well, going into tomorrow, Harry, what is your thoughts ahead of tomorrow? You know, it's tomorrow is the big day now, isn't it? You know,
yep.
where everything is going to be decided after. By the end of tomorrow, we'll have done 16 hours of racing.
Yeah,
$150,000 is going to be given out, $150,000 prize pool as well. It's 9 different tracks in total we would have visited by then. The 54 drivers we've had out on circuit have really entertained us, but give us your thoughts ahead of tomorrow.
Ultimately, I mean, the drivers themselves are going to have no excuses. As I'm sorry, just going to cut over myself. So I just see at the top of the screen, the Lazarus car of Dan has taken second place off the Red Bull. So he's ruined that Red Bull party right at the end of the race. So that's an interesting one to keep an eye on, whether he's got any extra pace to perhaps challenge Betka for his 100% record of race to win to race. I know what I'm trying to say.
I think we know what you mean.
Yep.
Yeah.
You can save me trying to go through it.
The race. I just went to say it then, and I messed up myself. Dan's ahead of us.
Yeah, and he's ahead by quite a way, isn't he? He's already pulled a second and a half, so I wonder if there's no sign of any traffic anywhere that might have caused any issues. So maybe he's just got some supreme pace at this latter part of the race.
He wants to spoil his own party.
Yeah. But yeah, going back to tomorrow and what we're looking at, the drivers, they're going to have no excuses, ultimately. They're racing from the comfort of their own environment on the equipment that they want to be using. The Thrustmaster equipment is going to be top end for them to be using. So no excuses there. And also they're going to be using some modern cars from 2010s onwards. Yeah. So a lot of more recent cars, I'm sure they would have driven more often than, let's say, the cars from day one. So they've got no excuses for any mistakes, any poor performances. And they're all going to be worthy, I think, of where they finish.
Yeah, it's going to be... The race is going to be close. What's your... Three drivers from each team out on track as well.
Yes.
We've seen a taster of what that could be like today with 2. What about when we got 3?
The team game is going to be the most important thing, isn't it? Having... I don't think you can necessarily focus on one car to drive into the distance and use 2 cars as blockers. I think you've got a race almost for yourselves as a team. If you're together on track, yeah, okay, you can look at it from a team perspective and maybe think about acting as a cork in a bottle, so to speak. But I think if you're find yourself out on track alone, you've just got to focus on your own race and do what you do best, which is driving fast, driving consistent, and seeing where that gets you at the end of the sprint races and the endurance race that we find ourselves in. But yeah, ultimately, that's going to be so difficult. You think if you're starting in, you qualify as team 2, the second team.
Yeah.
The highest you're starting is 4th, and that's we've seen how difficult it can be to overtake. When you're following cars that are evenly matched. So to think of trying to overtake 3 of them to get to the lead, all from the same team, is a real tall order. But I guess we're going to see who's going to click the best with the car and track combinations that we will have.
I've liked, we've had a few things that's changed, haven't we, this year? The 2 classes being one of them. But I've really enjoyed the fact that they've all been in the same car in each class.
It's made sure they've all had equal opportunity and that they've all got a chance to fight. They've not got to look at the races throughout the super final and think, well, we're going to take a hit in that one because obviously last year we had the virtual budget thing, wasn't it, where you had to choose from a variety of different cars that would have cost a certain amount, and it meant that you couldn't always pick essentially the fastest car available. So you had to sort of take a hit in a few races to then maybe improve your chances for the end race, for example, where there was the most money available. This year, of course, as you say, we're all the classes, or the 2 classes that are there, they've each got their own car to race in, and it's the same car throughout. The only thing they're changing is obviously their drivers, the liveries, and basically the tuning of the car, the setup. But other than that, they are completely balanced and fair, and it really is a battle of best man and fastest driver wins. Which is how it should be, as far as I'm concerned. You should always be rewarding the fastest drivers.
Yeah, I always enjoy everyone out in the same car. That's where you tend to get the best racing.
Yeah, of course, and then you don't have to worry about things like reverse grids and things like this to try and make sure that the faster cars are having to battle someone rather than just driving off in the distance. They've all got equal opportunity. It's a fair playing field, a level playing field, and you end up with races like this that often need 2 hours. 2 hours of chasing 2 Red Bull cars, Dan's finally got his reward to split them, and we'll see if he can take anything to Robin Becker. And he's closing. You see the gap there. That is the 3 of them. The leader just flashed through. That's second place, sliding his way through Sunset Curve. Beautifully done. Doesn't really care for those rear tyres. He's saving them back at the end of the race anyway. And then third place is the car you'll see just flashing through in the background, crossing the line as well. So still 2 laps to go of the final race of day 3, and we've got the top 3 just about in shot.
Let us know what you thought of the racing throughout the day. Use the hashtag LMES. Let us know what you thought of the racing so far and your thoughts ahead of tomorrow. Who's your money on? Is it going to be Red Bull? Is it going to be Williams? Is it going to be Lazarus? And then Pro-Am, is it going to be the Hot Lappers? Is it going to be the LM squad? Or is it going to be the Hairpin Heroes? We'd like to know your thoughts over this next few minutes. We got the last lap and a half coming your way now. Follow us at Le Mans Esports for all the updates between now and when we go racing tomorrow.
Hairpin Heroes are catching in. Sorry, just to go through that. Hairpin Heroes are only 1.2 seconds off the race lead in Pro-Am, so they've left it late. I don't know if they can have enough time or laps to do anything about it, but they're giving it a good go.
They were a couple of seconds back, weren't they? So they're
closing in.
Yeah, they have closed that gap down. Have they been saving something in the tank?
This is them, isn't it? I believe.
This is Hairpin Heroes. Yeah.
This is the Hairpin Heroes in second, and the car in front of them, that BMW, is the LA. Sorry, the LM.
The LA squad.
Yeah, that's more basketball, isn't it? The racing, but yeah, this is the battle for the lead of the Pro-Am class. So they've left it late of Hairpin Heroes, but they're going to give it a good go.
Now this is where traffic could come into play in their favour, i.e. cars trying to lap them.
It's going to make or break their opportunity, isn't it? That's for sure.
Yeah, see, look, all it takes is one pro car to just get through in the next few corners, just delay them in the process, and then they're in with the shout. But our leaders are going to go on to the final lap of the race. There go Red Bull. They go on to the final lap of the race. They have enough of a gap, but that's a good effort, isn't it, from Lazarus to bring that gap down to what it was. Lazarus have done a very good job, and that's just going to give them something to think about going into tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that was the main thing, I think, for them to achieve in this race. Obviously, we've seen how good the Red Bull pair have been, but they looked sort of off the first few laps and they were going to walk it. But Dan's got his head down over the course of the 2 hours we've been out on track. And basically, he's worked 2 hours to beat one of those Red Bull cars. So that's going to feel almost like a win for him. That kind of race pace and the effort you put in to make that happen over that longer period of time shows real dedication to your job. And he's done it perfectly.
It looks like it's going to be pretty much all but one, I think, race he's gone out in. Gary Mitchell, he's going to win. Absolutely superb achievement. Again, the Hairpin Heroes have come close, but this is a win for them, this second place, because this is putting them through. I mean, if they got the win overall, they would have gone through second, but hey, I think they'll take that because the points get reset and they know they can now fight for second at least, which is a brilliant achievement from the Hairpin Heroes. But the Red Bull racing car is coming up to the final corner, and what an achievement it has been for them. They've put in a fantastic performance, have Red Bull, and they are going to go into tomorrow with pole position. Behind this, though, in the Pro-Am class, it's going to be the LM squad from Hairpin Heroes 2 and 3. Then we are going to have the Tex Rouge Rangers behind that, 4th and 5th, with Hot Lappers 6th and the Le Mans Legends in 7th. But in the Pro class, it's going to be the Red Bull car that takes the win. A brilliant performance from Red Bull Racing. They win, and they will go through into tomorrow on 1, 2 and 3 in terms of grid positions. They go through as the best team in terms of points, and the LM squad in Vision are going to take the win in the Pro-Am class. A brilliant drive from them, holding off the pressure from Hairpin Heroes there at the end of the race. So those are 2 winners. We'll get full confirmation of the results for you in just a second. But Harry, a great way to end this third segment. Set up quite nicely now, aren't we, for segment 4 tomorrow? Yeah, we really are. We've got 3 teams from each class going through, well deserved, and they've all got a good shout of going on to achieve great things tomorrow. That I don't think anyone's looking at themselves thinking, well, we've just scraped through into P3, therefore we're hoping for basically P3 and that's it. We can fight for P1 and P2 as well, so it's going to be really interesting to see how they all get on tomorrow. So Red Bull going through in the Pro class top, and then behind that we have Lazarus and we have Williams as well. So those are the 3 teams in Pro. In Pro-Am it's going to be the LM Squad, the Hot Lappers and the Hairpin Heroes, and only 3 points in the end between second and third, between Hot Lappers and Hairpin Heroes, given Hot Lappers would say, look, we had a disconnect with our best driver of the day, so you know, that's the only reason it was close. And yeah, they might have a very good point there, but still very close overall. A big shout out as well to the Tetrad Rangers, who came very close in the end, only 15 points I think it was off in the end, and Veloce gave it a real good go in that final race, you know, going out on a high.
Yeah, so the teams who were getting eliminated, especially the likes of Veloce that you mentioned, they gave it a really good go in that final race. Now, we didn't give them much chance heading into that. I mean, looking at the points before that third race, and you thought it's going to be a real tall order. But no, they had some great results. They didn't quite have the ultimate pace of the front 3, but they'd done everything they could. Williams ran into trouble, the team that they were aiming to beat, and unfortunately it wasn't quite enough for Veloce to get through, but they'd done everything they could, just left it a little bit too late, unfortunately, for themselves.
And the teams that sadly we'll be saying goodbye to, we say goodbye to them, but they're going to go home with some decent money. Veloce Esports, our reigning champions, out of the competition. Total Performance Racing, who finished in the top 3 in the Pro Series, also out, and going out also are the Le Mans legends, who look really quick at one stage. A real shame to see them going, and the Tetrad Rangers only just about missing out.
Yeah, they've all provided us with some great action and great racing, some real high moments for themselves. They can all be proud of themselves despite not getting through to day 4. They get to take a bit of money for their efforts as well. So hats off to you guys. We won't be seeing you tomorrow, but you've done a great job over the 3 days we've had so far.
Yeah, all a good few $1,000s each to take home for them, right? It's, you know, for 3 days of racing, that's not bad at all. You know, they're doing what they love, aren't they? This is their hobby, and they're earning some money out of it.
Yeah, it's great when you can turn your hobby almost into like a job, essentially, where you can make a living off it, and that's what's great about esports. It creates the opportunity for these guys to do what they love doing, and they get to earn some money doing it.
Well, thanks to yourself, Harry. Harry's going to be back alongside me tomorrow. We've got driver reaction coming up for you. We've got confirmation of the results as well. Just after this, Bryn will be back in the studio.
Position is good in the as you can get. Just under 10 minutes. No, he's not front. Top 5. Together.
Porsche coming on strong. The 9th car comes unlocking.
Any other series if you had nobody's doing the over shelf or something over there.
Well, that had it all, didn't it? Drama to the end. Teams disappearing out of the competition ahead of the final day tomorrow. It had so much action. and we're going to bring you some of the highlights and chat through it with some of the drivers, get Chris back in as well, and talk through a few of the high points and the low points as well, having a look at the overall standings. That'll be coming up on its way. We'd love to hear from you. If you want to get in touch, use the hashtag LMES on social media, and we'll keep an eye out for what you say. Genuinely want to hear your thoughts on the coverage and on the racing too. It's been pretty impressive. A couple of DNFs in that one there, you know, disconnects and more. I'll come to that in just a second, but I think we should talk incidents along the way. We had quite a lot from Williams, which we'll come to. I think they need their own highlight reel, really, don't they, for that one? But let's have a look at Veloce as well, because Veloce had a couple of moments. They had an overtake and then quite a wide run afterwards, so we'll get an eye on that one. Lazarus, they had a big moment with Tetra Rouge as well. So here you go, Veloce, off they go, missed the braking point and turned off, left the track, went to their nans, had a cup of tea, and then got back on as well after driving through a field and doing a cow tipping on the way. There you go, Veloce showing you how not to race around a corner, because they were more drag racing, weren't they, than they were circuit racing. But there you go. Decent result maybe for Veloce at certain points, not overall in the standings though, but we'll get to that in just a bit. Now, I mentioned Williams. I'm going to leave them to the end because we could spend a whole half hour on Williams. But what about Hairpin Heroes? What about Lazarus too? Let's bring up those and have a look and show you their kind of low moments. This is Lazarus for you. So Tetra Rouge ahead. They're trying to get through the pack at the moment. This is Pro we're on board with. They've got two Pro-Ams ahead of them. Lazarus trying to weave their way through. They're not racing these guys. Bang down the middle. Off they go. A collection of cones. And then off they go too. That is also quite an exciting thing. Trying to get through the pack. Those two Pro-Am cars were racing ahead of them. They didn't seem to notice maybe that the Pro car was coming up behind, but they're so much quicker. And we also had Hairpin Heroes. They were going off as well. Hairpin Heroes. Great to have them along in the championship, and we'll see how they've gotten on, whether or not they'll be here tomorrow. But it was a really, really good performance from them. But they gave us a bit of drama en route. Let's have a look, shall we? So here we go. Hairpin Heroes. On the way round they go. And sideways on, locking it up, keeping his foot in there, not leaving it, and the Pro-Am comes behind, or Pro car comes behind, a little tap as well, a little love tap on the way to say, hello, I'm here, and then forcing, look at that, forcing Lazarus almost off and out. Lazarus tapping them along the way, a couple of angles for you. You can see the lock up there, but they didn't get really on top of the situation when they're being overtaken by the Pro team, but it was Tetra Rouge actually there sliding around. Lazarus hitting Tetra Rouge as they're trying to go round them, but it's the way it goes, isn't it? It's the way it goes. Hairpin Heroes, Tetra Rouge, they're all doing their thing out on track, and then there was Williams. Williams. We had a little spreadsheet going on with Williams, just writing down yet another Williams one, another Williams one. They gave us quite a lot of excitement, and some of it looked like this. In the rain, early on, here we go on board with Williams. What's he going to do? Looking ahead, a bit of a twitch, and bang, straight into the wall for absolutely no reason. He got started again very quickly and off and running, but a bit wounded, I think, there. Luckily, I managed to avoid a couple of cars as they came through as well, a couple of rivals. And we stay with Williams because Williams were involved in a number of different incidents, of course, throughout that 2 hour, 8-minute race, trying to get past one of the Pro-Am cars. And bang, there you go, into the wall, and then collecting another Pro car. Wow, that's unique, right? It's a good job it's esports, I have to say, because that could be quite quite nasty. Look at that angle there. Wow, they came out of absolutely nowhere. If you were driving that car, come around that corner, you'd be fearing everything, wouldn't that? Just park it there, why not? There you go. Anyway, that gives you an idea of some of the activity we had out on track, some of the low moments. Here's another one from Williams, and we add this to their collection. They've got a reel all to themselves. And round he goes, and round he goes. There you have it. Beautiful car control, 360, two 360s continuing down the track there. Beautiful work. Now, should let you know, we had a couple of disconnects in that last race there. Now, the disconnects are an unusual thing. It's essentially, if you're new to esports, it's when they have a dropout or something like this. And there are things in the regulations that say if more than 3 drop out, then the race would have to be restarted, or we would stop it depending on where we are in the distance of the race. Now, 2 of those were DNS because they lost connection. And essentially, that's like having a mechanical failure if you're on a circuit car out on track. One of them, Le Mans squad, or LM squad, sorry, I have to say, Johan Bergera had a not real disconnect, but they disconnected because they had no force feedback on their wheel, which actually makes it pretty much impossible to drive these cars, particularly at the very, very high levels that these guys are racing. Now, one driver that will be very, very happy from the Pro-Am class is the Hairpin Heroes, Taylor Stomsky. Now, they will be so pleased because Hairpin Heroes have made it through to tomorrow, to the final day, and Taylor is sitting by. Taylor, how are you? Oh, we can't hear you on mute at the minute. Can we hear you now?
Can you hear me?
We've got you, we've got you. First of all, Taylor, you must be ecstatic and relieved and probably a bit tired as well.
Yeah, a little bit of all of it.
Where are you in the world?
I'm on a high note now. The first 2 races didn't exactly go our way, but we pulled it back in the end.
Yeah, you really did, and you came good when you needed to. But what time zone are you in compared to us in London in the UK?
I think I'm like 5 hours behind you guys.
So you're on the east coast of the States, are you?
Yep.
So 5 hours behind, that means it's around about, about 4:15, something like that. So you've got a good time zone for you. It's unlike Australia, where they're currently in the middle of the night heading into the morning. For you and your team working together for that race, getting through to the final day, what does it mean for you guys?
It means a lot after what we went through today. I think it proves that we do deserve to be in the final after the first 2 races. But I'm really happy that we made it.
Yeah, it was a tough battle. I mean, Tetra Rouge, they were pushing you, weren't they, quite a long way through that race, and we've seen disconnects and things happen. Do you get nervous when you see on that little graphic on the top of the screen that 2 or 3 teams have disconnected?
Yeah, it worries me a little bit, but I've had my disconnecting issue fixed, I think, for a while now, so I wasn't too frightened, but I had a little bit of a uneasy feeling about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you'd left the competition today, you and your team would have, as a maximum, earned yourselves $5,000, which isn't bad between you. But tomorrow, you could be fighting for $17,500 as a prize. Now, let's assume that you get a decent haul with money. I mean, the least you're going to get is $2,500 for yourself. What would you do with that money? What does that money mean to you?
Money would mean a lot to me. I'm in a really tough place right now because of all the stuff going on. And I just help my mom out, help her with the house and everything.
Yeah.
And just get stuff caught up.
That's fantastic. That's a really nice thing to do as well. It is really tough at the moment with, as we know, the global situation. Everyone's doing their very best. Esports in this current climate, though, is one area that we can still enjoy competition of the highest order. And you guys being a part of it, that must give you some form of pride that the world can turn to you for entertainment.
Yeah, for sure. These races are really enjoyable, especially when it gets close. And when you have close battles with people, it's on another level of feeling. It's just crazy.
Yeah. So what were you and your teammates, I don't know how close proximity you are to each other, whether you are, in the same time zones or not, but how are you going to go ahead of tomorrow, your plan for tomorrow?
We're going to make sure our setups are done proper this time. The first 2 races, our setups were a bit wrong, so that's why we just fell off and kind of didn't do it as we wanted to. So today we're going to make sure our setups are absolutely perfect going into tomorrow and have the best shot at winning.
And it's, of course, very tricky as well tomorrow because you guys will be in third, so essentially you'll have 6 cars ahead of your lead car. So ultimately, I suppose, for the first race, what you need to do is just get ahead as quickly as you can and start getting in the mix, really, and pushing for the points. So hopefully race 2, you'll be higher up the order.
Yeah, we're just trying to at least try to start second in the second race.
Yeah. Well, listen, have a rest, chill out, relax, try and get some sleep because tomorrow's the big day. Thanks very much for chatting to us, Taylor.
Thank you.
Great stuff. Really good to hear from Taylor Stomsky from Hairpin Heroes, making it through to tomorrow's final day. And I think we're going to have a quick chat to the pro driver as well. from, I'm not sure we are at the moment, we might come to that in just a second, but let's have a quick look at the points. One thing we haven't seen just yet is the points. Now, we've just been talking to Hairpin Heroes in Pro-Am, so let's bring up their table. That seems a logical thing to do, doesn't it? There you go. LM Squad, I said it right for once. There you go, 102 points. They've made it. The points will be wiped back to 0 tomorrow, but that does give them 1, 2 and 3 on the grid for the first race. Hot Lappers, 84 points. They'll be taking up positions 4, 5 and 6 on track. They're 3 drivers. Remember, all 3 drivers from the team have to race every single race tomorrow. And Hairpin Heroes, 81. We lose Tetra Rouge Rangers, we lose Le Mans Legends on 30. But how close was that? 81 to 84 points there between Hairpin Heroes and Hot Lappers. And tomorrow, with the added thing of all 3 drivers racing and accumulating points for that points tally, it's going to get mighty feisty, I believe, as the day goes on. Now, I'm not sure if we're going to bring you an interview with the pro team that survived, that is Williams, but let's have a look at their championship lead table, shall we, and see where they currently were for today and where that puts teams tomorrow. Let's confirm who we've lost as well. Well, we've lost Total Performance Racing, 11 points. They didn't do all that well today, but they'll be pleased with their 5th overall, I'm sure, especially when you think that earns their team $7,500. That's $2,500 each. Then Veloce Esports, we lost them, last year's reigning champions. They have disappeared in 4th place. They accumulate $10,000 as their prize pool there. We've still got Williams, 70 points, Lazarus Racing, 85, and Red Bull Racing, 124. It's worth saying, by the way, that Red Bull were 1 and 2 in that race. Lazarus going through, they gained 10 seconds on Red Bull in the 2nd place car near the end of the race, and then there was a bit of an off from the 2nd Red Bull car, which allowed Lazarus to go through. So you can see that we have lost Veloce. That's a big story, losing Veloce, losing Total Performance Racing as well. They are now fighting the 3 remaining teams for $35,000 as the top prize. Chris is back here with me in the studio, and Chris, that was what we hoped and expected maybe it to be. The rain throwing a few spanners in the works and a few disconnectors too, but didn't really have a massive impact, I don't think, on the overall result.
No, I think in these competitions, the best teams always tends to rise to the top. What we have to do is just throw as many spanners in the works as we can. You know, we have to make this as hard as we can for all the teams. How do we do that? We put them in a different car every race, we put them out on different circuits, and we put them out on different conditions. So by the end, the best team really has won. That's the idea of something as big as this. You know, 54,000 drivers have competed to try and get here. Now, you know, it has to be made as hard as possible, right? And Sebring in the rain is a difficult place to be for 2 hours. So yeah, I didn't envy them out there.
No, I didn't either. No, I had my brody ready, and it was virtual. So I had virtual brody, which is not easy to carry because I left my real brody at home. Now let's have a look at the flow chart, shall we? Sorry, Chris. Let's have a look at the flow chart for the pros and see how the teams have been lost along the way. So you can see segment 1, that was on Tuesday, day 1 here. We started with 9 pro teams. We lost 2 going into day 2, segment 2 there, lost another 2 to go into segment 3, which is today, and tomorrow we've whittled it down from 9 teams to 3 teams. It's getting very, very close, isn't it? We've got 18 drivers left. We started with 54 in this competition. We're down to 18. We're down to 18 because we have Pro-Ams as well. If you have a look at the Pro-Am flow chart, I quite like this chart as well. Look at that. You can see who we lost and how they went throughout the course into tomorrow. LM Squad, Hot Lappers, Hairpin Heroes. You mentioned mixing it up, really, throwing everything we can at them. Now, you were talking to Harry about it, how it's so nice that with this form of racing, everyone has an even playing field. So we really are seeing who the best driver is.
Yeah, I think that's the best thing. When you have a competition like this, you need to give all the teams an even chance at winning. You know, you can't. I think the best thing how we're doing that is by wiping the points clean every day, and every day we're giving every team an equal chance at going and leaving as the top team. So they're all out in the same car. Racing drivers love excuses, and they don't have any excuses. If they don't win, it's just because, you know, it didn't work out for them. As a team, they didn't perform as better as the other team. You know, it's not down to individual drivers. It's about how tomorrow, particularly, it's about how all 3 drivers perform in every single race. They all have to go out there and score points. If one of them has a bad race, as we saw today, I could see the whole team eliminated from the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And tomorrow, Well, tomorrow we are staying in France. One little hop over to Belgium, but back to France again. 2 at Le Mans, 1 at Spa. That's going to be quite exciting. I love a bit of Spa.
Yeah, Spa's a great track. Yeah, a track with long straights like that always provides close racing. Although the top team's going to occupy the top 3 spaces on the grid. Once we get up Pau Rouge, we got the long Kemmel Straight, and by the time we get to the end of there, who knows who's going to be in the lead. So it's going to be a hard track to get away from. However, it's a real driver's circuit. I don't think any driver on the grid out there is going to be short of practice around Spa. It's one that everyone at the top of esports can usually master very well. Likewise, Le Mans as well. It's kind of in the title of the competition, isn't it? So if they're not quick round there, then I don't know what they're doing here. But yeah, I think it's a nice lineup in terms of tracks for the final day.
Yeah, and to add something a little bit extra into the Spa fun pot, I'm going to call it, we have got the Porsche team, the 919 Hybrid, which I think is one of the most beautiful cars. That I had a run around Silverstone not so long ago, and there were 3 of them, replicas obviously, parked up, and I had to stop my run to take some pictures because I'm that much of a geek. But I absolutely love them, beautiful car, and we're going to see 3 of those racing around Spa tomorrow. And alongside those in the Pro-Am, they've got a Nissan that is really, really famous because it was the front engine, front wheel drive Nissan from a few years ago at Le Mans that didn't do that well. It had 1 race outing, and they're going to be racing that one around. I can't wait to see those 2 cars on a track giving it all.
Yeah, it's a bizarre looking car, isn't it? I remember speaking to Lucas Ordonez about what it was like to drive that car. You just look at the car and it doesn't really look right out there, does it? It's a really challenging car to drive, and I think the Porsche it's such a good car. It performs so well that it's just going to be who can get the best out of it, and the Nissan's more going to be who can get it round,
who can get it over the line,
who can get it over the line, and who doesn't spin it the most. So it's a famous car for that reason, and it just looks bizarre, doesn't it?
And do you know what? For me personally, it's a car that when it was out at Le Mans, it didn't have a great time, but to see it come back out on track again with 9 of them out on track with various different liveries looking around there, I just can't wait to see it. I think it's a great car just for that reason.
Yeah, I think throughout this week we've just put out classic cars. Whether for good or bad reasons, they're classic cars. We go all the way back to Tuesday. We had the classic Jags out on track. Then we had the Jags from the 80s as well. So we've had really, Moby Dick as well. We had 9 of them, or 7 of them. It was going round. So yeah, they all have a bit of history behind them. Every single car that we've put out there, the Peugeots that we're in today, everyone remembers those as well. So I think when we get to the newer cars that we're getting to, we have to put out some of the ones that we remember. We can't. There's no point just putting out a different style of Porsche. Let's get a Nissan out there.
Just do it.
Let's get the Nissan. We all remember it. So it's a talking point from Le Mans. So
yeah, absolutely. So we've got cars over the history, and tomorrow we are making more history because we'll be having the 2nd ever Le Mans Esports Super Final. We'll be having the 2nd ever champions crowned tomorrow evening BST. We'll see you back here 3 p.m. BST. Don't miss it. It's going to be an absolute cracker. We'll leave you with some highlights from today.